All eyes were once again focused on Ron, holding their breath in anticipation. Ron's gaze swept calmly over the crowd. Zoan type tortoise fruit, mythical Zoan type, Genbu form, General Bu. Subconsciously, I repeated this unfamiliar name. Genbu form. Kaido's massive body shuddered violently, his pupils contracting. The name Sunwoo, placed alongside Qinglong and Beihu, instantly conveyed to him its significance. Another devil fruit that only exists in legends. That's right. Ron nodded again, confirming Kaido's assessment. Everyone present was filled with unparalleled shock. They looked at the deep green fruit in Ron's hand as if it were a relic from a mythical era. Our beast's pirate's luck, it's just unstoppable, Jack exclaimed. Just then, another unexpected event occurred. A rapid rustling sound came from the dense woods to the side and behind. Immediately afterwards, one after another, powerful figures rushed out like ghosts, instantly shattering the atmosphere in the arena. It was the entire red-haired pirates who had returned. They finally arrived at the most crucial moment. Shank's gaze instantly locked onto the deep green devil fruit emanating an extraordinary aura in Ron's hand, who was being subtly protected by Kaido. There's no need for further explanation, the scene before us speaks for itself. As expected, Shank's eyes narrowed, and he understood. Kaido and his crew really found something incredible here. The moment Kaido saw the red-haired pirates appear, a flash of ferocity crossed his eyes. His massive body instinctively took a step forward, shielding Ron, who was holding the devil fruit, even more tightly behind him, forming an insurmountable barrier. His voice was like muffled thunder, carrying undisguised hostility. Red-haired brat? What are you doing back here again? Faced with Kaido's questioning, First Mate Ben Beckman calmly stepped forward, exhaled a smoke ring, and spoke with a composed yet sharp tone. Kaido, this treasure has always been unclaimed. His gaze swept over the precious tree atom, finally settling on Kaido and Ron. If you guys can come here to dig, why can't we, the red-haired pirates, come and take a look? His words directly exposed Kaido's intention to monopolize it. Beckman's gaze then fell on the fruit in Ron's hand. I never expected that you guys actually found the treasure hidden here. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Faced with Shanks's high-sounding words, Kaido sneered disdainfully. Ugh, Shanks, you guys came all this way just for this devil fruit I have, didn't you? His eyes were full of mockery. Still here spouting this high-sounding nonsense about unclaimed property? It's laughable. If you want to steal it, then act like a pirate. Shanks ignored Kaido's taunts, his gaze remaining fixed on the deep green Genbu fruit, his eyes serious, and he slowly spoke. A treasure that could make Kaido personally lead his entire crew here is indeed extraordinary. It's actually a mythical beast. And it's a god-level devil fruit, the Sunwoo form. That's truly unexpected. Upon hearing this, Kaido's sneer deepened, and he impatiently roared. Looks like you all know already. Just say what you want to say. No need to beat around the bush. Shanks took a deep breath, his eyes sharp, and stated his position. Kaido, this devil fruit. I can't have it. If it falls into your hands, given your temperament and nature, Kaido, the balance that this sea has been painstakingly maintaining, will be completely shattered. Oh, Kaido seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. His laughter was filled with contempt for the so-called balance. What kind of bullshit balance is this? He pointed his spiked club at Shanks, his tone blunt and direct. You little brat, you just want to steal this devil fruit. Every time you try to beat around the bush with a bunch of nonsense. You want it? Then try and take it from me with your strength. Shanks' hand rested firmly on the hilt of the famous sword Griffin. There was no earth-shattering aura emanating from him, but an extremely refined and sharp sword intent, seemingly capable of cutting through everything, soared into the sky, making the air around him feel murderous. The fighting spirit in his eyes, like a drawn blade, was firmly locked onto Kaido. Just what I wanted. Shanks' voice was deep and resolute. He, let's fight. Kaido laughed wildly, as the massive 8 precepts were wrapped in black and red conqueror's haki lightning, and destructive energy gathered within it. He glanced at Ron behind him. Ron, step back. There was absolutely no need for Kaido to give any further instructions. The moment Kaido spoke, Yin, Quinn, Jack, whose Fuzfo, and all the other core members moved in perfect unison, instantly forming an impenetrable human wall around Ron, tightly protecting him at the very back of the battle. Brother Luo, you stay in the back. Jin's deep voice came through the mask. Don't worry, Ron, even if we all die here today, we will never let you get hurt. Quinn patted his chest and assured him. Although his tone was still exaggerated, the determination in it was absolutely genuine. Jack's body stood like the most reliable bulwark, shielding Ron. Feeling this determination to protect him even at the cost of his life, Ron felt a warmth in his heart. He wasn't one to be sentimental, and at that moment, he nodded emphatically. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Jack turned his head, a genuine smile appearing on his face. Don't thank me, you're our treasure hunting scourge. A simple sentence explains everything. Ron's existence is crucial to the present and future of the Beast's pirates. He is the cornerstone of all their ambitions. Protecting him is protecting the very foundation of the Beast's pirates' rise. Ron was slightly surprised that Shanks and his group had come to compete for the devil fruit so naturally. He originally thought that, given the red-haired gang's style, they would be more inclined to maintain some kind of order or balance rather than directly committing robbery. But then he remembered something the red-haired pirates had done in their early years, and he understood. That's right. Didn't they steal the gum-gum fruit from the world government back then too? Ron thought to himself, in that case, it's not surprising that they would commit such a robbery. Thinking of the gum-gum fruit, Ron's gaze involuntarily turned to Who's Who beside him, whose face was cold and filled with murderous intent. There's quite a history behind this. Initially, it was Who's Who, then a CP elite, who was responsible for escorting that crucial gum-gum fruit. The person directly responsible for stealing that fruit and causing Who's mission to fail is none other than the red-haired Shanks right in front of us. That failure turned Foster from a highly anticipated genius agent into a prisoner. It was that humiliating and desperate prison experience that ultimately led him to escape and eventually join the Beast's pirates, where he rose to become one of the Flying Six through sheer strength. It can be said that Shanks single-handedly changed Who's fate. At this moment, enemies meeting again are filled with intense hatred. Who's eyes were icy cold, fixed on Shanks, his deep-seated hatred and killing intent almost tangible. With old and new grudges intertwined, his hostility towards the red-haired pirates reached its peak. There was a long-standing feud between Shanks and Who's Who. The murderous intent was so palpable that it even affected the surrounding environment, causing the air temperature to drop slightly. Roar. A deep, suppressed tiger's roar escaped from his throat, and his body began to undergo drastic changes. Its silvery white fur grew wildly, its muscles bulged and expanded, its hands transformed into sharp tiger claws covered in divine fire, and its head displayed the characteristics of a white tiger, combining majesty and ferocity. He went straight into his strongest orc form, the Tiger Man. Having completed his transformation, Who's Who took a step forward, stepping over the crowd, his cold eyes fixed intently on Shanks. Shanks. He almost gritted his teeth as he uttered the name. You wouldn't believe it, we meet again. Red-haired Shanks frowned slightly as he looked at the murderous white tiger before him, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. He looked closely and indeed had no recollection of the face. Who are you? I don't know you. This sentence was like the last spark that ignited a powder keg. Ha! Ford chuckled, his laughter filled with self-mockery and anger. Looks like, important people really do have bad memories. The tiger's paw trembled slightly. You stole the gum-gum fruit back then, and now you're trying to steal it again. Ha! It's all my fault back then. I was too weak. So weak. I wasn't even worthy of you remembering what I looked like. His voice suddenly rose in pitch. But it doesn't matter. Starting today, I'll carve my name, with your blood, into your brain. Listen up, I am for safe. Years of pent-up humiliation, resentment, and bitterness erupted completely at this moment. I see. Shanks' gaze returned to Who's Who, with a hint of understanding. So you're that little guy on the ship back then, who could use the Navy's 6 styles. His tone was calm, even carrying a hint of a senior looking at a junior. However, this seemingly ordinary remark sounded to Ford nothing less than the most grating mockery and contempt. Little guy, all the failures, humiliations, and imprisonment he had endured over the years were, in the eyes of the other party, merely a trivial little guy. Roar dash. Extreme rage caused Frav to let out a deafening tiger roar, and the silver-white divine flames around his body flickered violently due to the surge of emotion. He felt that his dignity as a man had been completely trampled underfoot by the other person's casual remark. Shanks dash. Ford's roar tore through the air, filled with rage and murderous intent. Old grudges, new grievances, I'll settle them all here and now. Despite his rage.
Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
He maintained his respect for the captain, abruptly turning to Kaido and pleading, suppressing his boiling killing intent. Lord Kaido, could I lead the vanguard in this first battle? He wanted to personally wash away the shame of that year. Kaido saw the crazed Who's Who, then glanced at the composed Shanks opposite him, and nodded. Whatever you want. With permission granted, Ford had no more reservations. He turned back, his body in white tiger form slightly lowered, poised to pounce. In his cold eyes, only the figure of red-haired Shanks remained. Shanks? Prepare to die. Just then. Hey, don't rush me. A slightly muffled voice came from behind the red-haired pirates. Lucky, a portly man wearing small sunglasses, strolled leisurely to the front of the formation, swaying his round body as he devoured a large chicken leg, blocking the path between Who's Who and Shanks. He wiped his greasy mouth, his small eyes peering through his sunglasses at the menacing-looking faucet, his tone languid. Want to challenge our boss? You'd better get past me first. He looked Phosphor up and down, his imposing presence now transformed into his orc form, and shook his head. You are not yet qualified to directly challenge our captain. These words, like cold rain, it poured down on Who's racking rage, a sign of utter disregard for his strength. Ford abruptly stopped, his sinister grin instantly transforming into an even colder killing intent. So everyone in your red-haired pirates is so eager to die. He slowly raised his tiger claws, aiming them at Rakura. Then let's start with you, whatever. Come on. Make the first move. Having entered his white tiger form, Phosphor's attack power and combat instincts were already greatly enhanced by the mythical beast species, and at this moment, he was making full use of the characteristics of the Lunaria race's physique. As Rakaro's fat, heavy fist, crackling with powerful armament haki and capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, slammed down, the white divine fire behind Fort suddenly blazed fiercely. Bang! With a heavy thud, Ford took the punch head-on with his chest. That terrifying force, powerful enough to deform even steel, struck his body engulfed in divine fire, yet it vanished like a stone thrown into the sea, preventing him from even taking a single step back. What? The ease on Rakaro's face vanished instantly, replaced by shock. His attack failed to cause any real damage. Just as Lakara's old power was gone and his new power had not yet been born, the divine fire behind Fort Frev suddenly went out. Whoosh! His speed suddenly increased dramatically, transforming him into a silvery white afterimage, instantly closing in on Raki Road. Those claws, imbued with the killing power and speed of the white tiger, slashed fiercely at Rakaro's hastily parrying arm like 5 silver lightning bolts tearing through space. Sizzle! Sparks flew. The intense friction of armament haki produced a piercing sound. Rakaro's fat and muscular body was struck by this sudden claw attack, which combined extreme speed and force, causing him to stagger backward and plow 2 deep furrows in the ground before he could barely regain his balance. A burning pain shot through his arm. The transition between offense and defense is seamless and fluid. The extreme conversion of speed and power gave Fursworth a huge advantage in the battle. Hiss. Seeing this, the expressions of Yasop, Ben Beckman, and the others on the red-haired pirate's side all turned somewhat grim. The Lunaria race's physique, a perfect blend of offense and defense, switching between them with ease, they're incredibly troublesome. Ben Beckman's eyes were serious. Those with this kind of physique were practically like having 2 fighting modes. To defeat them, one had to seize the fleeting gap between switching modes, or use absolute power to crush them. Ford proved in actual combat that the beast's combat strength, having acquired the Lunaria physique, had increased several levels in terms of difficulty. On the battlefield, despite being forced back by Forsfana's attack, which combined speed and power, however, thanks to his unique physique which appeared bulky but actually contained an astonishing amount of fat and muscle, he managed to suppress his surging blood pressure and did not vomit blood. He shook his slightly numb arm, still smiling, but his eyes were much more serious. Hey, that's pretty awesome. Rakaro cracked his neck. Despite his large size, he was exceptionally agile and always managed to evade and dodge Ford's subsequent attacks. After failing to break through, a hint of impatience flashed in his vertical pupils. It halted its rapid, relentless attack, flicked its claws, and sneered. You're really tough. His aura began to solidify, and a silvery white divine fire burned behind him. However, it's time to end the warm-up. Ford's voice suddenly turned stern. Now, I'm going to get serious. Before he could finish speaking, the divine fire behind him suddenly went out. Focus all your energy on attack and speed. At the same time, the ultimate killing power contained in the white tiger form was pushed to an unprecedented peak by him. It was a terrifying sharpness far surpassing anything before, as if it could tear the soul apart. The white tiger will be annihilated in all directions. He transformed into a streak of silver-white light that tore through space, his speed reaching its limit. With the enhancement of his phantom beast species and physique, his attack power instantly exploded to more than 10 times its previous level. This attack exceeded Rakula's limits of reaction and endurance. What? Lucky only had time to cover his arms with armament haki and cross them in front of him to protect himself. Boom! The silvery white light tore through his defenses with overwhelming force, slamming into his fat yet resilient chest. Dash! This time, Rakuro could no longer withstand the blow with his physique. A mouthful of blood gushed from his mouth, his massive body struck as if by a speeding train at sea. Like a kite with a broken string, it flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground, leaving a long trail in its wake. It was difficult for it to get up for a while. Huh? Arrogant? Keep being arrogant. Trash. Looking at Lucky, who was lying on the ground, unable to get up for a while, Phosfo's face showed disdain, and he felt extremely satisfied. So this is what revenge feels like. The red-haired pirates, none of them have devil fruits. He repeated this well-known information, his tone undisguisedly sarcastic. To have come this far relying solely on physical prowess and overwhelming aura is truly admirable, but it ends here. In the face of absolute power, such persistence is truly laughable. He walked towards Lucky, his tiger claws rising again, imbued with armament haki, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Lucky. However, just as he approached, the ball of flesh that had been lying flat on the ground suddenly used its arms to prop itself up. Pft! Cough cough. Rakuro spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his arm. He looked up, and instead of despair, his face revealed a wild, extremely excited smile. That was a crazy attack. This is making me. I haven't felt this eager to go all out in ages. Before the words had even finished, boom, a terrifying aura, far exceeding anything seen before and like a dormant volcano suddenly erupting, burst forth from Rakuro's obese body. Even more shockingly, the layers of fat all over his body visibly contracted and solidified rapidly. It was as if it wasn't fat, but energy compressed to its extreme. The fat has been drastically reduced, replaced by explosive muscles with sharp angles, coiled like a dragon. Although his physique had shrunk, the power and imposing presence contained within his muscles had increased exponentially. At this moment, Rakula seemed to have shed its cumbersome outer shell, revealing a ferocious war machine within. Sensing this sudden surge of terrifying power, which even seemed to pose a threat, Ford, who had been confident of victory, suddenly changed his expression, stopped in his tracks, and his vertical pupils turned serious. Meanwhile, on the red-haired pirate's side, Sniper Yasop's lips curled into a cold smile as he gently wiped his beloved gun and whispered, "Finally, you're getting serious, Rakitic." When Lucky Roo shed all his fat disguise, his speed and power underwent a dramatic transformation. Whoosh! Everyone only saw a blur before their eyes, and Lakera's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next moment, bang! A deafeningly loud bang, incredibly muffled, exploded. Before Phosphor could even fully react, he was struck in the chest with unimaginable force, his entire body hit head-on, and he was sent flying uncontrollably backward. And this is just the beginning. Bang, 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 bang dash. Rakura's figure flickered and disappeared repeatedly in the arena, like a ghost. His fists, elbows, knees, transformed into afterimages too fast for the naked eye to follow, relentlessly bombarding Ford from all directions like a storm. Ford was like a human punching bag, constantly being twisted and tossed through the air by these hundreds of attacks containing terrifying power, unable to land at all, let alone organize an effective counterattack. Finally, Rakuro finished with an incredibly heavy downward kick, slamming Fortver into the solid rock wall behind him like a battle axe. Boom! The rock face was smashed into a huge crater, and dust filled the air. Lucky Road's figure solidified and appeared in front of the crater. He was breathing slightly heavily, white steam rising from his strong muscles, his sharp eyes fixed on the cloud of smoke. However, hey, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. A loud, arrogant laugh echoed from the smoke and dust. So what if you took it seriously? Is that all? Fortfrev emerged unscathed from the smoke and dust, brushed the dust off his chest, and watched as the white divine fire burned steadily behind him. His face wore an undisguised mockery. Not bad speed, and the strength is decent too. Is this your hidden trump card? He tilted his head, his vertical pupils filled with contempt. What a pity, it's all the same garbage. A god's physique can't be defeated by attacks of your level? Face reality, fatty. Rakuro's expression turned completely serious. His strongest rapid-fire attack couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. The physique of the Lunaria race is even more abnormal than I imagined. Humph. Rakuro sneered, his eyes turning fierce. Let's see if your shell is harder, or my fist. Just what I wanted. Ford's claws crossed, making a harsh scraping sound. Without another word, the two transformed into two streaks of light and clashed violently together. The battle has entered a phase of attrition warfare. On the other side, a deep, tiger-like roar resounded. The flying white tiger that King had transformed into took a step forward, its enormous silver wings fluttering slightly, its gaze sweeping over the red-haired pirate's formation. Now that the battle has begun, who among you will be my opponent? As the de facto second-in-command of the Beast's pirates, formerly known as Wildfire, and now a mythical Zoan-type white tiger devil fruit user, the atmosphere on the red-haired pirate's side became slightly tense. Then, First Mate Ben Beckman slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, extinguished his cigarette, met Jin's gaze, and walked out with steady steps. "I'll be your opponent," Beckman said, his voice not loud. Without any unnecessary words, the two vice-captain-level powerhouses, each a pillar of their respective pirate crews, instantly locked onto each other. Battle is about to break out. Yin strikes first. He didn't even extinguish the divine fire behind him, maintaining his strongest defensive stance. His enormous white tiger claws, already coated with condensed armament haki, unleashed a killing intent and swung out fiercely. White tiger splits the sky. The moment that claw was unleashed, even space itself seemed to distort. The terrifying power contained in that attack far exceeded what Fortfrev had previously displayed. Through deeper development and adaptation, Yin's white tiger form has achieved an astonishingly large increase in base attack power, up to 100-fold. Even without sacrificing his defense and maintaining the burning divine fire, his attacks already possessed earth-shattering power. Meanwhile, the steadily burning white divine fire behind him continued to provide absolute defense. It's a perfect blend of offense and defense, with absolutely no weaknesses. Faced with this terrifying attack that combined extreme power, Ben Beckman's eyes were sharp as knives, showing no fear. He instantly raised the rifle in his hand, the muzzle gathering deep armament haki, and precisely aimed at the power node at the core of the tiger claw. Boom! The clash between claws and gun unleashed a devastating impact. The shockwave exploded in a ring shape, shearing the ground down by a layer. The Ember Tiger claw paused slightly, then continued its clawing motion towards Beckman. That's more like it. The Lunaria race is truly a formidable race. The smoke from the muzzle of Beckman's flintlock pistol hadn't yet dissipated when he fired not an ordinary lead bullet, but an extremely condensed, transparent slash wreathed in spiraling energy. The slash tore through the air, its sharpness no less than that of a great swordsman's flying slash, and in an instant it had already struck Jin's chest. Bullet slash. Jin's hawk-like eyes narrowed slightly, but his body remained motionless. His racial talent gave him absolute confidence, leading him to choose neither to dodge nor evade. He also genuinely wanted to personally assess just how capable this strongest vice president truly was. Clang! The strike landed squarely, producing a deafening clang of metal striking metal. Jin felt a shock that made his shoulders tilt back slightly, and the ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. But apart from that, there was no pain like the expected tearing of flesh. The slash, powerful enough to cut through steel, couldn't even break through his defenses. Jin glanced down at the dissipating aftershocks of the slash on his chest and the faint, negligible white mark, a mocking smile playing on his lips. The vice-captain of the red-haired pirates? The strongest Yonko's first mate? It seems, he's not even qualified to tickle me. Is this the capital you rely on to maintain balance? Despite this blatant provocation, Beckman showed no anger whatsoever. He slowly lowered the gun barrel, and with his other hand, he calmly pulled a new cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth. He lit it, took a deep drag, and the pale smoke blurred his vision. Only his calm, indifferent voice pierced through the smoke. Not bad a tortoise shell. He exhaled a smoke ring, his tone casual. Then you'd better just stand there and don't move. The Lunaria race's defensive capabilities stem from the instantaneous shifts in energy form of the divine fire burning behind you. Switching to speed grants extreme agility, but drastically reduces defense. Maintaining the current defensive form makes you indestructible, but sacrifices speed. Beckman's gaze was all-knowing. He calmly said, "So, show off your hard shell as much as you want. Every time you attack, you'll have to switch forms. At that point, will your defense still be as impenetrable as it is now? So self-righteous." Jin sneered, and the divine fire behind him burst into flames, the blazing white flames soaring into the sky, making him look like a fire demon god. "Who told you, my defense would necessarily decrease when I attack?" Before he finished speaking, he suddenly lunged forward. That speed was completely different from his previous composed demeanor. The divine fire will never be extinguished. The white tiger form intertwined with Lunaria's divine fire, transforming into a white incandescent meteor that hurtled straight at Beckman. Beckman's eyes sharpened. He slid to the side, his combat experience allowing him to anticipate the trajectory of the impact. At the same time, with a flick of his wrist, a specially made seastone bullet hidden between his fingers was precisely fired at Jin's ribs. Ding! With a crisp sound, the seastone, powerful enough to instantly exhaust any ability user, struck Jin's scale-covered skin, yet only a few sparks flew before it was easily deflected. "Idiot!" Jin's voice reverberated through the flames, scornfully declaring, "My constitution stems from my bloodline, the supreme talent of the Lunaria race. What do the weaknesses of devil fruits have to do with me?" At this moment, Yin's advantages were on full display. The terrifying physique of the Lunaria race grants them an absolute defensive foundation that ignores environmental damage. The mythical Zoan type of the cat fruit, white tiger form, perfectly compensates for his lack of attack power when he is in his divine flame-burning state. Strength, speed, and defense are all perfectly balanced in him. The tiger's claws tore through the air, and the resulting gale easily left deep trenches in the ground. All you have to do is run. Facing Beckman, whose speed wasn't at its peak and who relied more on skill and anticipation, Yin, now unleashing his full power, was like a relentless destructive machine, his ferocious attacks engulfing Beckman. "See that, Beckman?" Yin's roar echoed across the land. "Your little tricks are meaningless before power. Unable to surpass me in absolute speed, your defeat is only a matter of time." Beckman frowned slightly. The all-around dominance that Yin was displaying had indeed exceeded his initial expectations. This deputy of the Beast King not only possesses impenetrable defense, but also, with the enhancement of his white tiger form, gains terrifying offensive power commensurate with his defense. Seastone was ineffective, verbal probing failed, all that remained was a contest of wills. Tisk, what a troublesome monster, Beckman thought to himself, his figure weaving through Jin's frenzied attacks. Instead of trying to find a weakness to deliver a decisive blow, they changed their tactics. He abandoned most of his ineffective attacks, pushed his observation haki to its limit, and focused on dodging and blocking. So you're not going to fight anymore? Humph, you brute. You're asking for it. Jin continued his attack, but the divine fire still burned, and the tiger claws flashed with platinum sharpness before being stained with white divine fire, causing the temperature to soar. Beckman dodged with skillful agility, then parried with the barrel of his gun, which was coated in armament haki. Clang. Boom. The clanging and clashing of metal were incessant. Beckman's figure appeared extremely precarious amidst the swirling claws and flames. His suit jacket was torn in several places by the strong wind, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. But his gaze remained calm and unwavering. He's consuming it. While Yin's attacks are undeniably fierce, maintaining such a high level of burst damage inevitably consumes a tremendous amount of his stamina. Beckman is gambling on his physical strength. Yin also realized Beckman's intentions. Trying to wear me down? You think you can, Beckman? He launched an even fiercer attack, the roar of the white tiger intertwining with flames, attempting to break through Beckman's defenses with an even more ferocious assault. But Beckman held firm, parrying each attack precisely to deflect Jin's force. Yin was draining Beckman's physical strength and energy, while Beckman, in turn, was draining Yin's patience. Both sides are waiting for the other to show a weakness first, or to exhaust themselves first. Just as Beckman and Yin were locked in a stalemate, a sharp whooshing sound suddenly came from the flank. "It's Yasop?" The red-haired pirate Sniper King seized the fleeting opening created by King's fierce attack and fired a specially made bullet wrapped in armament haki. The bullet wasn't aimed at Yin, but rather precisely bypassed the battle, heading straight for Ron at the edge of the battlefield. Clearly, the other side knew Ron's importance, they obviously knew they wouldn't abandon him. The shot was fired at a tricky angle and at a ruthless time. Ron's pupils contracted sharply. Yusop's observation haki far exceeded his expectations, managing to capture his presence so precisely in this chaotic battlefield. A strong sense of crisis instantly gripped him. However, a figure, like a fortress, stepped forward and stood firmly in his way. It's Jack! Roar! Jack roared and charged forward without dodging or avoiding, his chest muscles bulging, armament haki instantly covering them, divine fire burning behind him, and with the physique of the Lunaria race, he met the bullet head-on. Bang! The bullet struck Jack's chest with a dull thud, the powerful impact causing his muscular body to sway slightly, but that was all. The bullet twisted and deformed, eventually falling helplessly to the ground, leaving only a white spot on Jack's body. It failed to even penetrate his skin. Seeing this through his sniper scope from a distance, Yusop exclaimed in surprise, "Tisk. The physique of the Lunaria race truly lives up to its name. Just a little bit of domineering aura and they can withstand my bullets." Jack rubbed the spot where he'd been shot, then burst into triumphant laughter, and roared in the direction of Yusop. "Think you're one of the 4 emperors, huh? Trying to take them all down with a single shot? Look closely, I'm terrifyingly strong right now." At this moment, Ron stood behind Jack, watching everything with a cold eye. Yusop's shooting was terrifyingly accurate, and the threat it posed put him on high alert. Yuspri's observation haki is extremely strong, allowing him to detect the slightest flaw. He quickly assessed the situation and then subtly moved backward, silently retreating behind the crowd to ensure he was within the safest protective circle. Staying alive right now is far more valuable than acting impulsively. As Yusop fired his first shot, the other members of the red-haired pirates were freed from their restraints and launched their charge. Bendixnik, Loxta, and a host of other fierce officers surged towards the beast's camp. Ha ha ha. Quinn, seeing this, also stepped forward without fear. "It seems you completely disregard Lord Quinn. Did you think that only that arrogant Yin was holding up the show on our side?" Then his arms suddenly opened wide, and the gleaming cannon muzzle and venom sprayer began to charge. Seeing this, Jack immediately warned, "Brother Quinn, you absolutely must control yourself. Don't use those wide-area poison gas grenades. If you accidentally hurt Brother Ron in the back, it'll be a real problem." Quinn didn't even turn his head, waving his hand impatiently. "Enough talk, Jack. Who do you think I am? This kind of delicate work is a piece of cake for Lord Quinn. I know what I'm doing." Subsequently, his gaze locked onto the charging red-haired officer, and he licked his lips. "Perfect timing. Let you taste my latest specially developed virus." Upon hearing this, Jack took another half-step back, completely shielding Ron from his shadow. His eyes were fixed on Yusop, who had been watching intently for a while. He said in a deep voice, "These guys charging at us are yours, Quinn? I have to stay here and protect Raj. That guy over there is incredibly cunning with his gun, who knows if he'll keep firing snipers. Ron's safety is a million times more important than taking out a few bastards." Ron, who was under tight protection at the rear, also calmly observed the entire battle. With Quinn, a master of wide-area crowd control, in front of him, and Jack providing defense, he was safe for the time being. But how long this safety can last depends on the course of this chaotic battle, and what exactly is Shanks, who has remained silent, waiting for? "Ha ha ha, let me show you Lord Quinn's art." Quinn laughed maniacally, his body moving nimbly as his mechanical arm rose, its nozzle locking onto the red-haired pirate's member. Nerve paralysis fog. Instead of releasing a large cloud of poison, Quinn sprayed out several streams of nearly transparent mist with a faint, sweet, and fishy smell. As if possessing a life of its own, the mist, under Quinn's masterful control, precisely bypassed the area where the Beast Pirates members were located. In particular, Ron, who was being protected by Jack, was completely untouched by the mist. Quinn hummed a smug tune. "Don't worry, Ron, my poison hits exactly where you point it." Ron scoffed. "You'd be a fool to believe that." A thin mist quickly spread along the path of the red-haired group's charge. The moment the leading cotters made contact, they immediately felt their bodies sink, their muscles stiffening and becoming numb uncontrollably, causing them to stagger and halting their advance. "Watch out, it's a neurotoxin," someone exclaimed. The red-haired pirate's charge was abruptly halted, however, the experience and depth of a Yonko crew were on full display at this moment. "Step back, leave it to me," a calm and steady voice rang out. Suddenly, the ship's doctor, Hanjo, stepped forward from the crowd, his face grave. In his hands, several open medical kits and a specially made spray device appeared out of nowhere. He quickly determined the composition of the fog and the symptoms of his affected companions. "It's not a conventional chemical toxin, it's a complex of alkaloids and neurotransmitter blockers, and it's even mixed with some kind of powder to enhance its permeability. What a vicious design." With swift, deft movements, Hanjo injected several neutralizing agents and stimulants precisely into the bodies of his affected companions, while simultaneously spraying a detoxifying mist with a refreshing herbal scent that intertwined with Quinn's poisonous mist in the air, neutralizing it. "But you're still too green to play with poison in front of me, you fatso." Hanjo looked up, his gaze piercing Quinn. "Humph, how arrogant? Then let's try this." Quinn was enraged, and his mechanical arm shifted again, brewing new venom. Suddenly, the battlefield transformed into a battle between poison and medicine. The red-haired pirates were temporarily contained, but they did not collapse and stabilized their position under Hongo's cover. Battlefield core. Kaido and Shanks faced off, and seeing that their subordinates had already made their moves, their auras clashed. Hehehehe, redhead, looks like you're asking for it. Kaido laughed wildly, swinging his spiked club, eightfold Seijin, with dark red lightning like haki coiling around it as if it were alive, crackling and popping. Conqueror's haki? Treasures are available to everyone, Kaido. Shanks replied in a deep voice, his usual affable expression replaced by a sharp edge. Griffin was drawn in response, in the instant its cold gleam flashed. A similarly deep and powerful dark red aura surged forth, enveloping the blade like blood-red flames. Two powerful auras of Conqueror's haki clashed violently. Boom. A terrifying, soul-shaking impact erupted from the two of them. Above the sky, the clouds were instantly torn apart, revealing eerie voids, the earth trembled violently, and starting from beneath their feet, countless cracks spread wildly like a spider web. At the center of the clash of power, space itself seemed to distort, and dark red lightning exploded and leaped wildly, illuminating the two figures as if they were gods or demons. It was merely a clash of momentum that changed the world. The next second, the power accumulated to its peak. Drink up, bring it on. Their figures blurred simultaneously, transforming into two streaks of black and red light that tore through space, charging towards each other. The 8 precepts and Griffin finally clashed fiercely. Boom. It was as if 1,000 thunderbolts exploded at the same moment. The violent shockwave spread outwards in a ring, forcing members of both sides who were relatively close to retreat. Even the poison duel between Quinn and Hongo was momentarily halted. The crimson, overpowering lightning, like a runaway serpent, raged and exploded at the point where the two clashed, turning everything around into a scene of utter destruction. However, the result of the first strike was unexpected by many. Kaido's massive body swayed only slightly before he stood firmly on his feet. Griffin's blade, shrouded in the red hair's Conqueror's haki, failed to leave a mark on him. It merely sliced a negligible wound into his chest, which was covered in dragon scales and the specialized defenses of the Lunaria race. The wound was visibly wriggling and healing. Hehehehehe. Kaido laughed arrogantly, looking at Shanks. Can you feel it, Shanks? This is the power of absolute defense. Your slashes are now nothing more than a tickle. Before the words were finished, the 8 precepts of the spiked club swung up again, with even more ferocious power, and brutally swept it across Shanks' waist. Speed and power, because there was no need to consider defense, were elevated to an unprecedented peak. This is Kaido's current fighting style. Having acquired the Lunaria race's overpowered physique, combined with his own demon race's formidable body, the regenerative abilities of the Azure Dragon Fruit, and top-tier armament haki and Conqueror's haki, under the multiple layers of combined power, he abandoned the idea of dodging and took the principle of offense being the best defense to the extreme. Boom boom boom. Kaido has completely transformed into a mobile fortress of destruction. Every time the 8 guardians wield their swords, wind and thunder surge, and the atmosphere groans in anguish. No longer caring about Shanks' swordsmanship and observation haki, he launched a fierce attack in the most violent and direct way. This forces Shanks to confront him head-on. Shanks' gaze hardened. Facing the overwhelming force of the storm, he precisely deflected the heavy blows with his griffin, his figure flashing through the air with incredible speed. But his brow furrowed, the violent impact still left his wrist numb. Tricky? Admittedly, in terms of absolute power and skill, Shanks is not afraid of Kaido in the slightest. However, given that the two sides are roughly equal in strength, Kaido's defensive power, a combination of haki protection, Lunaria's physique, ONI clan foundation, and the Azure Dragon's regenerative abilities, is simply too monstrous. Even if his slashes could break through Kaido's defenses, they couldn't inflict truly decisive damage, let alone seriously injure him. Kaido, on the other hand, could completely ignore those minor injuries and focus all his energy on the attack. With this shift in power, he was dragged into a war of attrition by this unreasonable fighting style. In a short time, despite Shanks' powerful attack, he was suppressed by Kaido, whose defense was at its peak. Kaido's maniacal laughter shook the heavens, his attacks growing even fiercer. What's wrong, Shanks? Have you run out of haki? Or has your prized sword become too dull to cut me anymore? Shanks' eyes flashed like lightning as he rapidly analyzed the situation during his clash with Kaido. The Lunaria race's constitution is indeed troublesome, he thought with a chill. The damage he dealt with was far outpaced by the opponent's monstrous regeneration rate. There are essentially 2 ways to solve this. His combat genius intuition allowed him to quickly grasp the key points. Firstly, he could launch a fatal attack the instant his divine fire extinguishes and he transforms. However, Kaido's combat experience is so shrewd that he would never easily reveal such an opening. Secondly, Shanks' eyes suddenly sharpened, and a terrifyingly concentrated aura of dominance began to gather around the griffin in his hand. It was an attack that surpassed its defensive limits, that forcefully cleaved through everything. It shattered it along with its accompanying domineering aura, scaled physique, and so on. Only in this way can we truly defeat this strongest creature that has stacked its defenses to the extreme. Hehehe, red-haired Shanks, are you feeling the despair? Kaido laughed wildly, his attacks becoming increasingly ferocious, the gale force winds from his spiked club carving deep, bottomless ravines into the earth. Despair? Not a chance. Shanks responded in a deep voice, his tone still calm, but his aura was steadily rising. He understood that this would be a test of his own offensive limits. At the same time, his gaze swept across the other battlefields like a gentle breeze. The back-and-forth battle between Yin and Beckman, the fierce struggle between Who's Who and Lucky Roo, he clearly saw that his companions were all facing similar predicaments to his own. Beckman's bullets and physical attacks, Lucky Roo's berserk charges, and the attacks from the other executives all had significantly reduced effectiveness when they landed on the Beast's members who were burning with divine fire. With their divine fire burning unabated, the red-haired pirate's usual sharp attacks seemed utterly powerless for the first time. It seems, everyone is facing the same problem, Shanks thought to himself. His heart sank even further when he saw the battle unfolding on Quinn's side. At this moment, Quinn had become the true embodiment of the plague. In his dragon form, his breath, mixed with his virus, corroded everything around him, and he also continuously released various laser cannons, tranquilizer darts, and area of effect nerve gas. What's most troubling is that a divine fire also burns behind Quinn. This means that his defense is equally unsolvable. Attack, range, poison, defense, all in one. Hongo's detoxification speed was starting to fall behind Quinn's relentless poisoning and attacks, and the other crew members could only struggle to hold on and dodge the onslaught of combined attacks. Quinn moved through the air as if it were his own backyard, displaying utter arrogance in midair. Ha ha ha, who else? I, Lord Quinn, am invincible. On the other side, Jack shielded Ron tightly behind him, and his massive body, combined with the defenses of the Lunaria tribe, prevented Usopp's miraculous sniping from achieving any real results, only serving a restraining role. The battle situation has reached an unprecedented level of tension. The Beast's pirates actually withstood the red-haired pirate's fierce attack and even gained the upper hand in some areas. Shanks silently swung his sword, deflecting Kai's heavy spiked club, his eyes serious. I miscalculated, he thought to himself. It hasn't been that long, and Kaido's Beast's pirates have grown to such an extent thanks to that treasure-hunting calamity. This all-around physical enhancement is simply a weapon born for war. He realized that if they continued fighting like this, their side might be able to remain undefeated thanks to their top-tier combat strength. However, lower and middle-ranking officers and crew members are likely to suffer serious casualties against such a formidable and highly defensive enemy force. Moreover, the key figure on the other side, Ron, is still under tight protection and has not yet made a real move. The opportunity has been lost. Protracted fighting is pointless. At this thought, a resolute glint flashed in Shanks' eyes. He unleashed a powerful slash, temporarily forcing back the relentlessly attacking Kaido, then withdrew, his voice instantly echoing throughout the entire battlefield. Everyone, retreat. Once the order is given, there is no room for doubt. Although the members of the red-haired pirates were unwilling, obedience to orders was their ironclad rule, and they immediately began to cover each other and retreat in an orderly manner. Seeing this, Kaido laughed wildly and didn't pursue further, hoisting the 8th guard onto his shoulder. He. Shanks, are you scared already? Shanks looked calmly at Kaido without answering, but gave Ron, who was being protected by Jack, one last deep look. Watching the red-haired pirates disappear, Queen, still feeling unsatisfied, transformed back into human form and approached Kaido with a hint of resentment. Boss Kaido, are we just going to let them go like that? Should we chase after them and give them a good beating before they get too far? Kaido, carrying the 8 guardians, gazed in the direction Shanks had gone and snorted coldly. He. Fools, that redhead isn't that simple. They suffered from a lack of intelligence this time. It was the first time they'd witnessed our enhanced physiques, and they were caught completely off guard. He paused, his voice lowering. Now that they've seen it with their own eyes, they're confident. If we rashly chase after them, do you think they'll be unprepared? They might have already laid a trap, waiting for us to walk right into it. That red-haired brat is incredibly cunning. Quinn, upon hearing this, thought it made sense, but couldn't help muttering to himself, TCH. What a bunch of hypocrites. They run away when they can't win, yet they put on airs. Just say you want to rob me. Jack, who was standing to the side, also relaxed from his tense defensive stance, let out a long sigh, and, still shaken by Usopp's sniping, echoed. Quinn's right. Those guys are really cunning. And the one who shot him in the back is even more terrifying. He pointed to the several white spots on his chest. I almost dared not make any big movements. Even the slightest opening, like a yawn that leaves a crack, would trigger his bullets like venomous snakes, all aimed at the same spot. If he fired dozens more shots, he might actually manage to drill a hole through it. Jack's words made the atmosphere slightly tense. Everyone realized that the red-haired pirates' retreat was not a defeat, but a temporary avoidance of their sharpest attack. In the next confrontation, the opponent will undoubtedly come with a strategy specifically designed to counter them. Ron slowly withdrew his gaze, his face expressionless, but his heart was in turmoil. My first impression is that it lives up to its reputation. In the original work, on the eve of the Marineford War, Shanks intercepted and repelled Kaido, and he always believed that some of the rumors were exaggerated. Today I witnessed firsthand the clash of Conqueror's haki, Shanks' swordsmanship, Beckman's effortless handling of the situation, and even Usopp's cunning and deadly marksmanship. All of this proves that the title of the red-haired pirates as the strongest Yonko crew is no exaggeration. He certainly has the ability. He murmured silently. But times have changed. Now, with his addition, the beast's pirate's strength has undergone a qualitative leap. The fact that all members possessed the dual physiques of the lunar and fishman races, along with the mythical Zoan devil fruits equipped with top-tier combat power, transformed the beast pirates into true war behemoths. Next time we meet, they'll definitely find a way to target. Ron calmly analyzed the situation, concluding that the red-haired pirates' combat skills and adaptability would not allow them to stumble twice in the same place. But will they stand still? His treasure-hunting abilities are still in their early stages of exploration, with their potential far from exhausted. While his rivals are searching for ways to counter them, he is constantly uncovering even greater possibilities. His gaze finally settled on the fruit he had just dug out, the Zoan-type turtle fruit, mythical Zoan type, Genbu form, one of the 4 divine beasts. Symbolizing the north and winter, it is in charge of protection and longevity, and its defensive power is said to be an absolute bulwark. His gaze slowly rose and landed on Jack, who stood beside him like an iron tower. In the previous battle, Jack deflected all of Usopp's sniper shots, protecting him the entire time. Then a thought cleared in Ron's mind, and he turned to Kaido, calmly asking, "Mr. Kaido, do you already have someone in mind for this Genbu fruit?" Kaido, who was focused on defeating the powerful enemy, turned his gaze slightly, a hint of surprise flashing across his face upon hearing this. He, Ron, you can decide this little thing? It doesn't matter who eats it, as long as we become stronger and expand our beasts pirates. Having received Kaido's approval, Ron nodded, then without further hesitation, he turned around and handed the fruit, which carried ancient power, directly to Jack. "Jack, you can eat this Sonmu fruit." Jack's massive frame visibly froze for a moment. He looked at Ron, then at the fruit, and pointed incredulously at himself. I'll eat it. That's right. Ron's lips curled into a smile as he explained in detail, the Sonmu form possesses legendary, unparalleled defensive power. And you inherently possess the invincible physique of the Lunaria race, as well as the robust build and underwater advantages of the fishman. The important thing is, you don't have a mythical Zoan devil fruit right now. Imagine the perfect synergy between the Sonmu's supreme protective power and the Lunaria race's racial talents. At that moment, I believe no one on this vast sea will be able to easily break through your defenses. You will truly become the most impregnable whaling wall for our beasts pirates. Ron's words struck Jack's heart like a hammer blow, drawing the attention of Quinn and Yin who were standing nearby. "This is good stuff, Jack. A truly excellent mythical beast." Jack stared at the fruit before him, which radiated an alluring power, and after hearing Ron's description, his eyes burned with desire. Charge recklessly, thick-skinned and tough, dares to fight anyone? This is exactly Jack's fighting style. Relying on the regenerative abilities of the ancient Zoan mammoth fruit, his fighting style has always been purely about trading blows for blows, relentlessly attacking and charging forward. The ultimate defense represented by this Sonmu fruit is practically tailor-made for him. Perfect match? Brother Ron? This fruit is a perfect match for me. Jack roared excitedly. He gripped the fruit tightly in his hand, but the next moment, his burning expression suddenly cooled, revealing his hesitation. "But, Brother Ron, we seem to be out of money? Removing the devil fruit from my body must cost a lot of money, right?" He clearly remembered the ironclad rule of equivalent exchange. Ron remained calm upon hearing this, as if he had expected it. "A reserve of 1 billion berries is likely achievable." Quinn immediately wailed, "Brother Ron, you make it sound so easy. Our total assets are only around 1.1 billion berries. With this billion spent, the thousands of hungry mouths in our beast pirates crew will really have to tighten their belts. In the next few months, I'm afraid I'll even have to run up the bill for drinks at banquets. I'm going to starve." This was the last bit of what they had managed to squeeze out from their meager remaining resources after robbing the Navy's supply ship on Future Island. Oh lol. Kaido, however, was completely unconcerned, laughing and waving his hand. "A mere belly? What's that? As long as it makes Jack stronger, we can just spend it all and then rob more? Ron, go for it." With Kaido's approval, there were no further objections. Jack also looked at Ron eagerly, waiting for his return to immediately begin the treasure hunting ceremony. However, just as everyone was preparing to head back, boom, the ground beneath our feet began to tremble violently without warning. It was as if some colossal creature was awakening deep underground. The violent shaking caused many people to stagger, the surrounding branches and leaves rustled, and the hostile horns of the giants could be heard in the distance. The crowd looked in the direction of the sound and saw huge figures, each as large as a small mountain, emerging from behind the distant mountains. Wielding massive axes and warhammers comparable to ship masts, and clad in armor, they were the giant warriors of Elbaf. One of them was the giant they had let go before. Seeing this, Kaido licked his lips and laughed wildly. He, it's like a pillow being delivered to your doorstep just as you're about to doze off. Ron, see that? The money's just fallen right into your lap. He pointed to the menacing group of giants. The giant race may lack certain things, but with so many generations of heritage, they've always had plenty of hard currency like gold and jewels. Robbing them will solve our funding problem instantly. He'd even started calculating whether to rob them all, or rob them completely. However, just as the giant warriors charged to within a kilometer of Kaido and his men, their fury clearly visible, a sudden change occurred. The giant at the very front suddenly stopped, his movements abruptly halted. Then, as if hearing something, His face showed an expression of extreme horror and disbelief. He suddenly raised his hand, stopping the charge of his tribesmen behind him. Immediately afterwards, under the astonished gazes of Kaido, Ron, and the others, this group of giants, who had initially been menacing and determined to exact revenge, unexpectedly changed direction without hesitation. Like a tide, it retreated hastily along the mountain path it had come from, moving even faster than it had come. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared behind the mountains, leaving only a cloud of dust in its wake. This sudden and anticlimactic turn of events left the entire beast's pirates stunned. Kaido, who had just been dreaming of getting rich, instantly froze with a smile. He then slammed his fist into a nearby boulder, smashing it to dust, and cursed. "Redhead, you little brat, it must have been you who did this." Queen, standing nearby, was also furious. It was definitely that treacherous redhead who snitched. "Our cooked duck just flew away. Our gold? Our Peleis." Although the red-haired man had left, he still managed to outmaneuver them. Watching the giants flee in panic, Jack, unwilling to give up, said, "Boss Kaido, should we give chase? Those giants can't get far. Chase after them? Forget it." Kaido snorted coldly. Although his expression was displeased, his mind was exceptionally clear. With that damned brat Shanks stirring things up in the shadows, plus the giants of Elbaf, even if we win, we won't gain any real advantage. He shouldered the 8 precepts and turned around. "Everyone, retreat to your post on the shore." The group returned in a grand procession to their temporary outpost on the coast of Elbaf. As soon as they stepped into the camp, the Flying Six and other Corcotters, who had been waiting for a long time and were itching to get in, immediately surrounded them. They had been ordered to stay behind, and could only hear the deafening sounds of battle and the terrifying pressure of clashing conquerors haki in the distance, but they knew nothing of the specific details. "Jack, what happened? Who is the enemy?" Black Maria spoke first, her voice tinged with urgency. Jack plopped down on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and grinned widely. "It's the red-haired pirates? We fought Shanks and his gang." Red hair. The word struck like a thunderclap among the Flying Six and the others, eliciting gasps and incredulous exclamations. How could they not know the formidable reputation of the red-haired pirates, one of the 4 emperors? And then, Sasaki hurriedly pressed. Jack pointed to himself, then to Kaido, King, and Queen, and roared with boundless pride. "Is there even a question? Of course, we drove them away. Did you think we were the ones who ran away?" They repelled the redhead. Fei Liubeo and the others were stunned at first, but their faces were instantly overwhelmed with joy and pride. Defeating the red-haired pirates, who are also among the 4 emperors, is such a glorious achievement. This undoubtedly proves that the beast's pirates have reached a whole new level of strength. However, Jack's next words sent the crowd into a frenzy. That's not all. Jack carefully took out the heavily guarded devil fruit, held it high, and roared with all his might. "Brother Ron, we just dug this out from under the Atom Tree, a Zoan-type mythical Zoan-type tortoise turtle fruit, Genbu mode. Another mythical beast. Sunryu, the legendary sacred beast. Lord Natural Disaster, this treasure hunting ability is too incredible." The entire camp fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the enticing fruit, as if they had forgotten to breathe. The next second, deafening cheers erupted like a volcano. "Awoo! Long live the beast's pirates! Long live Boss Kaido! Long live the treasure-digging scourge! We're invincible! We're truly going to be invincible!" The eyes of the Flying Six became incredibly fervent, filled with desire and ambition. A brand new mythical beast with unparalleled defensive capabilities is right before our eyes. After the revelry, without Kaido's orders, the experienced members of the beast's pirates spontaneously sprang into action. Several fighters, along with their men, formed a tight perimeter around the camp, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings to ensure that no one could disrupt the upcoming ceremony. The center of the camp was quickly cleared, and a heavy treasure chest was carried over. The lid was opened, revealing neatly stacked berries, gleaming with an alluring luster. This is almost all of their current assets, 1.1 billion berry. Looking at this wealth about to disappear, Quinn's lips twitched, his face contorted with pain. "Take it? This investment is necessary for the sake of power. So what if we have to tighten our belts? We can manage with 100 million berries." The words carried a touch of tragedy, and expressed the sentiments of everyone present. Ron walked to the center of the field under everyone's watchful eyes. Jack had taken off his shirt, revealing his chest. He took a deep breath and stood in front of Ron, his eyes filled with trust. "It has begun," Ron announced calmly. He first placed his hand on the mountain of belly, activating his power. The next moment, to everyone's astonishment, the 1.1 billion berries were ignited as if by an invisible flame, a sacrifice. Immediately afterwards, Ron's hands glowed, and he slowly probed into Jack's chest with his fingers like knives. "Once found, start digging?" Ugh. Jack let out a suppressed groan, his muscles tensing instantly. He could clearly feel that something closely connected to the very essence of his life was being slowly stripped away by an irresistible force. Treasure hunt target, Zoan-type elephant fruit, ancient Zoan-type, mammoth form? Under Ron's precise control, the roots of the mammoth fruit's power were completely uprooted. At the same time, With a thought, Ron also extracted the merman's physical energy cluster along with it. The moment the double stripping was completed, Jack, who had just been as imposing as a mountain, suddenly turned pale. His body swayed as if his spine had been removed, and an unprecedented feeling of weakness swept over him. He had to kneel on one knee and gasp for breath. Having lost its devil fruit power and stamina, it exploded. It looks like a gust of wind could blow it over. Two swirling orbs of light floated in Ron's hands. One was a ferocious phantom of a mammoth, and the other exuded the azure aura of the ocean. Without pausing, he picked up a fresh apple that had been prepared beside him and slowly pressed the mammoth's radiance into it. A strange light flowed, and the apple's shape rapidly changed, with spiral patterns appearing on its skin, ultimately transforming into an ancient animal-type mammoth fruit. Subsequently, Ron turned his gaze to Quinn, who was watching intently from the side, and directly slapped the ball of azure light representing the merfolk's physique into Quinn's body. Buzz dash! Quinn's massive body trembled slightly, and a cool, vibrant energy instantly flowed through his limbs and bones, seeping into the depths of his blood. He subconsciously touched his skin, feeling that strange connection with the sea, and a tear of emotion welled up in his eyes. Thank you. He excitedly twisted around. I finally have the merman physique. Now I don't have to worry about falling into the sea and turning into scrap metal anymore. I'm now the invincible Lord Quinn, traversing land, sea, and air. Wahahaha. This unexpected joy filled Quinn with elation, and the heartache he felt from the previous financial loss was somewhat alleviated. Seeing Quinn's ecstatic expression, Jack, who was weakly kneeling on one knee, showed no disappointment in his eyes, but rather a burning desire that intensified. He knew that his moment was about to begin. Ron didn't keep him waiting any longer and handed the turtle fruit, mythical Zoan type, in its Genbu form, to Jack. Jack, eat it. Jack took a deep breath, forcing himself to overcome the emptiness and weakness in his body, and accepted the fruit with trembling hands. Without the slightest hesitation, it opened its mouth wide and bit down hard. Ugh! The indescribable, intense flavor hit him instantly, almost making him vomit. But he forced himself to swallow it and gulped down the mouthful of fruit. Almost the instant the fruit entered my stomach. Buzz! A profound and boundless power, completely different from the mammoth fruit he had encountered before, erupted from the deepest part of his body. His body, which had been weakened by the loss of his abilities, was like parched land receiving rain. Every cell was frantically absorbing this new power. The weakness receded like a tide, replaced by a heavy, solid feeling as if he were connected to the ground beneath his feet. Roar dash! Jack couldn't help but let out a roar. A rich, dark green light emanated and swirled across his body. His skin color deepened, and incredibly mysterious, ancient, mottled tortoise-shell patterns quickly emerged. His muscles weren't excessively bulging, yet they gave off a visually striking, heavy presence, making the ground around him seem to sink slightly. Jack straightened up abruptly, feeling the vast new power within him. He looked down at his calloused arms, clenched his fists tightly, and felt a confidence that he could withstand any impact. A surge of joy welled up inside me. This is the power of a mythical Zoan. I, Jack, am also a mythical Zoan user. The Beast's pirates have gained another mythical Zoan-type fighter, and Jack has officially evolved from a reckless tank into an invincible defensive bulwark. Seeing Jack successfully complete his transformation, Queen, Kaido, King, and other core members all gleamed with surprise and delight. Kaido, in particular, looked on with curiosity and excitement. He. Good. Very good. Jack, hurry. Transform and let me see. What exactly does this legendary Sunmu form look like? I'm extremely curious. Jack, equally excited at gaining new power, suppressed his impulse and warned, Boss Kaido, everyone, please step back. I feel, this form might be a bit too big. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately retreated a considerable distance, leaving the open space in the center of the camp entirely to Jack. Jack took a deep breath, his eyes widened, and he growled, Black tortoise form. The next moment, a powerful aura of dark green energy erupted from him. Its body began to expand rapidly, as if inflated. The color of its skin quickly turned into a deep, dark green, and the mysterious patterns on its tortoise shell became incredibly clear and heavy, as if bearing the weight of countless years. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, his back bulged violently, and a gigantic tortoise shell, covered with strange bagua patterns and spikes, condensed and took shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. The edges of the tortoise shell are as thick as a mountain ridge, exuding an aura of indestructibility. At the same time, his limbs grew increasingly thick and strong, transforming into giant pillar-like limbs covered with thick scales, with sharp and ferocious claws at the front, as if they could tear the earth apart with a single press. His head was also changing, horny bumps appeared on his forehead, his eyes became hazy, and his neck stretched slightly, exuding the composure and oppressive aura of an ancient creature. In just a few breaths, the spot where Jack had been standing was now occupied by a colossal creature. That was a behemoth, as big as a small mountain. It lay there quietly, its entire body dark green, bearing a mysterious tortoise shell on its back, its limbs like towering pillars, emanating a profound aura from the ancient wilderness. It is the legendary mythical beast, Sunmu. Hiss. Despite being mentally prepared, when this mythical creature actually appeared before their eyes, all the members of the beast's pirates, including Kaido and King, couldn't help but gasp in shock, their faces filled with astonishment. Its enormous size alone is enough to instill a sense of oppression. Quinn's mouth dropped open, his eyes practically blazing with fury, and he muttered, this size is just too outrageous. No wonder it's a mythical beast. After his initial surprise, Kaido's eyes blazed with an even more intense light, and he burst into maniacal laughter. He. Excellent! What a magnificent Sunmu. Just looking at its defenses is reassuring. I'll see who can break through this shell in the future. Jack's first transformation was so stunning that it heralded the birth of another powerful force in the beast's pirates. Jack, now transformed into Sunmu, felt the seemingly endless power within him and the impenetrable defense around him, and was eager to try it out. Ha. Quinn, come on. Shoot me in the shell. Let me test how tough this new shell really is. He adjusted the angle of his massive body, positioning the enormous tortoise shell covered in mysterious patterns directly facing Quinn. Jack, you're so arrogant. I love it. Quinn was also excited upon seeing this. His body instantly expanded and transformed in the light, turning into a majestic and ferocious yellow dragon. He spiraled into the air, his dragon mouth wide open, and a terrifyingly hot energy gathered deep within his throat, distorting the surrounding air due to the intense heat. Heat breath. With Quinn's roar, an incredibly thick pillar of scorching fire, imbued with destructive power, erupted like divine punishment, tearing through the air and striking precisely the center of Jack's massive Sunmu tortoise shell with the force to incinerate everything. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out, and the raging flames and shockwaves instantly engulfed Jack's massive body. The scorching heat spread wildly in all directions, forcing the crew members watching the battle to retreat repeatedly, some even needing to use their haki to maintain their balance. All eyes were fixed on the epicenter of the explosion. The smoke and flames slowly dissipated. The first thing to be revealed was the still immovable, massive, dark green tortoise shell. When all the smoke and dust cleared, everyone could clearly see that Quinn's powerful heat breath, capable of melting through warships and destroying towns, had not left even a trace of char on Jack's tortoise shell. It was as if that devastating attack was nothing more than a gentle breeze. What? Quinn's enormous dragon eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, my heat breath, it didn't even leave a trace. The surrounding crew erupted in a tsunami-like scream, completely intact. He withstood Lord Quinn's scorching breath and emerged completely unscathed. This defense, it's terrifying. Jack, transformed into Sunmu, felt the almost negligible impact on the tortoise shell and roared with joy. Wow, see that? This is my new power. Kaido watched this scene with extreme satisfaction. Very good, Jack, from now on, you are the strongest shield of our beast's pirates. At the same time, deep within the village of Elbaf, in the most magnificent longhouse, Aurora, the chieftain of the giant race, a warrior with white hair and beard, whose body was even more robust and powerful than that of ordinary giants, was now filled with undisguised shock. As he listened to Shank's calm narration, his expression grew increasingly shocked. You mean, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors of the beasts, personally led his main force to Elbaf? Aurora's voice boomed like thunder, filled with disbelief. That golden light that shot into the sky from Adam's tree just now, was that the birth of some powerful devil fruit? And, even your red-haired pirates couldn't get the better of those guys. Shanks nodded calmly, confirming the information. He did not feel embarrassed by the retreat, and his tone remained calm. While gnawing on a leg of meat to quickly replenish his strength, Loki mumbled indistinctly. Old man, you can't say that. We did win, didn't we? Our leader is considering the bigger picture and doesn't want to fight that madman Kaido to the death here, lest we destroy your homeland. If our captain really goes all out, how could Kaido possibly be a match for him? His tone was filled with absolute confidence in Shanks. Upon hearing this, Aruru looked at Shanks. Seeing that the other did not deny it but simply looked back calmly, Aruru understood and slowly nodded. He believed in Shanks' strength and understood the protective intent in the other's words. Shanks picked up the conversation, his expression turning serious. Chief Alolo, whether we're defeated or not isn't the key. What's important is that the beast pirate's strength has indeed experienced an astonishing surge. He paused, then emphasized, they somehow managed to imbue their core members with the physique of the Lunaria race. That legendary defensive power is extremely troublesome. Especially against Kaido, the strongest creature already renowned for his physical prowess, it makes him incredibly difficult to deal with. Aruru gasped. He was naturally familiar with the legends of the Lunaria race, which boasted a defensive talent that was almost unparalleled among all races. He said in a deep voice, I see. Thank you for reminding me, Shanks. I have already given orders that all members of the tribe must not approach the coast and must not provoke those monsters. Wise. Shanks agreed and then promised, we will remain in Elbaf for the time being. We will not leave until we confirm that Kaido and the others have departed. This is undoubtedly reassuring. With the red-haired pirates stationed here, even if Kaido wanted to do something to the giants, he would have to think twice. A look of gratitude crossed Aruru's face. He placed his enormous hand on his chest and performed a solemn giant's salute. Thank you very much, Shanks. Elbaf will remember this kindness. Outside the longhouse, Elbaf was still shrouded in tension, but with the red-haired pirates stationed there, the giants at least felt more confident. A potential disaster was temporarily averted due to Shanks' intervention, but everyone knows that the beast's pirates, now with new powers, will inevitably bring an even greater storm to the seas. A somber atmosphere permeated the longhouse. Just as Yara finished expressing her gratitude and everyone fell into a brief silence, a voice broke the silence. It was Jabba, who had been silently smoking his pipe in the corner the whole time. He looked intently at Shanks, exhaled a smoke ring, and slowly began to speak. Shanks, judging from your expression, it's not just a matter of being troublesome, is it? Kaido, his strength increase this time is probably far beyond expectations. He didn't press for details, but instead extended an invitation, stood up, dusted himself off, and grinned, revealing a set of teeth slightly yellowed from smoking. Come on, don't just stand there. Judging by your expression, you've got a lot to say. I have a few barrels of strong liquor that's been stored since the old captain's time. Let's drink and chat. Some things are better left unsaid in front of the giant chieftain. Some concerns and judgments need to be analyzed privately with the most trusted partners. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible hint of weariness flashed in Shanks' eyes. He really needs to carefully review what he has seen and heard today and formulate a plan for the future. He looked at Jabba, nodded, and said with relief, "Well, Jabba, I've been wanting your wine for ages." He then turned to the giant chieftain, Arura, and nodded slightly. "Chieftain Arura, we'll take our leave for now. The defense arrangements will proceed as we just discussed." Arura waved his enormous hand understandingly. "Go, Shanks. Elbaf thanks you for everything you've done." The red-haired pirates followed Jabba as they left the giant's longhouse and headed in the direction of his residence. A few days later, after hunting enough of the giant beasts unique to Elbaf as supplies, the beasts' pirates' fleet began to weigh anchor, preparing to set sail and leave. Just as the fleet was about to leave the coastline, Ron, standing at the bow of the powerful ship, seemed to sense something. His brow furrowed slightly, and his gaze turned toward the inland areas of Elbaf. His unusual behavior immediately caught the attention of Kaido, King, and the others beside him. "What's wrong, Ron?" Kaido followed his gaze. On a towering cliff in the distance, a group of figures had gathered at some unknown time. Leading the group were the giant clan chief, Arura, and other giant warriors. Standing beside them were Shanks, the red-haired, and his core crew members, including Beckman, Yasop, and Lucky Roo. Among them is Jabba the Huge wearing small sunglasses. At this moment, everyone just stood there quietly, silently watching the beasts' pirates depart. Kaido snorted coldly, hoisted the 8 guards onto his shoulder, and roared at Shanks and the others. "He, red-haired brat, and those giants, they're like persistent ghosts? What, trying to see you off? However, I don't have time to play with you guys right now. I've had enough of this boring place." He abruptly waved his hand and ordered, "Set sail, move out." Huge sails rose one after another, billowing in the sea breeze. The fleet slowly turned its bows, cutting through the azure sea, and sailed into the distance. King stood beside Kaido, coldly glancing back at the figure on the cliff. Queen and Jack also made a provocative hand gesture before turning away. Ron withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention, and focused his attention back on the recording pointer on his wrist. The magnetic needle vibrated slightly inside the glass dome, steadily pointing towards the next island. The pirate ship cut through the azure waves and sailed steadily on the boundless sea. Ron calmly confirmed, "Mr. Kaido, if the log pose is correct, after Elbaf, that should be the last island, right?" He. "That's right, Ron kid." Kaido nodded in agreement. "The last island, Mercury Island? It's said to be the end and the beginning of the magnetic field, incredibly chaotic. Beyond there lies the red line that surrounds the world. Reaching that point means that our beasts' pirates will soon have circumnavigated the world." Queen, who was standing nearby, chimed in, "Boss Kaido, now that we've almost circled the world, what about that one piece? The legendary ultimate treasure. With the beasts' pirates' current strength, we're definitely the strongest on this sea. Should we go and steal it?" This question instantly drew the attention of everyone on deck, including Yin. One Piece, the symbol of the Pirate King, is enough to drive any pirate crazy. However, upon hearing One Piece, Kaido laughed loudly. He. One Piece? Of course I want it. I'm very interested in what Roger left behind. But compared to that mysterious treasure, I'd much rather overturn this twisted world completely. Everyone else echoed this sentiment. Turning the world upside down. Kill the celestial dragons. Seize the great treasure. The atmosphere on the deck was incredibly lively. At this time, King, who had been silently staring at the nautical chart, frowned slightly, tapping the chart as he looked at Kaido. "Lord Kaido, according to our current route, we are indeed heading straight for Waterstar Island. However, if we take a slightly different route, we can reach Beehive Island." He added, "That area is now Wang Ji's territory, teeming with pirates. Perhaps, we can find something there." Honeycomb Island. This word immediately caught everyone's attention. Quinn turned his head, his eyes gleaming, as if assessing the value. Jack also turned his gaze towards him. "Want to fight? Great. Perfect, a good opportunity to test out my new ability." Ron also seemed to be deep in thought. However, Kaido merely glanced at the nautical chart, scoffed dismissively, and immediately rejected the suggestion. "Honeycomb Island? Humph, what's the point of going to such a poor, run-down place? Do you think that place is some kind of treasure trove?" Kaido surveyed the crowd. That wretched island was originally just a dumping ground deliberately created by the world government to exile those heinous criminals they couldn't handle. Essentially, it's a giant prison and exile site. He scoffed. It only gained some fame after being taken over by Locks, but its core remained the same chaotic and filthy place. Even if Wang Ji takes it now, so what? Those gathered there are either desperados or losers. They're dirt poor. What valuable stuff could they possibly have? Robbing them? It's a complete waste of time. Kaido's analysis was simple and blunt, yet it hit the nail on the head. For the beasts pirates now, a chaotic island dominated by impoverished pirates is indeed unappealing. But, Boss Kaido. He looked at Ron, his eyes shining. Ron's ability is to dig for treasure, not just devil fruits. Who knows, maybe a place like Beehive Island holds some unexpected treasure. Like, perhaps some gold or something. Jack, however, suggested another possibility. Ha ha ha, Jack, did your brain get damaged by a Sunmu shell? Quinn immediately retorted. His thoughts aligned with Kaido's, that godforsaken place has been a garbage dump and a den of criminals for centuries? Those who survive are nothing but penniless hyenas who only know how to tear each other apart? They can't even feed themselves, so what decent treasure could they possibly have buried there? They also scoffed at it. The probability of finding treasure in that kind of place is lower than my virus suddenly becoming delicious. I simply don't believe it. The debate raged on, with everyone expressing their own opinions, drawing everyone's attention back to Ron. As the embodiment of the treasure hunting ability, his opinion has decisive reference value. Kaido, arms crossed, asked with a hint of curiosity, he. Ron, what do you say? You think you could dig up anything decent from that kind of island? In an instant, the deck fell silent, save for the sounds of the waves and the sails. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ron hesitated for a moment, then said, Jack's words are not without merit. He spoke calmly, his voice clear and distinct. My ability is to unearth treasures, and the definition of treasure isn't limited to devil fruits, berries and gold are the most common kinds of treasure. Then his gaze swept over everyone. Honeycomb Island has existed through the era of Locks and the era of Wangji. As the core of the lawless land, it has gathered countless outlaws and must also bury countless secrets. Forgotten conspiracies, lost skills, even the relics of powerful figures, these could all be considered treasures. So you want to go take a look? Kaido had guessed Ron's idea. Ron nodded. Since it's just a slightly detour and the cost isn't high, there's no harm in trying our luck. After all, no one can predict what we'll dig up next. Risks are manageable, and potential gains are unknown but possible. That's Ron's assessment. He. Kaido burst into laughter after hearing this. He clearly admired Ron's unconventional thinking. He slammed his hand on the gunwale, causing the entire ship to rock. Well said. We'll listen to Ron then? I'm also curious if there's really some surprise buried in that garbage dump. Change course, target Honeycomb Island. With Kaido's final approval and Ron's affirmation, Queen, who had initially opposed the idea, stopped arguing and muttered, hopefully this trip wasn't in vain, before directing the pirate ship to adjust its course. The massive beast's pirates drew an arc on the sea, temporarily deviating from their course to Water Star Island, and slowly sailed towards Beehive Island. New World. The headquarters of the World Economic News Agency is hidden in a secluded valley. The speedboat is moored here, so it can escape immediately in case of danger. At this moment, the interior is brightly lit, and the roar of the printing press never stops, day and night. Morgans, the president of the publishing house and a giant in the news industry, stood before his desk piled high with photographs, his feathers trembling with excitement. Hey, this. Clutching a newly received encrypted intelligence report tightly in his hand, Bird's eyes widened in utter shock. This is simply amazing, absolutely insane. His voice trembled with excitement. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors of the beasts, has clashed head-on with Shanks in Elbaf, the land of giants. Morgans meticulously reviewed every detail of the intelligence, the clash of conquerors Haki, the battle of Mythical Zoan abilities, and the eventual retreat of the red-haired pirates. Such a large-scale battle between the 4 emperors, and it happened so secretly? If it weren't for my spies being spread to every corner of the world, so all-pervasive, this top-level clash that could shake the ocean would probably have been completely concealed and remained unknown. He became increasingly agitated as he spoke, pacing back and forth in his office. Breaking news? This is truly groundbreaking news that could ignite an era. Someone come here. Quickly, get this done urgently. Clear out all the front pages. No, clear out every single page of this issue. I will make the 2 emperors clash in Elbaf, Shanks retreat, and all the beasts rise. This title will be spread to every corner of the world before tomorrow's sun rises. Quick. Let the whole world see, this ocean is about to boil again. Wahahaha. Amidst his maniacal laughter, the entire World Economic News Agency sprang into action, and a news storm sweeping the world was about to be unleashed by this news eagle himself. Soon, countless news pigeons, carrying newspapers with still wet ink, soared into the sky from hidden valleys, flapping their wings and flying swiftly towards every corner of the world. This bombshell news traveled at an astonishing speed across the calm belt, over the red earth, and into the hands of all the powerful figures, immediately triggering a global upheaval. Dressrosa. In the palace on the King's Highlands, sunlight streamed through stained glass, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the carpet. Doflamingo lounged lazily in the sofa, holding the World Economic News newspaper, still smelling of ink. The 4 emperors clash. A fierce battle rages in Elbaf, Shanks retreats, and the beasts bare their fangs. The sensational headline caught his eye, and Doflamingo couldn't suppress a smile. Yeah, laughter echoed through the empty hall, filled with the frenzy of discovering interesting toys. From the text in the newspaper and the blurry, distant photographs, Doflamingo could imagine the scene of that battle. Kaido, that monster was already ridiculously strong, and now he's gained a new power, the treasure-digging calamity? What an incredible ability. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the newspaper description of Ron's abilities. Mythical beast white tiger. Lunaria's physique with all members enhanced. It seems Lord Kaido's appetite and luck are far greater than I imagined. He tossed the newspaper onto the coffee table, leaned forward slightly, interlaced his fingers and rested them on his chin. His maniacal smile gradually faded, replaced by a look of ambition in his eyes. This beast, Bai Shao, is getting stronger and more interesting. As their loyal collaborator, seeing our partners grow so strong, wouldn't it be incredibly impolite not to grow strong alongside them? An idea quickly took shape in his mind. Perhaps it's time to visit the beast's pirates. Marine headquarters, Marineford. The atmosphere in Marshal Sengoku's office was heavy. The newspaper was slammed onto the table. Bang! The solid wood table, unable to withstand the weight, developed several fine cracks. Shank's pirate crew actually retreated in a direct confrontation. Sengoku was somewhat shocked and furious, veins throbbing on his forehead and his face turning ashen. How much time has passed? The beast's pirate's strength has expanded too fast? Absurdly fast. This completely disrupted his plan to stabilize the seas by relying on the four emperors for checks and balances. Beside him, Admiral Sakazuki, with his arms crossed, leaned back in his chair, staring at the headline Rise of the Beasts on the newspaper, his eyes seemingly churning with molten lava. The Lunaria race. It seems another batch of damned monsters under Kaido's command have acquired that troublesome constitution. The voice seemed to be squeezed out between clenched teeth. The scum of the sea are getting more and more troublesome. We must use more thorough methods to eradicate them completely. The Buster Call, it seems like a very good way to eliminate them. Wipe out the pirates and the island. Standing by the window, Borsellino, unusually abandoning his usual cynicism, unconsciously traced the rim of his teacup with his fingers, staring at the blurry photograph in the newspaper, and drawled out, "Wow, this is terrifying, a mythical Zoan species, and a legendary racial talent. The beast pirates are like a steel hedgehog covered in thorns now, you'd PK your hand if you touched them." Admiral Aokiji Kuzen leaned back in his chair, his eyes half-closed, remaining silent, but his tightly pursed lips revealed that he was also listening. The atmosphere gradually became heavy. Chief of the General Staff, who had been sitting on the sofa reviewing documents, looked up and broke the silence. "According to the latest information gathered by our intelligence agencies." The crane's voice instantly drew everyone's attention, and then it continued. "The beast's pirates' newly crowned fourth calamity, known as the treasure-digging calamity, Ron, first appeared in Wano country." She paused briefly, making sure everyone could understand each word. His claim to fame came in Wano country, where he unearthed the Zoan-type cat fruit, mythical Zoan-type, white tiger mode, from the ground, thus establishing his status as a natural disaster. She then presented a more crucial analysis. And now, the large-scale enhancement of the Lunaria physique appearing on Kaido, King, Queen, Jack, and even the core members of the Flying Six, according to all indications, it's likely all related to this treasure-digging scourge's abilities. However, specific intelligence is still being gathered. Finally, she reiterated the important information. "Furthermore, we've noticed a significant increase in Wano country's recent exports of seastone, yet the price has risen considerably. The reason is, they seem to have recently discovered a new, high-purity seastone vein." All of this clearly points to the same person. After he finished speaking, the office fell silent once again. One person? All the unsettling changes that have recently occurred within the beasts pirates, the physical enhancements of their top fighters, the emergence of new mythical beasts, and even the increased production of the strategic resource seastone all point to the same man. Vice Admiral Tsuru's analysis was like the final straw, definitively confirming that Ron was the core of the beasts pirates. Allowing such a force capable of continuously producing top-tier combat power to exist would pose an immeasurable threat to the Navy and even the world government. Without further hesitation, Jean Guo stood up abruptly, his voice resolute. "We can't wait any longer. We must immediately make the whole world aware of this man's danger. Pass the order down. Immediately issue the first bounty for Ron, the treasure scourge. The initial bounty is set at 1.5 billion berries. 15 billion. Even the clerk standing nearby couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This number surpasses countless veteran pirates who have roamed the New World for years, directly placing them among the powerful figures capable of shaking the order of the seas. For someone who has just entered the world stage and doesn't even have much direct combat experience, this is an unheard-of price. What's so surprising? We can't judge his threat solely by his combat strength, Jean Guo said in a deep voice, his tone heavy with seriousness. His ability to fundamentally strengthen an imperial-level power is far more destructive than mere brute force. 1.5 billion is to declare to the world that this man is a disaster that must be eliminated first. The command was executed swiftly. Soon after, a brand new reward notice was sent to all parts of the world by news pigeons. The wanted poster featured a portrait of Ron standing at the bow of the beast ship, with the words "Ron standing at the bow of the beast ship" prominently displayed in bold next to it. Regardless of life or death. Ron. Treasure hunt disaster. 15 billion Pele. This unprecedentedly high initial bounty has once again stirred up a massive wave on the seas, which were already boiling over due to the battle between the two emperors. The entire world understands that the Navy, and even the world government behind it, have come to regard the fourth calamity of the Beasts pirates as a major threat that must be dealt with all their might. East Daxia Sea, Coco West Village. Having just survived a fierce battle, Luffy lay exhausted and covered in wounds and blood in the center of the ruined Arlong Park. Despite being physically exhausted, he wore a relieved smile. He defeated Arlong and saved Nami's village. Just then, a newsbird flapped its wings and flew through the air, dropping the latest World Economic News report precisely, which landed right next to Luffy. Zoro and Nami, both injured from the battle, curiously approached. Nami picked up the newspaper casually, her eyes scanning the headlines on the front page. The next moment, the joy on their faces froze instantly, replaced by utter shock. This is. Nami's voice trembled with disbelief. Zoro nearly dropped his 3 swords, his eyes glued to the newspaper, his brow furrowed in a deep frown. Red-haired Shanks, defeated by Kaido of the Beasts in Elbaf? Are you kidding me? Luffy, who had been lying on the ground panting, suddenly sat up when he heard Shanks' name and the word defeat. He snatched the newspaper, his eyes wide, and read it word by word. Impossible. Luffy looked up abruptly, his face full of disbelief. How could Shanks possibly lose? He's Shanks. The man who was so powerful in his heart, who gave him the straw hat and guided him out to sea, actually crumbled in a direct confrontation? This news was just as impactful to Luffy as his recent death battle with Arlong. The wind from the East Daxia Sea seemed to carry a chill. The recent victory appeared so insignificant in the face of this massive wave sweeping across the world. After the initial shock and disbelief, Luffy, Zoro, and Nami huddled together, carefully reading every word on the newspaper. As more details came into view, especially regarding the Beasts Pirates members acquiring the Lunar Fiend physique, they were forced to accept a fact. Shanks' pirate crew did indeed gain no advantage in this conflict with the Beasts and were defeated. This realization made the atmosphere even more somber. Immediately afterwards, Nami keenly noticed even more eye-catching information on another section of the newspaper. Pointing to the brand new wanted poster, his voice rose. Wait, look at this. Ron the Treasure Scourge. The guy in the newspaper who made the Beasts pirates stronger. His bounty. Nami swallowed hard, as if to confirm she hadn't miscounted the zeros. 15 billion berries? 15 billion right after appearing. This number struck like a bolt from the blue, hitting the 3 of them hard once again. 15 billion. Even Zoro gasped, his eyes wide with shock. The terrifying heights that countless pirates could never reach in their entire lives have now become the starting point for a rookie pirate. Luffy, standing to the side, was also stunned. It took him a few seconds to snap out of it. Why, that guy Ron, how come he had 1.5 billion berries from the start? Luffy pointed to himself. We've both set sail, and we don't even have a bounty yet. He pressed down hard on his straw hat, his eyes becoming more serious than ever before. What treasure hunting disaster. I don't care. I will defeat him, defeat all the powerful guys. Because, I'm going to be the Pirate King. The declaration echoed along the coast of Kokoyasi village, adding another mountain to the road to becoming the Pirate King. Just as the World Economic News was stirring up waves across the ocean, the Beasts Pirates' massive fleet has broken through the fog and appeared in the waters surrounding Beehive Island. The menacing dragon-headed warship, along with the banners of 100 beasts fluttering aboard, seemed to silently ignite a commotion along the coastline. The ship, that's the flag of the Beasts Pirates. My god, it's Kaido of the Beasts? Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, is here. What are the 4 emperors doing here? Who knows? Go ask Kaido. The pirates who were watching from the shore were so shocked that they almost fell off the rocks. They scrambled and tumbled towards the island, their voices distorted with shock. The news spread like wildfire across the entire Beehive Island. Kaido of the Beasts is here. This pirate paradise, built on sin, chaos, and the law of the strong ruling the weak, has caused a complete sensation. Whether they were outlaws boasting about their bounties in taverns, pirates conducting dirty deals in alleyways, or so-called great pirates who controlled a region, they all stopped what they were doing. Their reactions varied, ranging from surprise and doubt to fear and a hint of barely suppressed excitement. Kaido? What's he doing in a place like this? What would such an important person do on Beehive Island? It's definitely not just for drinks. Could it be something on the island that attracted him? Are they here to steal our territory? I have a feeling they're here to collect protection money. Uneasy whispers spread in every corner. No one considered the sudden arrival of one of the 4 emperors to be a trivial matter. Meanwhile, another emotion was also growing wildly in the hearts of many pirates. The Beasts Pirates, they're the emperors of the new world. If they're here to recruit, if we could join. An opportunity? This might be my chance to rise to the top. In the eyes of countless ambitious pirates eager to curry favor with the strong, flames of excitement and greed ignited. In this lawless land, power is the only truth. If you could get on the good side of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, it would mean power, resources, and protection that no one would dare to mess with. The entire Beehive Island was thrown into turmoil and frantic speculation because of the unexpected arrival of this royal-class fleet. All eyes were focused on the pirate ship that was slowly approaching the port, the core area of Beehive Island. Inside a castle built of rough, massive stones, Wang Ji, the current owner of Beehive Island, is a veteran pirate who once spent time with Whitebeard, Kaido, and others on Rock's ship. He is holding a huge wooden barrel-shaped wine glass and drinking spicy liquor. Below, his men were feasting noisily, the air thick with the smell of alcohol. Just then, one of his men scrambled in, shouting in a panic, "Lord Wang Ji, no, this is terrible. The sea, beyond the sea, is the beasts. Kaido's pirate ship is here." Pfft. Wang Ji suddenly spat out a mouthful of wine, splashing it all over his subordinate's head and face. He was stunned for a moment, then a look of absurd disbelief appeared on his face, and he roared in a drunken rage. "Bullshit! Kaido is ruling the new world now, what's he doing here in my dump? If you dare spout any more nonsense, I'll throw you to feed the fish." He simply didn't believe it. Why would one of the 4 emperors come to his godforsaken Beehive Island for no reason? However, more and more subordinates rushed in, all bringing the same news, and their faces all showing the same fear. The drunkenness on Wang Ji's face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of surprise and doubt. He realized something, then put down the wine barrel, and his body vanished from the spot in an instant. The next moment, he appeared atop the castle's highest watchtower, the strong sea wind ruffling his bushy beard. His gaze pierced through the distance, locking onto the imposing pirate ship in the outer sea. When Wang Ji saw the hideous skull of the demon race and the giant demon horns pointing straight at the pirate ship in the sky, his pupils suddenly contracted. There's no mistake. That's Kaido's ride? Shock washed over him like ice water, instantly dispelling all the effects of the alcohol. His face turned ashen, and his fists clenched instinctively. "Kaido." He spat out the name through clenched teeth, his voice filled with apprehension. "UBD, instead of being the emperor of your own Wano country, you've come to my territory. What exactly do you want?" A strong sense of unease welled up inside me. The next moment, Wang Ji's figure disappeared again, and without warning appeared in the center of the noisy hall below. "Boss Wang Ji." The subordinates who had gathered there anxiously awaiting the news immediately turned their gazes to him. No one was surprised by his elusive appearance, because they all knew that their leader was a paramecia-type devil fruit user who could teleport within a certain range as easily as breathing or drinking water. "Boss, is that really Kaido outside?" an officer asked in a hoarse voice, his face filled with undisguised fear. Wang Ji's face was so gloomy it could drip water. He glanced around at the bewildered faces of his subordinates, the silhouette of Kaido's pirate ship still seeming to linger before his eyes. Take a deep breath to suppress the shock and unease in your heart. "That's right, it's that BD Kaido who's here." Upon hearing this, everyone gasped, their breath catching in their throats. Then, Wang Ji waved his hand, his voice shaking the rooftops. "What's the panic? Calm down, all of you. Summon all the able-bodied men on the island immediately, grab your weapons, and come with me to the port. I'm going to see for myself what Kaido of the Beasts is up to." Instead of enjoying himself in the new world, he suddenly shows up on my Beehive Island. What exactly is he up to? At the command, the entire castle, and even the entire Wang Ji forces on Beehive Island, instantly sprang into action at high speed. Whistles and shouts rang out everywhere, and countless ferocious-looking pirates wielding sharp blades poured out of taverns, casinos, and lairs, beginning to converge towards the port. Accompanied by the deep sound of horns, the Beast's pirates slowly approached the simple dock on Beehive Island. The planks were lowered. Kaido was the first to step onto the port. His gaze swept across the area. The docks were already swarming with pirates who had rushed there after hearing the news. These normally lawless thugs were now completely silent, cautiously watching the emperor who was ruling the new world. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar chaotic scene, Kaido seemed to remember something and burst into laughter. "He, Beehive Island? I still remember the first time I came here. I was just a teenage brat who only knew how to fight." His laughter was tinged with reminiscence as he sighed. "Who would have thought that after so many years, I'd become one of the 4 emperors of this vast ocean? Life is truly unpredictable." The officials behind him also disembarked one after another. King stood silently to Kaido's side and behind, his wings slightly folded, his cold gaze sweeping around as he assessed the potential dangers and analyzed the quality of this rabble. Quinn frowned in disdain and bluntly commented, "This place really is as barren as the rumors say? Bare rocks everywhere, dilapidated buildings, and the air reeks of poverty. I really don't understand what's so good about this godforsaken place that it can attract so many pirates." Ron, standing beside him, calmly replied, "It's precisely because this place is unregulated, a lawless land, a pirate's paradise, where people can act with impunity and without restraint, that it attracts so many people who crave freedom, or rather, indulgence." That hits the nail on the head. As all members of the Beast's pirates arrived at the port, wow, the densely packed pirates around them involuntarily took a few steps back, leaving a larger clearing. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on Kaido, not daring to even breathe loudly, nervously waiting for the Yonko to speak and announce the purpose of his arrival. The air in the port seemed to freeze. Under countless tense and suspicious gazes, Kaido did not make any shocking declaration or directly seek trouble with Wang Ji as everyone had expected. Instead, he turned slightly, looking directly at Ron beside him, and asked in a low voice, "Ron, how about it? Did you figure anything out? Where's the treasure hidden in this place?" All eyes immediately turned to Ron. Many well-informed pirates had already guessed his identity, the treasure-hunting scourge with a bounty of 1.5 billion. Despite Kaido's questioning and the gaze of everyone present, Ron remained calm. He shook his head slightly, his gaze sweeping across the chaotic land, and explained, "There's no clear feedback on the ability yet. The generation and manifestation of treasures require a trigger and time, it might be random. Currently, I haven't seen any light emanating from anywhere." Upon hearing this, Kaido's eyes flashed with understanding, but he wasn't disappointed. He then grinned widely, looking around as if he had found a way to pass the time. He. Since that's the case, we can't just wait around until the baby appears. Let's rob a bunch of people first? Consider it interest. Ha ha ha. Lord Kaido, I'm an expert at this. Leave it to me. Queen volunteered to take on the task. After receiving Kaido's approval, Queen stepped forward, his voice booming across the entire harbor as he faced the silent pirate crowd. "Hey, you bunch of poor bastards, listen up. Now, immediately, hand over all your belly and everything of value." Just as the crowd stirred, thinking they were about to be subjected to a bloody looting, Quinn changed the subject, speaking with an air of charity. "However, we, the Beast's pirates, are reasonable. As long as you obediently pay the money, from today onwards, this territory beneath your feet will be under the protection of our Beast's pirates." As soon as he finished speaking, Jack stepped forward as well. "That's right. Listen up. This place, Beehive Island, from this moment on, is the territory of our Beast's pirates." These words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving all the pirates in the port dumbfounded and utterly bewildered. Pay money, in exchange for asylum? Become Island King? This must be the legendary, collecting protection money? After saying that, it instantly triggered a violent explosion. After a brief moment of deathly silence and bewilderment, the pirates who belonged to Wang Ji's command and were used to running rampant and lawless on Beehive Island were the first to react. Humiliation? A blatant humiliation? They are the subordinates of Wang Ji, the overlord of Beehive Island? In this lawless land, they've always been the ones collecting protection money from others. When have they ever been so brazenly harassed? Even though the other party was one of the 4 emperors, this act of stepping on their face completely ignited the madness in the bones of these desperados. Bullshit. A burly man with a menacing scar on his face suddenly drew his machete, pointed it at Quinn, and roared, "Where did this fat pig come from, daring to cause trouble on Beehive Island? Protection money, huh? I'll chop you up and feed you to the fish. So what if it's the Beast's pirates? Do they think we're easy to scare? Boss Wang Ji is the real owner here. Who do you think you are? Brothers, grab your weapons? Let's show them who's the boss here." Shouts and the clanging of weapons being drawn instantly filled the air. These pirates, who had spent years living on the edge of death, were temporarily overwhelmed by a gambler's mentality, that even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake, and thus, their fear of the 4 emperors was temporarily suppressed. With bloodshot eyes and brandishing all sorts of weapons, they charged chaotically towards the Beast's pirates. Interesting, these are truly lawless bastards. Faced with this group of ignorant and frantically shouting ants, Quinn's smile vanished instantly. A bunch of suicidal weaklings. Accompanied by a cold whisper, its body suddenly expanded and transformed. Covered in scales and with prominent horns, a majestic and ferocious yellow dragon suddenly appeared, coiling above the harbor and casting a huge shadow. Without giving anyone time to react, destructive energy instantly condensed from the dragon's open mouth, transforming into a thick pillar of fire, like divine punishment, and surged towards the direction from which the shouts had been loudest. Heat. Boom. A deafening explosion engulfed the entire port. The scorching flames and violent shockwaves instantly engulfed the area. The screams were quickly drowned out by the roar. When the smoke and flames cleared, the place that had once been crowded with dozens of vicious pirates was now just a charred crater and scattered, carbonized remains. The group of people who were just now so aggressive have now been completely cleared out, leaving a vacuum. Having accomplished all this, Quinn's enormous dragon body shrank, transforming back into a fat humanoid form. He pulled out a cigar, lit it, put it in his mouth, and pointed with his thumb in the direction of Kaido behind him, towards the terrified pirates around him. "Look closely, you fools. Beehive Island may lack many things, but it certainly doesn't lack pirates like you. Disobeying will only lead to this consequence." Quiet. A deathly silence. The next second, shock and panic erupted among the remaining pirates. He made a move. He really made a move. Are you crazy? This is Boss Wang Ji's territory. That's the legendary pirate king now. They just went straight for the kill. This isn't a declaration of war, this is a FG massacre. Only now did these lawless pirates truly understand the domineering nature represented by the term 4 emperors. Faced with absolute power, local bullies and seniority are nothing but trash. Just as the port was shrouded in deathly silence and panic, a suppressed, overwhelming rage erupted from the depths of the crowd behind the port. Kaido. With this angry roar, the crowd outside the port seemed to be parted by an invisible hand, automatically making way for a wide passage. A figure, with heavy steps, walked slowly from the end of the passage. It was Wang Ji. His face was slightly contorted with extreme rage, his bulging muscles throbbing beneath his skin, and his eyes were fixed on Kaido, who stood at the forefront of the beast's ranks, his eyes practically spitting fire. The surrounding pirates trembled and took several steps back. His gaze swept over the vacuum created by Quinn's heat wave, and as he looked at his men, none of whom were even left with intact corpses, his eye twitched violently, and his clenched fist exploded. Anyone who witnesses their men being slaughtered so easily on their own turf would find it difficult to remain calm. However, he was not one of those mindless idiots who would just charge into battle. Extreme rage didn't completely shatter his reason. His gaze lingered on Kaido's ambiguous dragon face, then quickly swept over King, Jack, and Queen behind Kaido, who had just displayed devastating power, as well as Ron, who remained calm despite his 1.5 billion bounty. The pressure from this lineup is real. He stopped about 30 meters away from Kaido and the others, and did not go any further. This distance maintains a deterrent effect while also allowing for flexibility. Kaido, what do you mean by this? Wang Ji's voice was forced out through clenched teeth, tinged with fear. Just arrived on my turf and you're already resorting to such deadly tactics. Do you really think I, Wang Ji, am made of clay? He did not act immediately. He knew that if a full-scale war broke out, facing the beast pirates, who were now at the height of their power, even if he could escape with his teleportation fruit, his forces, and even the entire Beehive Island, would likely be completely wiped out today. This made him suppress the urge to fight back immediately and choose to question instead. When questioned, Kaido not only showed no intention of explaining, but instead sneered disdainfully. He. Wang Ji, a former traitor and deserter from the Lockheed Martin, dares to yell at me like that. Traitor? Deserter? These two words, like a thunderclap, exploded over the harbor, clearly reaching the ears of every pirate. Everyone was stunned by this sudden revelation, staring in disbelief at Wang Ji, whose face had turned ashen. The Rocks era is legendary to most pirates, and the specific secrets of the Rocks fleet are even more unknown. Kaido's words undoubtedly ripped open a deeply shameful chapter of the past. Kaido brat. Wang Ji, like a beast whose tail had been stepped on, veins bulging on his forehead, shouted, when I was roaming the seas and renowned throughout the world, you were just a brat following behind rocks, carrying a spiked club. What right do you have to judge me? Qualifications. Kaido's smile was sinister. Because I'm now one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, and you're still like a rat, hiding in this garbage dump, ruling as king. He raised the 8 precepts, pointed them bluntly at Wang Ji, and issued an ultimatum. Wang Ji, if you know what's good for you, take your bunch of useless trash and get out of Beehive Island right now. Otherwise, if you're too late, don't blame me for smashing your head in with this stick. Get lost? I'll beat you to death. Such a ruthless threat rendered the entire port so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Wang Ji was trembling with rage, his face turning from ashen to purplish red, humiliation and fury almost consuming him. He stared intently at Kaido, his body trembling with rage. However, the clenched fists ultimately did not come out. His last shred of reason restrained his urge to fight desperately. Taking action could very well mean death, or even a brutal and crushing slaughter. If he doesn't take action, it means he will lose face and all his authority in front of his subordinates. He froze on the spot, caught in an unprecedentedly difficult decision, his face extremely grim. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Everyone held their breath, waiting. At this tense moment, the anger on Wang Ji's face faded, and then he laughed. Ha. He gave Kaido a deep look, then glanced at the entire Beastman army standing guard behind him. Fine, very good. Kaido, I'll remember this debt. His voice was low and chilling. Without saying any more pleasantries, he abruptly waved his hand. Let's go. Having said that, he actually turned around without hesitation and took the lead in walking towards the interior of the port. The pirates under his command looked at each other, unwilling, but under Wang Ji's accumulated power, they could only grit their teeth and slink away behind him, quickly leaving the port. This concession took many people by surprise. However, in the final moment before turning and disappearing into the building's shadow, Wang Ji glanced again in the direction of Kaido and Ron, his eyes revealing no sign of giving up, only calculation. Kaido, and that treasure-hunting scourge, you've come here in such a grand manner. It's not just to seize territory and humiliate me. He thought coldly to himself, I'll see what you're up to. As long as you're on this island, I'll have plenty of opportunities. Here. Watching Wang Ji and his men slink away into the shadows of the port buildings, Jack sidled up to Kaido. Boss Kaido, that guy, really left like that? What if he didn't leave and is hiding in the shadows plotting something? He. Kaido laughed loudly upon hearing this. Jack, if he doesn't choose to back down, then he's not Wang Ji. A sneer flashed in Kaido's eyes as he scoffed. You really think he's some tough, reckless guy? Let me tell you, back in God Valley, when rocks led us to our deaths, I fought on the battlefield from start to finish and didn't see a single trace of this guy. He spat, his tone full of disdain. Who knows where he was hiding back then, watching rocks fall? Once the storm had passed and the war was over, this guy immediately jumped out, seized this easily defensible Beehive Island, and, using the remnants of Rox's forces as a shield, has been lording it over here ever since. Kaido gave the final verdict on the king. He's nothing but a spineless opportunist, a coward who uses others' power for his own gain. He's not worth fearing at all. He shouldered the 8 precepts, ignoring the incident with Wang Ji, and turned his gaze back to Ron, asking expectantly. Ron, now that annoying fly's gone, how's it going? Can you spot some treasure somewhere? All eyes were once again focused on Ron. Ron also looked around before landing in the center of the island. In a view unseen by others, a slender yet solid green light was slowly rising from somewhere in the center of the island. Found it. Ron said calmly, his tone certain. Over there, in the central area of the island. Oh, Upon hearing this, everyone's faces immediately lit up with surprise and delight. I originally came here on a whim, but I never expected that there would actually be a treasure worth discovering on this seemingly barren island. Jack asked eagerly, Brother Ron, what's that glowing treasure this time? Is it another mythical Zoan devil fruit? Ron stared at the green light that only he could see, and shook his head slightly. It shouldn't be. This is the first time I've ever seen this kind of green light. However, it should be a treasure. He. Whatever it is, we'll find out once we dig it up. Kaido waved his hand enthusiastically. Everyone, take your positions. Target, the center of the island. Move out. The members of the Beast's pirates immediately sprang into action, heading towards the direction from which the green light was rising. Just then, Quinn stopped, glanced around at the curious pirates watching, and sneered. What are you idiots standing there for? Didn't you hear Lord Kaido's order? Before I get back, you'd better gather up your protection money and put it here. If I come back and this place is still empty, humph, I'll destroy this wretched island. I'll send you all to feed the fish in the sea. After uttering this harsh remark, Queen quickly caught up with Kaido and his group. As the main force of the Beast's pirates headed towards the island, the remaining pirates in the port looked at each other in bewilderment. Quick, go back and get all the valuables. Pele, and those gems I hid. It's somewhat meaningful, but just don't anger those monsters. The Beast's pirates arrived in a grand procession at the center of Beehive Island. This is a relatively open square, paved with rough stone slabs, which seems to be a place where pirates usually gather to resolve disputes. At this moment, at the very center of the square, an increasingly intense green light was emanating from a location that only Ron could clearly perceive. The light continuously gathers and sublimates. This is it. Ron raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop, his gaze fixed on the center of the open space. The treasure is forming, we need to wait for it to fully stabilize. Interesting. Upon hearing this, Kaido was not surprised but rather delighted. Carrying the 8 blessings, he was also full of anticipation. I want to see what kind of treasure it is. In the shadows of the buildings surrounding the plaza, behind the dilapidated walls, and even on the rooftops in the distance, a large number of curious pirates had gathered. They dared not approach, yet were unwilling to miss these scenes, and were even more eager to see what earth-shattering treasure could make one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, personally wait for it. When Kaido's gaze swept over them, the pirates watching shrank back like startled rabbits, wishing they could bury their entire bodies behind cover. But they still couldn't resist peeking out half their heads or peering through the gaps to secretly observe what was happening in the square. At the same time, behind the abandoned attic window, several pairs of gloomy eyes were also firmly fixed on the Beast's pirates in the square. It was Wang Ji and several of his core cotters who had returned after leaving. Wang Ji looked at Ron, who was surrounded by beasts, then at Kaido, and put away his newspaper. All his doubts were now clear. I see. Wang Ji's voice was low and tinged with anger. No wonder Kaido would suddenly come to my godforsaken Beehive Island and make such a fuss. His gaze was fixed on Ron. That kid next to him, isn't that Ron, the treasure hunting scourge they were talking about in the newspapers? I'm afraid, some treasure, unknown even to myself, has appeared on my territory sometime during this time, attracting these evil spirits here. Having figured this out, Wang Ji felt an even greater surge of anger. Instead of reaping the benefits of the territory he had occupied for years, he attracted a powerful enemy, was publicly humiliated, and forced to retreat. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh, his eyes fixed on the distance with a sinister glint. The treasure is on my territory. That's mine. Then he took out a den mushy, snail phone. Square. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ron saw that the green light had stabilized and reached its peak concentration. We can start digging now. Kaido and the others also looked over. Ron stepped forward and casually dug into the open space with both hands. Treasure hunt, start. As he activated his power, a slight tremor ran through the ground beneath their feet. Immediately afterwards, in the center of the square, the ground was torn open, and soil and rocks rolled to both sides, revealing a deep opening. Boom! A dazzling green beam of light suddenly shot into the sky from the cave entrance, illuminating the entire sky above Beehive Island in a magnificent emerald hue. The powerful fluctuations even created visible ripples that spread outwards. Oh! This sudden celestial phenomenon caused everyone present, from the nearby members of the 100 Beasts clan to the pirates spying from afar, and even Wang Ji lurking in the shadows, to gasp in shock. This definitely contains treasure. With such a commotion, only a blind person couldn't see it. No wonder the beasts didn't sneak in, but instead announced it was their home field. I wonder what kind of treasure it is? Do we even have a chance? The light lasted for several seconds before slowly receding and finally disappearing completely back into the cave. Now, the cave entrance still emitted a soft green light, as if leading to an emerald-like world. Kaido was the first to stride forward, looking down into the cave, and King, Jack, and the others immediately gathered around. What lay beneath the cave entrance was not a bottomless darkness, but a crystal-clear, shimmering green world. Those weren't scattered gems, but a whole vein embedded in the rock strata, winding downwards like a giant emerald dragon. An emerald vein? Each piece of raw stone is incredibly pure, with what appears to be a flowing green aura within, radiating a refreshing and invigorating atmosphere and an astonishing glow of wealth. Ha 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 ha. Quinn's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets after just one glance, and he screamed excitedly. This is top-grade gemstone ore? Extremely high purity? Such a large vein, I've only ever seen descriptions of it in the world government's list of secret treasures. We're rich? We're really going to strike it rich this time. This is enough to buy several countries. Excited roars echoed throughout the entire square without reservation. Although the pirates on the outside couldn't see what was happening inside the cave, the soaring green light and Queen's roar said it all. Gem? An entire vein of minerals. Priceless? A gemstone mine. My god, we actually have something like this on our island. We've struck gold. The beast's pirates have struck gold. We. Shock, ecstasy, and endless envy, jealousy, and hatred spread like a plague among the pirates. Throughout the entire Beehive Island, the sounds of countless hearts pounding wildly and gasps of breath could be heard. Meanwhile, Wang Ji, hidden in the shadows, saw the green light and heard Quinn's words. His eyes instantly turned blood red, and his breathing became heavy. His island actually holds such an astonishing wealth. And now, all of this is going to fall into Kaido's hands? Impossible? He hung up the den mushi and then rushed out. Stop! All of you, stop right now. Then Wang Ji and his men returned, emerging menacingly from the shadows. They went straight to the edge of the plaza and confronted the beast's pirates. The expression on his face was as if his ancestral graves had been desecrated, and he pointed at Kaido and the cave entrance emitting an alluring green glow with deep sorrow. Kaido, you've gone too far. Wang Ji pounded his chest and stamped his feet. Why are you digging up the gems I buried here? This is my life savings, the money I've painstakingly saved for my retirement. Wang Ji's distorted and illogical remarks left not only the beast's pirates but also the surrounding pirates speechless, almost thinking they were hallucinating. Coffin money? Buried in the center of your plaza? You're kidding me? Wang Ji, however, seemed to get more and more into the drama, pointing at Kaido and the others and cursing them with spittle flying. You beasts pirates are supposed to be one of the 4 emperors' crews. Are you desperate for money? You actually went to someone else's territory to steal their life savings? Don't you pirates have any sense of public morality? Don't you have any code of honor? If you don't give me an explanation today, if you don't return these gems to me, I'll fight you to the death. His men behind him immediately started making a fuss, looking like they wanted to get justice, but deep down in their eyes, there was a hint of lack of confidence. This is clearly an attempt to carve out a share of this enormous wealth from something astonishing as the treasures and all the riches it contains, even at the cost of breaking all pretenses and resorting to such unreasonable and disruptive tactics. Kaido scoffed disdainfully at Wang Ji's unreasonable arguments, not even bothering to linger his gaze on Wang Ji for another second. Roll. This word struck Wang Ji hard across the face. Wang Ji's face instantly turned from red to green, then from green to purple, and finally turned into an ugly liver color. The extreme humiliation burned through his internal organs. It's obvious we can't win a fight. You insult them, but they completely ignore you. But to watch helplessly as your incredible fortune is taken away. Impossible? Just as his reason was about to be consumed by rage, Wang Ji's distorted expression suddenly froze, and he let out a cold laugh. You forced me to do this, Kaido. In an instant, the figure blurred and vanished without warning, right before everyone's eyes. Paramecia type instant transmission fruit ability activated? Not good. Ron. Protect brother Ron. Yin, Jack, Quinn, and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they exclaimed in surprise. They never expected that Wang Ji, this terrified stray dog, would actually dare to pull teeth from the tiger's mouth, and with such a clear and ruthless target Ron. However, Wang Ji was too fast. Teleportation is virtually unaffected by distance. The next moment, Wang Ji's figure appeared out of thin air beside Ron. A hand covered in armament haki grabbed Ron's neck fiercely. The intention couldn't be clearer, to control Ron, thereby blackmailing Kaido, and even seize the excavated gem vein. Wang Ji, you're asking for it. Kaido erupted in fury like a volcano, unleashing a terrifying burst of Conqueror's haki mixed with palpable killing intent, causing the surrounding ground to crack inch by inch. His body erupted with terrifying speed, and the 8 precepts wrapped in garland slammed fiercely towards Wang Ji. However, Wang Ji's teleportation was too fast. His hand was already within millimeters of Ron's throat. A close call. Ron's expression changed slightly. He really hadn't expected that this old pirate, who seemed to have already backed down, would have such courage to launch a surprise attack on him directly in front of Kaido. Knowing my importance, they attacked me directly. Smart, but also crazy. The thought flashed through Ron's mind like lightning. He immediately ruled out either confronting the opponent head-on or dodging. While the Lunaria race's physique provides strong defense, if he were truly captured and his vital points seized, even if the other party couldn't do anything to him for the time being, the risk of losing his freedom and becoming a hostage was something he couldn't accept. Life and death hang in the balance. We must not sit idly by and wait to die. Just as Wang Ji's fingertips were about to touch the skin of his neck, a cold glint flashed in Ron's eyes, and his right fist, which had been hanging by his side, clenched instantly. Without any fancy techniques, he simply concentrated all his strength into this one punch, neither dodging nor avoiding, and fiercely struck the inside of Wang Ji's outstretched wrist. Boom! Their fists and wrists collided, producing a dull, loud thud. A shockwave exploded between the two of them. What? Wang Ji's sneer froze instantly, his eyes widening in shock. The scene he had envisioned easily capturing the defenseless Ron did not occur. Instead, he received a powerful impact from Ron's fist. Although it wasn't enough to injure him, it effectively hindered his grappling momentum, causing a brief pause in his movements, enough to be fatal. Clearly, no one expected Ron to get a boost too. This brief delay was enough for Kaido, who was charging at full speed. Die, you son of a BCH. Kaido's demonic figure had already arrived, and the 8 guardians, entwined with dark red and hacky lightning, tore through the air with ferocious killing intent, crashing down with a whoosh. Thunderous 8 trigrams? The shadow of death instantly enveloped Wang Ji completely. Damn it. Wang Ji cursed under his breath and activated his power again without hesitation. Swish. His figure vanished again at the last moment before the spiked club struck, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. The next instant, he reappeared dozens of meters away, putting distance between himself and Kaido. Miscalculation? I didn't expect that kid to have such strength. Wang Ji was both shocked and furious, but greed and anger quickly suppressed his fear. He looked at Kaido, attempting one last extortion. Kaido? The mine has been extracted, you can't possibly take it all for yourself. He roared, his voice laced with bravado but betraying his fear. Give me half now, and I'll leave immediately with my men, and we'll never cross paths again. Otherwise, this Beehive Island is a melting pot of all sorts. If word gets out and attracts the Navy or other Imperial fleets, you might not be able to handle the consequences. He was still thinking of threatening Kaido to compromise. He. Upon hearing this, Kaido didn't get angry but laughed, though his laughter was full of disdain. Wang Ji, you're still the same as before, a treacherous scumbag who only knows how to plot in the shadows and run away at the crucial moment. His gaze locked onto Wang Ji, his killing intent palpable. However, the one who dares to threaten me hasn't been born yet. Before Kaido could finish speaking, his body suddenly turned around without warning, and the 8 jade rings in his hand, wreathed in haki, slammed down violently towards a seemingly empty spot to his side and rear. The moment the 8 precepts landed, the empty space distorted, and Wang Ji's figure appeared there, as if he had deliberately run into Kaido's spiked club. What? Wang Ji's expression changed drastically, he was extremely horrified. In his haste, he only had time to activate teleportation again, and his figure blurred and disappeared again at the critical moment. The 8 precepts missed their target and blasted a huge crater in the ground. Wang Ji reappeared in the distance, his face ashen and cold sweat beading on his forehead. Observation haki, foresight. He gritted his teeth, incredulous. Kaido actually predicted where he would teleport to. He. Kaido slung his spiked club over his shoulder, grinning maliciously at the still-shaken Wang Ji. My observation haki isn't as specialized as those monsters like Shanks, but it's enough to guard against your little tricks. See through the teleportation trajectory and predict the landing point? Wang Ji's greatest reliance has been greatly diminished in the face of Kaido's combat instincts and observation haki. Seeing that Kaido's haki was subtly countering his teleportation, and considering the difference in strength, Wang Ji instantly realized that staying here would not only bring him no benefit, but could even cost him his life. No matter how intense the greed, it can never outweigh the fear of death. The last shred of bravado on his face vanished, leaving only resentment and malice. He glared intently at Kaido and Ron, as if trying to etch their images into his very bones. Kaido, you've won this time. But your laughter won't last long. We'll see. Before he could finish speaking, his figure blurred again and completely disappeared from the spot. He had obviously used the power of the teleportation fruit to escape Beehive Island without looking back. Trying to run away. Kaido's eyes flashed with a fierce light. How could he allow this rat, who had repeatedly provoked him, to escape so easily? With a sudden stomp of his foot, the ground cracked, and he raced after the direction where Wang Ji's last breath had disappeared. Even though Wang Ji can teleport, such a long distance and high frequency of use would inevitably consume a lot of energy, while Kaido's stamina and speed are enough to relentlessly pursue him to the death. As Wang Ji fled and Kaido pursued him, the plaza fell silent for a brief moment. All eyes involuntarily fell on the ashen-faced pirates who were originally under Wang Ji's command. These people dared not move when Wang Ji confronted Kaido, and were completely dumbfounded after Wang Ji fled. Now, feeling the cold gazes cast upon them by the beast's officers, they were terrified out of their wits, falling to their knees in a panic, begging for mercy. Spare me, Lord Ron, my lords. We were forced into this by Wang Ji. We are willing to surrender. We are willing to pledge our allegiance to the beast's pirates. We have money. However, their pleas did not earn them forgiveness. Fort Ford's figure flashed, his tiger claws flashing with cold light in the air, his killing intent imminent. Pft, pft, ugh. The sounds of a sharp blade slid through a throat followed by short, agonizing screams, happening so fast it was almost impossible to follow. Within a few breaths, all of Wang Ji's trusted subordinates who had knelt and begged for mercy were lying in pools of blood. First Ford flicked the blood from his claws, his tone indifferent. These stubborn elements are just a nuisance. Ha, well done. Quinn laughed loudly upon seeing this, then surveyed the other pirates around him, who were now trembling with fear and practically cowering into the ground. His voice echoed in all directions. See that? This is what happens when you go against the beasts. Beehive Island, from this day forward, officially belongs to the beasts' pirates. Anyone have a problem with this? No, absolutely not. Long live the beasts' pirates. Long live Lord Kaido. The pirates, who were already observing, dared not hesitate for even a moment longer. He immediately nodded vigorously, repeatedly shouting words of agreement and approval, afraid that if he was even a step too slow, he would end up like Wang Ji's men. Thus, Beehive Island changed hands. The dust has settled. Everyone's attention returned to the gemstone vein that emitted an alluring green light. With enormous wealth already in hand, figuring out how to manage it has become the top priority. Jin gazed at the deep mine shaft and said in a deep voice, "The ore vein needs manpower to excavate and guard it. We can't ignore it." "That's easy." Quinn's gaze swept over the Flying Six and the core members beside him. "Just leave someone here to oversee the excavation, right? It's a lucrative position." However, when his gaze swept over Runty crossed her arms, shaking her head vigorously, looking utterly disgusted. "Don't look at me. I don't want to stay in this poor, run-down, and smoky place. I want to go on an adventure with Kaido and brother Ron." Sasaki, Black Maria, and the others shook their heads or remained silent, clearly having no interest in staying on this barren island. They longed to follow Kaido in battle and gain greater power. "You guys, you're really unreliable," Quinn muttered in dissatisfaction. Just then, everyone's gaze instinctively fell on the savage and beautiful woman beside them. The massive cyborg warriors have always been the most loyal and reliable executors. Seemingly sensing the gaze, Yi Mei slowly lowered her massive head to look at Quinn, then nodded solemnly and uttered a few simple words. "I will stay. To guard." His statement caught Quinn's eye. Ron nodded slightly and calmly analyzed, "Protecting a mine requires absolute loyalty, formidable strength, and simple execution skills. Yi Mei is perfect for that." He then changed the subject and proposed a bold enhancement plan. "Furthermore, we can enhance his abilities. Give him the Lunaria and Fishman physiques, and also bestow upon him the mythical Zoan type, white tiger form, of the cat fruit." He looked around at everyone. "Thus, he will gain top-tier defense, underwater survivability, and the formidable combat power of a mythical beast. Combined with his status as a giant race cyborg, he will be extremely strong, capable of guarding this place and dealing with most threats." This plan surprised everyone, but they quickly agreed to it. Jin nodded. Indeed, with her enhanced overall strength, Yi Mei is more than capable of standing alone. Quinn rubbed his hands together excitedly. "Ha ha ha, now I can rest easy? Good job, kid." Phosphor had no objection, and the others nodded in agreement. Just as everyone finalized the plan, a sound of wind and thunder came from the sky. A massive azure dragon shadow swept across the sky, then coiled and contracted above the plaza, transforming into a humanoid dragon body before crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Kaido's face darkened, his expression one of annoyance. He sneered, "That cunning Wang Ji, all he does is run away. He's too sly." Relying on that wretched devil fruit's power, he tried to weave his way through countless twists and turns, but he still managed to slip away. Queen immediately stepped forward and analyzed, "Boss Kaido, that guy's teleportation is indeed troublesome. Our observation haki doesn't cover a wide enough range, and since we're on his territory, it's not surprising that he managed to escape. Anyway, Hive Island and the treasure are already ours." Kaido gave a non-committal which was taken as acceptance of the outcome. To him, Wang Ji himself was nothing more than an insignificant stray dog. He could get away without a second thought, but the real spoils of war were already in his hands. At this time, Ron stepped forward and gave a concise and clear report on the decisions everyone had made regarding the protection of the mine and the enhancement of Yi Mei. Upon hearing this, Kaido's displeasure vanished. "He, not bad. Kazumi is loyal and reliable, and paired with great power, he's perfect for guarding this place. That's settled then. Ron, you decide." Kaido then looked at Quinn, "Take some men and immediately ransack Wang Ji's hideout, looting all the money and everything of value on this island, especially Bailey. I'm going to get my money back with interest." After saying all that, Kaido's mood visibly improved. "Don't worry, Lord Kaido, I've got you covered. I'll search high and low, and I guarantee not a single belly will escape." Quinn excitedly accepted the order. He loved this kind of work involving confiscating property and plundering. He immediately mustered a group of his men, who charged menacingly toward Wang Ji's castle. At the same time, the other pirates on Beehive Island, still shaken, also showed a high level of awareness. They knew very well that in the face of the absolute power of the four emperors, any scheming was tantamount to suicide. Thus, a tribute collection operation was quickly launched. The pirates returned to their makeshift hideouts and took out their accumulated wealth bags of berries, gems of varying colors, and some valuable jewelry or antiques to the designated collection point at the port. The items varied in quantity and quality, but everyone tried their best to show sincerity. For them, this was not just about paying money to avoid disaster, but also about paying protection money to their new owners in exchange for the right to survive on Beehive Island in the future. On the other side, Quinn's search team also turned Wang Ji's place upside down. Secret rooms, hidden compartments, underground vaults, all possible hiding places for money were forcibly opened. The total value of the cash and easily convertible assets counted was approximately 2 billion berries. What? Only 2 billion? Quinn looked at the mountain of treasure, but still grumbled and complained. That old fox Wang Ji has been entrenched on Beehive Island for so many years, and he's also involved with the underworld. He definitely has more than this much wealth. He must have sensed things were going badly and used his abilities to take his most valuable assets with him. He's a real rat. Although they couldn't find all of Wang Ji's assets, 2 billion berry is still a considerable sum, including the protection money collected from ordinary pirates, totaling approximately 1 billion berries, and the beast pirates' original remaining balance of about 200 million berries. When all the assets were put together, the beast's pirates' current available funds reached approximately 3.2 billion berries. It greatly alleviated the dire straits of being at one's wit's end. He. Well done. Kaido was overjoyed upon hearing Queen's report. They made over 3 billion in a short period of time. This deal was incredibly profitable no matter how you look at it. With funding secured and decisions made, the crucial moment now is to put the plan into action. The target of the reinforcement, the loyal tyrant Yimei, already stood in the center of the square. We can begin. Yimei was very excited. First, there is the process of separation and transplantation. Ron first turned his gaze to Yin. Mr. Jin, I need to borrow your power once again, Ron said calmly. Jin nodded slightly, said nothing more, and simply stood there calmly. Ron placed his hand on the mountain of berries. A staggering 1.39 billion berries transformed into a golden torrent, completing the sacrifice. Immediately afterwards, he pointed his fingers like knives and probed into Jin's body, carefully and precisely separating the fully restored Lunaria physique and the cat fruit mythical Zoan white tiger form's power orb. Jin's body swayed slightly, but he quickly regained his balance. He was already used to this feeling. One beauty, accept them, Ron said in a deep voice. With his massive head lowered, Ron, without any hesitation, sent 2 orbs of light into the enormous body of the creature. Buzz dash. A surge of energy erupted instantly within Yimei's body. His already incredibly strong body trembled violently, as if magma was flowing beneath his skin, and his bones emitted a slight popping sound. The Lunaria race's constitution began to fuse first, transforming every cell in his body and granting him far greater defense, resilience, and adaptability to the environment than ever before. The skin's color appeared to have deepened, with faint dark lines flowing beneath the skin. Immediately afterwards, the power of the mythical Zoan type, white tiger form of the cat fruit is beginning to awaken. A violent aura surged from Yimei's body, and he couldn't help but roar to the sky like a tiger. Roar dash. Under everyone's gaze, Yimei's body began to undergo more noticeable changes. His muscles became more defined and explosive, and sharp claws sprang from his fingertips, gleaming coldly. Most notably, his head vaguely resembled the outline of a white tiger, and his beastly eyes burned with a sharp, platinum-like light. With a thought, his massive body completely transformed in the light, becoming a white tiger, comparable in size to a small warship, covered in white fur, with menacing fangs and claws, which appeared prominently in the square. Just standing there, he exuded a chilling sense of oppression. On the square, the officers and elites of the beast's pirates were all deeply shocked to witness the number one's transformation from a silent giant into an astonishing mythical Zoan, the white tiger. Although they had already witnessed the wonders of Ron's abilities, each time they saw them in person, they were still deeply moved. This guy is probably stronger than many of the Flying Six now, right? Sasaki couldn't help but mutter to himself, his tone complicated. The Lunaria race's defense, combined with the attack and speed of the mythical beast race, it's a perfect blend of offense and defense, with virtually no weaknesses, Black Maria analyzed, her beautiful eyes gleaming. Don't forget, it was originally a giant turned cyborg. Fort Ford crossed his arms and snorted coldly, but a hint of apprehension flashed deep in his eyes. Today, in terms of pure combat strength, Tom Cruise is no longer to be underestimated. Lien Jin looked at the white tiger, a barely perceptible ripple appearing in his eyes. Meanwhile, many ordinary members of the beast's pirates, after being shocked, also felt some regret. If only I had known that staying to guard the mine would have these benefits. Lunalia's physique? That's a legendary racial talent. There's even a mythical beast, and a white tiger form with such a strong attack power. That guy, Kazumi, he's really hit the jackpot. Many people secretly lamented that their previous disdain for staying on Beehive Island had now resulted in a missed opportunity. Power is the hardest currency on this vast ocean, and Lord Ron is the one who can directly distribute this currency. As for the native pirates of Beehive Island outside the plaza, they were completely dumbfounded, their mouths practically watering. They had never seen such a horrific scene before. This is the true power of the treasure-digging catastrophe, turning people directly into monsters. The beast's pirates are terrifying, and also too tempting. If their previous submission was due to force, now, many ambitious pirates are beginning to truly yearn for it. Perhaps, by pledging allegiance to such a power, one might truly have the chance to gain unimaginable strength. This is only halfway done. Ron didn't stop there. Instead, he looked at Jack. Sacrifices are also required, which is another considerable expense, but fortunately, funds are currently sufficient. Ron activated his ability again. This time, what was extracted from Jack's body was a fishman physique orb and a mythical Zoan-type tortoise form orb of the tortoise fruit. Jack experienced that feeling of being completely drained again, but his eyes remained firm. He knew it was all for the beast's pirates. Now, floating in Ron's hand were a ball of light resembling a fish-human body and a ball of light resembling a dark green sonmu fruit. The fish-human body has its place, but the sonmu fruit needs to find a new owner immediately. Who wants it? Ron looked around. All eyes naturally fell on the flying six. In order, it's their turn. Another top-tier mythical Zoan devil fruit, enough to give anyone's combat power a qualitative leap? However, to some people's surprise, Runty was the first to speak. Instead of advocating for herself, she pointed to her younger brother, Page Van, who was standing beside her and said, "Brother Ron, give this fruit to Little Pay." Little Pay's fighting style is naturally conservative, he loves to focus on defense. Once his defense becomes strong enough, as hard as a tortoise shell, no one will be able to hurt him easily. At first glance, her words sounded like disdain for her brother's cowardice, but the deep protectiveness in her eyes was clearly conveyed to everyone who knew her. Page 1 paused slightly, looking at his older sister, then at the black tortoise fruit. After a moment of silence, seemingly having seriously considered his sister's words, he raised his head, his gaze hardening, and looked at Ron and Kaido, solemnly saying, "If I could obtain the power of this fruit, I could use this strongest defense to protect my older sister, right, sis?" He didn't say it was for the sake of becoming stronger or for status, his initial intention was directly aimed at protecting the people he cared about most. Upon hearing this, Runty's lips curled into a slight, uncontrollable smile, but she quickly composed herself and nodded haughtily. That's more like it. Xiaopei is the best? I knew it, you wanted this fruit to protect me." Kaido, watching this, laughed heartily, "He. What a ridiculous excuse. But for your two fathers' sake, Ron, it's settled? Give the Genbu fruit to Page 1. With Kaido's approval, no one else had any further objections. The ownership of the mythical Zoan fruit has been settled. Then, let's begin, Ron said calmly, turning his gaze to Page Van. First, Page 1's existing Zoan-type dragon fruit ancient Zoan Spinosaurus form ability needs to be removed. Following the same rule of equivalent exchange, after sacrificing 290 million berries, Ron completely extracted the ancient one from Page 1's body. As his powers were stripped away, Page 1's aura noticeably weakened, but he stood ramrod straight. Ron picked up the prepared fresh apple and slowly infused it with the light orb in the form of a spiny dragon. As the light shifted, the apple's shape rapidly changed, mysterious patterns appeared on its skin, and it finally transformed into a brand new Zoan-type ancient Spinosaurus fruit. It was then put away. Then came the most important moment. Ron firmly pressed the dark green ball of light in his hand, in the form of a mythical beast called Sunmu, into Page 1's chest. Buzz dash. An even stronger energy fluctuation emanated from Page 1 than before. Unlike the ferocious, bestial nature of Yimei when she received the transplant, Sunmu's power was more profound, like the awakening of the earth. Page Van's body trembled slightly, and the mysterious dark green patterns on his skin flashed by. His muscles were not excessively swollen, instead, they gave the impression of being extremely dense and indestructible. Page Van slowly clenched his fist, feeling the new power within him. It really worked? I could feel it. Really? Little Pei, try it. Runty was also full of curiosity, urging Page Van to give it a try. Good. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Page 1 took a deep breath and attempted to activate this new ability. Black tortoise form. A deep shout rang out, and a dark green energy aura instantly enveloped him. His body began to swell, his skin turned completely into a deep dark green, his back bulged violently, and a huge tortoise shell, covered with mysterious patterns and jagged spikes, condensed and took shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its limbs transformed into giant pillars covered in thick scales, and its head became majestic and imposing, vaguely resembling a dragon's head and a tortoise's body. In the blink of an eye, a massive, heavy Sunmu mythical beast, seemingly emerging from ancient mythology, stood tall in the square. Its very existence exudes an aura of absolute defense. Hiss. A collective gasp of astonishment immediately filled the air. Despite being mentally prepared, witnessing yet another mythical Zoan-type ability user was still incredibly shocking. It actually succeeded. That physique? That aura? He looks even more fierce and composed than Jack. Is this the legendary sacred beast Sunmu? Just looking at it makes me feel like I can't possibly defeat it. The surrounding pirates were buzzing with discussion, their eyes filled with amazement. At this time, Runty recovered from her initial surprise and looked at the mighty beast her younger brother had transformed into. Far from being afraid, her eyes blazed with intense curiosity. Rubbing her wrist, she called out eagerly, "Hey, Xiaopei, it looks pretty good. Come on, let your older sister try it out and see how hard your new shell really is." Page 1 in his black tortoise form turned his massive head toward his sister, a hint of human helplessness and embarrassment flickering in his beastly eyes, and a muffled voice rang out. "Sis, maybe we shouldn't. That won't do." Runty didn't give him a chance to refuse. Before she finished speaking, a flash of light appeared on her body, and she had already entered the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit, Pachycephalosaurus form. Its hard head gleamed coldly in the sunlight. "Take this." Without the slightest hesitation, she slammed her hind legs against the ground like a cannonball, lowered her head, concentrated all her strength into one point, and slammed her head hard into Page Van. Bang! A muffled, deafening explosion suddenly erupted. A shockwave erupted. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Runty stumbled backward several steps at an even faster pace than when she rushed forward, barely managing to regain her footing. Runty shook her head. The hard skull that usually could withstand any impact was now sending a jolt through her, making her feel dizzy. Stars seemed to be spinning in front of her, and her ears were ringing. Ugh, such a hard shell. Runty shook her head, muttering dizzily. The dull thud of the impact seemed to still echo in the air. The result was obvious. Runty's full-force headbutt failed to even cause a ripple in front of Page One's black tortoise shell. The defense remained intact, or rather, completely unmoved. Seeing his sister stagger backward, dazed by the recoil, Page One's dark green light quickly receded. His massive Sunmu body instantly shrank, and he immediately reverted to human form, rushing anxiously to Runty's side. Sis, how are you? Are you all right? Peggy Wan supported Runty, who was still swaying slightly, her voice filled with concern. She had long forgotten her earlier embarrassment and was now only concerned for her older sister. He carefully examined Runty, paying particular attention to her head. Runty was indeed feeling unwell at that moment. The recoil force penetrated her skull and went straight to her brain, making her see countless tiny golden stars spinning before her eyes, and her ears buzzing as if a swarm of bees had entered, temporarily disrupting her balance. She shook her head vigorously, and after several seconds, her vision cleared again. Once she calmed down, Runty looked up at the tense-looking Page Wan and smiled brightly. It's nothing, I'm just a little dizzy. It's all right. But, Xiaopei, her eyes lit up. Your defense is amazing. I couldn't even budge you with all my might. Now, let's see who can bully you now. For her, proving that her younger brother had gained powerful protection was more important than anything else. Seeing his sister recover and so happy, Pageman breathed a sigh of relief and smiled sheepishly. At the same time, Yin and Jack will inevitably enter a weakened state. The two sat in the rest area prepared for them, both looking much more listless than usual. Jack, in particular, had just been stripped of his fish-human constitution and the Sunmu fruit, making him feel as if his body had been stripped of its backbone. Even sitting down was difficult for him, and he was breathing heavily. He estimated that he would need at least 2 days of rest to recover from his condition. In contrast, Yin is in a better position. His face was only slightly pale, and he closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Although his aura had weakened, it was far from being as bad as Jack's. Clearly, as the most frequently excavated veteran, its body has gradually developed a certain degree of adaptability through repeated stripping and recovery. According to his estimate, he would only need an afternoon of rest to recover to about 70 to 80%. Jack turned his head, looking at Yin beside him who, though his eyes were closed, was clearly much more composed than himself, and muttered enviously, "Brother Yin, you're recovering way too fast." Hearing Jack's mutterings, Jin slowly opened his eyes and glanced at him, a rare smile appearing on his usually indifferent lips. He gently shook his head and said calmly, "Don't envy me, I just dug more than you." Jack froze instantly upon hearing this, as if he had been struck by Kaido's spiked club, his entire body going numb. He opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. Upon closer reflection, it seems, that's actually true. Yin practically became the team's lifeblood, having his Luna's essence drained countless times. Thinking about the possibility of being dug up again in the future, Jack suddenly felt that a slower recovery might not be such a bad thing after all. At least I won't be drained so frequently. A brief silence fell over the rest area. Just then, Quinn moved closer to Ron, his eyes gleaming with the light of a scientific researcher. "Brother Ron, I suddenly have an idea." Quinn rubbed his hands together. "Since we were able to extract the fishman physique from Jack, does that mean we can extract it from any fishman, like those captured slaves or prisoners? Wouldn't that significantly reduce costs? And wouldn't Jack be less likely to be a spineless coward every time?" His idea was practical, to find a mass production method that would minimize the loss of his own combat power. Ron, upon hearing this, did not immediately deny it. Instead, he calmly nodded, confirming the first part of his conjecture. "Theoretically, your idea is correct. As long as they are fishmen, my ability can indeed uncover their racial constitution." But then, he changed the subject. "However, there is a fundamental difference here. The quality of the fishman's physical constitution varies drastically from individual to individual." He used a simple and blunt analogy. "It's like finding a naturally weak and sickly merman and taking away their physical constitution. What you get is just a weak version of the merman's constitution. But if you choose a source like Jack, who is one of the best among the fishmen, naturally strong and honed through countless battles, he is like a fighting rooster among roosters. So, what you get is a fish-like physique at the level of a fighting chicken." Ron, seeing Quinn deep in thought, concluded, "Do you understand the difference? The level of the source determines the ceiling of the replica. What we pursue is optimal enhancement, not cheap substitution." Quinn nodded after listening, suddenly understanding. He understood, it's like conducting a scientific experiment, where the purity of the raw materials directly determines the effectiveness of the final product. Using waste materials can only produce waste products. "I see, I get it now. No wonder you've been targeting top-tier guys like Jack and Yin to fleece them. Indeed, if you're going to dig for the best. Otherwise, it's better not to bother at all than to waste all that effort getting a defective product." After handling the internal reinforcement matters, Ron's gaze swept over the Beehive Island pirates outside the plaza, who were still uneasy but dared not leave. He pondered for a moment, then turned to Kaido, Queen, and the others. "Mr. Kaido," Ron calmly stated, "these pirates on the island, now that they've paid protection money, are nominally considered part of our territory. Letting them just sit around idly, wandering aimlessly, is a waste of manpower and could easily lead to trouble. He pointed to the gemstone mine that emitted a faint green glow. Why not get them all moving? Organize them into shifts to enter the mine and extract this emerald vein. We can pay them wages and bales based on the quantity and quality of the ore they extract. This way, they'll have work, a stable income, and thus, order. This suggestion caught Quinn's eye. He thought it was a good way to manage unemployed staff. But what Ron said next truly ignited his interest. Furthermore, to further enhance their motivation, a reward system could be implemented. Ron paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Tell them that if they perform exceptionally well at work, or make significant contributions to the defense of Beehive Island, they will have a chance to obtain a devil fruit. A devil fruit. Quinn couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Ron, a devil fruit as a reward? Isn't that a bit too extravagant? Ron nodded and explained, it's not extravagant. Didn't we properly recover and preserve all the devil fruits we extracted from King, you, Jack, Who's Who, and just now from page 1? He looked at Queen and Kaido. Take 1 or 2 from them as a reserve for the highest level of reward. This will not deplete our existing core strengths, but it will send a strong signal to the outside world. Serving the Beast's pirates not only offers immediate benefits, but also the chance to gain extraordinary power and rise to the top in one fell swoop. This can greatly enhance their sense of belonging and motivation, and also attract more ambitious pirates to join them and risk their lives for them. It is an efficient means of cost control and employee motivation. Using unused devil fruits to gain the fanatical power of these pirates and more efficient mineral production, while simultaneously consolidating order and attracting talent, it's a win-win situation. Kaido, after listening, laughed approvingly, he. Ron, you've thought ahead. Good. That's settled then. Queen, you're in charge of announcing and arranging this. Tell those scum to get their act together and mine properly. Those who do a good job will be rewarded handsomely. Queen excitedly accepted the order. Don't worry, Boss Kaido, Brother Ron. I'll handle this perfectly, making them fight tooth and nail to mine for devil fruits. Then he gave Ron a thumbs up. Brother Luo, your brain is absolutely brilliant. This idea is definitely feasible. We can use things we don't need to get them to work themselves to the bone, and attract even more cannon fodder. No, more talent. But then he thought of something, leaned closer and lowered his voice. But, Brother Law, won't it make the other brothers in the crew feel bad about us so generously giving away devil fruits? Will they think we're throwing away good stuff? After all, devil fruits are a form of hard currency on the high seas. This is indeed an internal balancing issue worth considering. However, upon hearing this concern, Ron glanced indifferently at Quinn. Feeling unwell? Unwell my foot. He succinctly dismissed that worry. Just tell them directly, think long-term. What are the future goals of our Beast's pirates? Ron raised his voice slightly to make sure everyone around him could hear him. Everyone must be a mythical beast? They all need to be equipped with top-tier abilities. He looked at Quinn and posed a simple question. Just ask them, do they want these replaced ancient Zoan-type devil fruits, or do they want the more powerful mythical Zoan-type devil fruits? Isn't the answer obvious? Trading a lesser quality fruit for the possibility of obtaining a top-tier fruit in the future. Anyone with a modicum of ambition and common sense can do the math. Oh. Quinn slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing something, then awkwardly said, oh yeah, how could I forget that? I was so busy scheming against those guys outside. Sorry, Brother Luo. He immediately went from worry to joy, and even became more excited. That's right. Just explain this to those guys, and they'll definitely understand. Those ancient species are nothing compared to the future mythical beasts. I guarantee those guys are all working themselves to the bone right now, eager to find new mythical beasts and then give them better abilities? Who would be jealous of those obsolete stock? Ron's words painted a picture of the ultimate lineup of the Beast's pirates, consisting entirely of mythical Zoan-type creatures. All right. The internal matters are settled. However, we can't bury all these glittering stones here. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Kaido's eyes. Let our men get to work first. Mine a batch of the highest quality gem ore and bring it on board. We can exchange these gems for berries along the way. Ron was surprised to hear this, and a question arose in his mind. Didn't you always believe in just grabbing what you want? Why the sudden change of heart today, now considering a deal? Have they been so afraid of being poor lately that even the 4 emperors are starting to be frugal and thinking about sustainable revenue streams? That's outrageous. Although he felt the style was a bit off, Ron had to admit that Kaido's suggestion was very practical. Emerald veins are extremely valuable, but it's far more convenient to convert them into cash than to directly acquire large quantities of finished gemstones or rough stones. This is definitely more planned than aimless robbery. Upon receiving the order, the crew of the Beast's pirates immediately sprang into action. Preliminary mining operations have begun selectively. Kaido nodded in satisfaction as he watched the mining team begin its orderly operation. Of course, we'll still have to fight for it. But now that the family business is large and the goals are even more ambitious, it seems, wouldn't be bad to do some business ventures appropriately? The next morning, the sea fog had not completely dissipated, shrouding Beehive Island in a grayish-white veil. On the port's watchtower, a pirate on duty yawned, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and routinely surveyed the calm sea around him. He froze, his eyes widening suddenly, almost bulging out of their sockets. I rubbed my eyes hard, then checked again. It was definitely true. On the horizon directly south of Beehive Island, a dense cluster of black dots is breaking through the morning mist, their outlines quickly becoming clear. Those were a dozen or so large naval warships lined up in neat battle formations, their sails billowing and their cannons menacingly pointed. Without turning or hesitating, they sped straight toward Beehive Island. Navy, it's a naval fleet. So many warships. The shouts of alarm from the pirates in the watchtower instantly shattered the tranquility of the harbor in the early morning. What? The Navy? A dozen or so warships? Heading towards us? Are you kidding me? This is Beehive Island. Why would the Navy? The news swept through the entire port and settlement area like a hurricane. All the pirates, whether natives or newly subjugated by the beasts, were plunged into shock and panic. As a lawless place, Beehive Island has never been besieged by the Navy. Even if it has mostly been by small forces or in secret operations. Such a blatant and massive fleet pressing in from the front is truly unprecedented. The meaning behind this sent chills down the spines of even the pirates who saw it. The pirates in the watchtower scrambled down to deliver the urgent intelligence to the beast's pirates as quickly as possible. The message first reached Yin. Naval fleet. Jin's brows furrowed tightly. This isn't small-scale harassment, nor is it a covert infiltration. It's a massive, frontal fleet pressing in. The Navy, this time, has ill intentions? Immediately notify Mr. Kaido, Ron, and all the officers. King's voice was icy, instantly plunging the unit into a state of high alert. All personnel to battle positions? Prepare for battle. Inside the hall, Jin said simply, Lord Kaido, Ron, the lookouts confirm that a naval fleet of over a dozen large warships has appeared in the waters directly south of Beehive Island, heading towards us at full speed. Their intentions are unclear, but their sheer size suggests they are coming for us. A dozen or so warships. Upon hearing this, Kaido's eyes flashed with ferocity. He shouldered the 8-piece settlement and roared, how could those marines suddenly gather such a massive force and come to a place like Beehive Island? This isn't even the core waters of the New World. This is indeed illogical. Ron, standing to the side, frowned slightly, and a figure flashed through his mind. He looked up at Kaido and stated his guess. Could it be Wang Ji? The moment the name was uttered, it was as if a lightning bolt had cleaved through the fog. As soon as Ron finished speaking, Kaido's confusion was instantly replaced by rage. His eyes widened, and he spat out. Wang Ji? That damned guy. Kaido suddenly understood, and the volcano erupted. It's definitely him. Who else but him would know our movements so well and have the motive to lure the Navy here? He must have used the instant teleport fruit's power to escape and immediately contacted the Navy, selling them the information that I was here and that a giant gemstone vein had been discovered on Beehive Island. He. What a clever scheme to use someone else to do the dirty work. Kaido laughed in fury. You want to use the Navy's sword against me, and incidentally reclaim the mine? Wang Ji, you're asking for trouble. Ron's prediction instantly matched Kaido's assessment. Wang Ji's revenge was swift and ruthless, directly attracting the Navy. The incredible wealth of the gemstone veins gave the Navy ample reason to deploy a large force. Kaido's words exposed Wang Ji's scheme to use someone else to kill him and the Navy's greed for the mine, instantly igniting everyone's anger. Coveting their spoils? And wanting to drive them away or annihilate them. That's utterly delusional. This mine is mine. Anyone who dares to touch it, I'll chop off their claws. Trying to snatch food from my mouth? Navy? Wang Ji? Come at me all at once. Ha. Boss Kaido is right. Quinn immediately echoed excitedly. I know the value of these emeralds better than anyone. Enough to buy several non-world government member states. They're our future gold mine for dominating the seas and overturning the world. These treasures belong only to us, the beasts. How dare those bastards in the Navy lay a finger on them? Want to rob us? Then let them pay with their lives. Wealth, dignity, and the future all depend on this place. If we back down, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Kaido surveyed his ferocious subordinates, and the 8th prince slammed his fist on the ground, issuing his final order. Everyone, get ready. Give me a break. Kill these reckless Navy bastards. Oh, a deafening battle cry erupted, instantly spreading throughout the entire Beehive Island. Fear is dispelled. Yesterday, Marineford, Naval Headquarters, Marshal's office. The atmosphere in the office was so heavy it was almost frozen. The Den Mushi in front of Sengoku had just finished its call, and the simulated sinister face slowly disappeared. On the desk, opening the latest world economic news, the headline on the front page, Two Emperors Clash, Beasts Rise, was particularly glaring. Admiral Sakazuki Akainu and Chief of Staff Tsuru were also seated in the office. Akainu stood with his arms crossed, his face ashen, radiating a suppressed, molten heat. He frowned slightly as he quickly flipped through another detailed file about the history of Beehive Island and Wang Ji. The news has been confirmed. Akainu's voice broke the silence, carrying its usual coldness. Wang Ji, a former member of the Rocks Pirates and current controller of Beehive Island, is a Paramecia-type instant teleport fruit user. He contacted us, claiming he's willing to cooperate with the Navy to take down Kaido. That's right. Sengoku rubbed his temples, his voice low and deep. He provided concrete intelligence. Kaido and the main force of his beasts pirates are currently stationed on Beehive Island. And Sengoku's finger hovered over the newspaper report about Ron's treasure hunting disaster, then moved to another briefing from the CP organization about anomalies occurring on Hive Island. Furthermore, he revealed that a gigantic gemstone vein of immeasurable value has just been discovered on Beehive Island. Kaido came specifically for this purpose and is currently mining it. A gemstone vein. A fierce glint flashed in Akaina's eyes. No wonder Kaido was there. What is Wang Ji's purpose? To use us for revenge and to reclaim the mine. This is part of it, Crane calmly replied. Her gaze was sharp. More importantly, he was afraid. The Beast's pirates' current rate of expansion, especially the unpredictability brought about by that treasure-hunting disaster, has made veteran tycoons like Wang Ji feel a fatal threat. Knowing he was powerless to resist, he preferred to hand over the secrets of Beehive Island and the mines to the Navy, hoping to use our strength to completely eliminate Kaido, his greatest threat. This was a classic case of using one enemy to devour another, and it was his only chance of survival. Sengoku stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the calm Marineford port. His back was straight, yet he carried immense pressure. Kaido must be contained. We can't let him continue like this, Sengoku said slowly. He acquired the Lunaria race's physique, causing a qualitative change in his strength. He also possesses the dangerous ability of the treasure-digging catastrophe, which continuously creates powerful individuals. Add to that the enormous wealth he's recently discovered. If left unchecked, given time, he will become a monster even more difficult to deal with than Whitebeard, a true monster capable of overturning the world order. Sengoku turned around, his gaze sweeping over Akainu and Tsuru. Wang Ji's intelligence and cooperation, though dirty, were perfectly timed. Beehive Island is isolated overseas, not a core area of the Four Emperors' traditional power. Kaido's main force is concentrated there. It's a golden opportunity to encircle and annihilate them. Akainu stepped forward, his voice resolute. That's right. We absolutely cannot let the beasts leave with this wealth and increased strength. We must annihilate them on Beehive Island. Tsuru nodded slightly and added, this operation must utilize overwhelming force to achieve a swift victory and avoid turning it into a protracted war or allowing Kaido to escape. Sengoku walked back to the table, took a deep breath, and there was no longer any hesitation in his eyes. He unfolded a combat order stamped with the seal of top secret, picked up his pen to write, and then heavily stamped it with the marshal's seal. Given the extreme danger posed by the beast's pirates and the threat their wealth poses to the balance of the seas, coupled with the availability of a reliable inside agent to provide opportunities for battle, I issue this order in the name of the Fleet Admiral. Execute the Buster Call on Beehive Island. The order has been issued. 10 of the most elite large warships, 5 experienced vice admirals in command, and more than 10,000 elite naval officers and men, under absolute silence, quickly assembled and sailed away from Marineford, heading straight for Beehive Island. Early morning. On the open sea. The sea breeze, carrying a salty, fishy smell, fluttered the hem of the Navy's righteous coat. The fleet had already approached the waters around Beehive Island. The chaotic island, whose outline was gradually becoming clearer, now resembled a lurking behemoth in the morning mist. Admiral Kizaru Borsalino was leaning against the ship's railing, one hand in his pocket and the other holding a steaming cup of tea. Wearing brown sunglasses obscured her eyes, but her slightly pouting lips and downturned corners of her mouth perfectly illustrated what a worried and distressed look meant. Gazing at the distant outline of Beehive Island, he drawled out a sigh. No going to war with one of the Four Emperors, and Kaido, an undead creature at that. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. I finally had a few days of peace and quiet, and I was thinking I could go to Sabayati Archipelago to have some tea and watch the rookie superstars fight it out. But instead, I've been assigned to do this kind of drudgery. He took a sip of tea and continued complaining to the air. The Buster Call, such a huge operation. What if a fight breaks out? Will this island sink? How terrifying. He said it was terrifying, but his demeanor made it hard to feel any fear. And isn't that treasure hunting disaster also on the island? Kizaru seemed to suddenly remember something, tilting his head. A rookie with a bounty of 1.5 billion, his abilities seem rather troublesome. Sengoku-san really knows how to create difficult problems. Despite his nonchalant tone, the very fact that he was chosen to participate in the Buster Call demonstrates the Navy High Command's determination to ensure the annihilation of the enemy, and absolute trust in his abilities. However, trust aside, Huang Yuan felt he could vent his frustration about working overtime, especially such high-intensity shifts. All right, let's call it a day depending on the situation. Hopefully, Kaido will be in a better mood today and won't take it too seriously. He sighed, finished the last drop of tea in his cup, and looked towards Beehive Island. Soon, the massive naval Buster Call fleet, like an iron wall, stretched out in a line off the coast of Beehive Island, its cannons menacingly aimed at the port. The somber atmosphere almost froze the sea surface. Meanwhile, waiting in full force at the port was the main force of the Beast's pirates, led by Kaido, including core members such as King, Queen, Jack, and Who's Who, as well as Page 1 and Ichime, who had just gained new power. The two sides are locked in a standoff in this sea area? Kaido stood at the forefront, with the 8 precepts on his shoulder. His gaze swept across the naval fleet, finally settling on a tall, slender figure in a yellow and white striped suit on the deck. He. Kaido laughed wildly, his laughter full of disdain. I thought it was Akainu coming to get a beating again? Turns out it's someone else. His gaze, sharp as a knife, pierced Kizaru. What? Now the Navy isn't just focused on catching pirates, they're even trying to get a piece of what the pirates have to offer? When did the world government's lackeys degenerate into hyenas fighting with pirates for food? Despite Kaido's merciless mockery, Kizaru maintained his languid demeanor. He pushed up his brown sunglasses, and his lips habitually turned down. Hey Kaido, you can't say that. He raised his hand and pointed to the sea beneath his feet, then to Beehive Island in front of him. Theoretically speaking, everything on this ocean including islands, resources, and even the ships sailing on it ultimately belongs to the world government. His gaze met Kaido's through his glasses, his tone calm. Naturally, that includes this Beehive Island you're standing on now, and everything on it that was just discovered. We're simply here to reclaim property that rightfully belongs to the government. As for the pirates who illegally occupied and attempted to steal government property, Kizaru paused, and photons began to gather at his fingertips. Nature is also within the scope of the cleanup. These high-sounding words completely ignited Kaido's rage. Arrogant. Kaido could no longer contain himself. His muscles bulged wildly, and blue scales rapidly covered his entire body. He unleashed his Zoan-type fish fruit, mythical Zoan-type, azure dragon. A colossal azure dragon, even larger than the Navy flagship, suddenly appeared, coiling above the port of Beehive Island. Its dragon might was like a prison, and dark red, domineering lightning coiled around its body. Its mere presence caused the space to tremble. Without bothering with any nonsense, the dragon claw extended, carrying the power to shatter mountains and split seas, and slammed down towards the naval fleet. However, just then, speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? A slow, deadly voice rang out almost simultaneously in Kaido's ears. Swish! A flash of golden light. Kizaru's figure appeared directly in front of the enormous dragon head. He maintained his casual stance, but his right leg had already transformed into a dazzling golden photon, delivering a fierce side kick towards Kaido's dragon head cheek. Lightning speed kick. Boom! The collision of light and dragon erupted with a dazzling flash and a deafening roar. The violent shockwave exploded in a spherical shape, creating a huge crater in the sea below. Kaido's dragon claw strike was abruptly interrupted, and the impact of the light speed kick shook the dragon's head, causing it to tilt slightly to one side. Although it failed to cause any real damage, it successfully intercepted Kaido in midair. During this break, Kizaru's languid expression softened slightly as he gave orders to the naval fleet below. Target, Beehive Island. Indiscriminate bombardment, annihilating all pirates and resistance forces within sight. Once the order is given, military command is absolute. The next moment, fire. At the same time, all the cannons of the naval fleet spewed out blazing tongues of fire. Hundreds of heavy artillery shells, like a deathly rain, with a mournful whistle, rained down on the port of Beehive Island and the area where the beast pirates were gathered. The true baptism of destruction begins. Having withstood a light speed kick and only momentarily slowed down, Kaido's dragon eyes burned with ferocious rage. He twisted his head, stared intently at Kizaru in front of him, and roared. Kizaru, you think you can kill me with such a simple trick? You're dreaming. Now that you're here, none of you are leaving. Kaido was unharmed. Kizaru's light speed kick, capable of instantly destroying a warship, landed squarely on Kaido's cheek, yet it only caused his dragon scales to gleam slightly, without leaving even a crack. Roar dash! Kaido charged towards Kizaru, his dragon tail whipping around, stirring up the wind and clouds. The entire dragon crashed into Kizaru in midair with overwhelming force. In the most direct way, close the distance and engage in hand-to-hand combat? Ugh, this is really troublesome. Seeing this, Kizaru finally showed a hint of seriousness. Kaido abandoned long-range attacks and relied on his invincible defense to charge in for close-quarters combat. His simple light speed kicks and lasers were no longer as effective. Continuing to fight back might buy time, but it cannot stop Kaido's devastating disruption to the fleet below and the execution of the Buster Call. And even he couldn't afford to be careless when such a monster got close. Looks like there's no way to slack off anymore. Kizaru muttered something under his breath, his right hand clenching into his left palm. Endless particles of light converged, compressed, and shaped wildly. The next moment, a lightsaber, its entire body made of golden light and its blade flowing with scorching energy, suddenly appeared in his hand, the heavenly sword of Kusanagi. Facing Kaido's overwhelming azure dragon form, Kizaru did not retreat but advanced, gripping the Aim no Murakumo sword tightly with both hands, and charged towards Kaido. Then, let's be a little more serious. Before the words were finished, he transformed into a golden meteor, wielding a massive sword of light, and charged head-on at the oncoming azure dragon. Holy crap! The Kusanagi sword clashed fiercely with the azure dragon claw, which was covered in armament haki. That moment felt like a collision between the sun and the mountains. The ultimate light and the savage force collided violently. The sound of metal clashing resounded throughout the world. The violent shockwave spread wildly in a ring, completely tearing apart the thick clouds in the sky, and even pressing a huge bowl-shaped depression into the sea below, with towering waves. Two monsters standing at the pinnacle of the world engage in close-quarters combat in the skies above Beehive Island. On the ground, the indiscriminate saturation bombardment of the Buster Call has already descended like a meteor shower. Boom, 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 boom dash. The port area, buildings near the coast, and even the cliffs on the edge of the island were instantly engulfed by dense explosions and billowing smoke and debris. The earth shook violently, the air burned, and each explosion meant that a large area was completely wiped out. Standing in the relatively safe rear, Ron looked up at the top-level battlefield interwoven with gold and cyan, then looked at the port in front of him that had been ravaged by artillery fire, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Activate the Buster Call directly against the 4 Emperors' existing spheres of influence. He quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. This is not just an encirclement, it's a declaration. This time, the world government is determined to take advantage of the fact that the beasts haven't fully digested their new power and their foothold is unstable, to wipe them off the map with overwhelming superiority, along with this island. It seems Wang Ji brought not only the navy, but also the world government's determination to confront them at any cost. They truly feel threatened. Ron's judgment was clear. This is no ordinary conflict, this is a war of annihilation. However, in stark contrast to his calm analysis were the native pirates of Beehive Island behind and around him, as well as the pirates who had just submitted to the beasts. The Buster Call? The legendary Buster Call. It's for us. We're being targeted by the Buster Call. It's over, it's all over. We're doomed. The navy is going to sink the whole island? There's no escape. Desperate cries and desperate screams echoed between the explosions. Many pirates were so terrified that they collapsed to the ground, weapons falling from their hands. Faced with this level of destructive power, their ferocity and the courage of desperados vanished. In their view, being targeted by the Buster Call is tantamount to being sentenced to death. Lord Ron, what do we do? A pirate scrambled to Ron's side, his voice trembling as he asked, as if grasping at a last straw. Ron withdrew his gaze from the sky, sweeping it over the panicked pirates, his eyes calm and unwavering. Fear is normal, but useless fear will only hasten death. He didn't answer directly, but instead looked ahead. The beasts' pirates have never placed their hopes on the mercy of others, nor have they ever feared the might of their enemies. Is that all? Ron's voice wasn't loud. The moment you chose to set foot on this sea, or step onto Beehive Island, you should have understood. Either take everything, or be taken by everything, including life. Now, the choice has come. Do you lie here and wait to be blown to pieces by the shells, or do you follow those ahead and fight your way out of hell? His words were nothing but stark reality. The pirates, without further hesitation, revealed their menacing glints. Just as the port area was engulfed in the flames of the first round of shelling, Quinn looked at the warship spitting fire and laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha, a demon buster order? What a grand display. Let me add some spice to your party. However, just as Quinn stood up, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the second and third waves of even denser cannonballs tore through the air, raining down on the core area of the Beast's Pirates and Queen's location. It even contained several specially made armor-piercing or incendiary rounds, making it incredibly powerful. Boom. Several shells exploded near Quinn. Although they failed to penetrate his Lunaria's physical defenses, the impact of the explosions caused him to swallow some dirt. Damn it, that's really annoying. Quinn cursed. But in that split second, 2 roars rang out almost simultaneously. Black tortoise form. Black tortoise form. Jack and Page 1, without needing to say a word, instantly developed a tacit understanding. A dark green energy aura erupted around the two, and their bodies expanded and deformed at an astonishing speed. 2 Sunmu divine beasts, each the size of a small island, appeared boldly at the forefront of the harbor, one on the left and one on the right. At the same time, it lowered its massive body slightly and raised its giant tortoise shells like giant shields, facing the naval fleet. The curves and overlapping of the tortoise shell instantly obscured most of the sky over the port area, providing complete protection for the beast's pirates and the area behind them. The next moment, the navy's torrential rain of shells pounded against the turtle's shell. Bang, 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 boom. The deafening explosions continued incessantly, and flames and smoke instantly engulfed the 2 enormous figures of the black tortoise. The scorching heat and shockwave spread wildly in all directions. However, after some of the smoke from the battle was dispersed by the sea breeze, everyone who witnessed this scene, whether they were pirates from the beasts or observers on a distant naval warship, gasped in shock. All that could be seen was the Sunmu that Jack and Peggy had transformed into. Its enormous tortoise shell was completely undamaged, except for a few traces of smoke. There wasn't even the slightest crack. Those cannonballs, powerful enough to destroy fortresses and tear through steel, couldn't even make the 2 behemoths sway when they hit the Sunmu tortoise shell. Absolute defense? Ha 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 dash. Jack laughed excitedly, quite satisfied. Page Van also looked delighted. We too are really amazing. Quinn steadied himself midair, looked down at the scene below, and laughed arrogantly again. Ha ha ha. Well done, Jack. Page Van, kid. Let these navy toys have a good laugh. In comparison, the entire Buster Call fleet fell into a deathly silence. What followed was a collective shock that erupted like a tsunami. What kind of monster is that? The shelling was completely ineffective. A Zoan-type devil fruit user? This size and characteristics, another mythical Zoan. How many mythical Zoan types does the Beast's Pirates actually have? Quickly, report. The shelling was ineffective. The naval officers and soldiers on the warship, from ordinary soldiers to commanding officers, all had expressions of shock and disbelief on their faces. The Buster Call's saturation bombardment, intended as a prelude to destroying all resistance and clearing the battlefield, has now failed to even shatter a single fragment. This mind-blowing defensive power, combined with that mythical creature-like form, makes the answer obvious. It's another unprecedented mythical Zoan devil fruit ability. Kizaru, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Kaido high in the sky, also noticed this. Holy crap. Once again, the Kusanagi sword clashed fiercely with the Azure Dragon Claw, unleashing a blinding light. Kizaru used the momentum to drift backward slightly, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield below, taking in the sight of the two Zoan mutangs standing unscathed against the cannon fire. The languid expression on his face froze, his eyes were slightly open, and even the curve of his lips was stiff. Yay, new ability users? And two of them at that? This level of defense. With Kizaru's knowledge and intelligence capabilities, he instantly determined that it was definitely not any known Zoan type form. Another, new mythical beast species. The thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Combined with previous information about the possibility of finding devil fruits during treasure hunts, the current scene becomes clear. That BD Kaido, just how many monsters did he manage to mass produce in such a short time, all thanks to that Ron? Even with Kizaru's strength, facing such a series of unexpected opponents would inevitably be a challenge. Kaido's near unbreakable defense is already troublesome enough, but now two more seemingly incredibly tough iron turtles have appeared below. This is getting more and more outrageous. Beasts pirates, Kizaru muttered to himself. He realized that this Buster Call would probably not be the annihilation campaign he had envisioned. Below, a new force of mythical beasts possessing top-tier defense. In the air, there was Kaido, the strongest creature, with whom he was locked in fierce combat. The balance of power in the war does not seem to have tipped in favor of the Navy despite the Buster Call. On the other side, the pirates from Beehive Island, having survived the ordeal, shouted with ecstasy. It blocked it. We survived? We survived. It's the masters of the beasts? It's Lord Jack and that new master. Incredible? It can even withstand the bombardment of the Buster Call. Ha ha ha, the Navy is nothing special. The screams of fear were instantly replaced by cheers and shouts of triumph. Many pirates who had collapsed to the ground scrambled to their feet, their eyes blazing with hope, even fanaticism, as they looked at the two colossal beasts guarding the front. Faced with absolute destructive power, those who can provide protection will naturally gain the most fervent followers instantly. Long live Lord Jack. The beasts' pirates are invincible. The pirates' morale was pulled back from the brink of collapse, and even became higher than ever before. At the same time, the naval fleet clearly could not accept this fact. The vice admiral on the command ship, his face ashen, roared as he gave the order. Impossible? Concentrate fire? Target the same area? Keep bombarding. Load high explosive and armor-piercing rounds? Alternate firing. They didn't believe any defense could truly withstand the bombardment of the Buster Call indefinitely, thinking it was only temporary and must have its limits. The next moment, a more concentrated and targeted fourth round of artillery fire tore through the sky once more. Hundreds of heavy cannons adjusted their angles, and the shells, accompanied by piercing shrieks, concentrated their attack on the central area of the Sunmu tortoise shell that Jack had transformed into. Flames stretched across the land, and the explosions were more frequent and deafening than before. Boom, 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 rumble. Smoke once again enveloped Jack's massive Sunmu-like body. However, when the sea breeze dispersed the smoke, still perfectly intact, the dark green tortoise shell shimmered with a deep luster in the sunlight. It wasn't damaged at all, not even a decent dent. It was as if the attack that had just been powerful enough to destroy the fortress was merely a fireworks display. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the smoke and fire, Jack's deafening, disdainful laughter echoed. The Sunmu he had transformed into shook its massive head, its voice dripping with sarcasm as it roared towards the naval fleet. Navy? Haven't you eaten? Is that all the strength you have? You're not even fit to tickle me. Again? Bring out as many shells as you can. Let me hear the sound. This extremely arrogant mockery was like a resounding slap in the face to the entire naval fleet. The pirates' cheers grew even more frenzied. On the naval fleet, however, there was a deathly silence and horror. The Buster Call's firepower failed for the first time. Quinn seized the opportunity precisely. Ha ha ha, it's my turn to perform. Taking advantage of the Navy's shock and chaos, Queen took to the air and entered his Zoan-type fish fruit, mythical Zoan-type, yellow dragon form. A ferocious yellow dragon roared and soared into the sky, not heading towards Kaido to join him, but instead rushing straight towards the nearest Marine Vice Admiral's flagship and the surrounding escort ships. Yellow dragon attacks. Avoid. But it was too late. Quinn's jaws gaped open, its throat brimming with destructive energy, ready to be unleashed. The target wasn't a single individual, but rather that dense group of warships. Heat breath. With Quinn's roar, a scorching breath, thicker and more fiery gold in color, containing terrifying heat, swept across the three large warships that were unable to dodge in time, like a giant flaming whip. No. Hard to starboard? Quickly. The vice admiral on board roared in despair, and the sailors frantically turned the rudder, but the warship's massive size made it impossible to evade effectively in a short time. Rumble 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 dash. A series of earth-shattering explosions suddenly erupted. The blazing heat, like a red-hot iron cutting into butter, easily tore through the warship's thick steel armor. The admiral's flagship that was directly hit suffered a massive, horrifying breach in the midsection of its hull, with molten edges. Explosions erupted from within, sending flames soaring into the sky and billowing thick smoke. It lost its combat capability almost instantly and began to slowly capsize. The 2 escort ships next to it were also hit by the edge of the heat blast. Their sides were severely damaged, flames were raging, and they were listing and struggling to save themselves. Just one strike? A single burst of heat severely damaged 3 large warships. What's the panic? Hold the line? Anti-aircraft guns? Aim at that yellow dragon. Frustrated shouts rang out from the other warships, but their voices betrayed their panic. They were used to crushing the enemy with artillery fire. Never did they imagine they would be crushed in an even more terrifying way by the enemy. And this was all done when our strongest firepower was completely countered? Quinn landed a successful blow, and his maniacal laughter echoed across the sea. Ha ha ha, did you see that? This is real artillery fire. After the initial shock, the commander quickly took control of the situation, ordering the Den Mushy, snail communication device, to be relayed to all ships. All ships, cease unnecessary bombardment of the behemoth, maintain distance and engage in diversionary fire. Landing forces, prepare. Lieutenant Generals, please proceed according to plan. With the order given, the fleet formation quickly changed, the damaged ships were covered and retreated, and the remaining warships dispersed to continue harassing the positions of Shuangsuanmu and Beishao with artillery fire, but the main firepower began to extend, bombarding the other defensive fortifications and landing beaches of Beehive Island. At the same time, more impressive figures leaped from several of the largest warships. Using moonwalking techniques or relying on astonishing physical strength, they charged towards Beehive Island like cannonballs. Their coats of justice fluttered wildly in the wind. They were none other than the vice admirals of the Marine headquarters leading this buster call. Proceed as planned, divide the battlefield, and wipe out the pirates. Lieutenant General Strawberry was the first to step onto the beach, his longsword drawn, and he coldly gave the order. The behemoth will be handled by specific personnel. The rest of you will follow me to clear out the remaining minions and strike at the heart of the enemy. Lieutenant General Gumir's voice boomed. Fear not, justice will prevail. Lieutenant General Lakurova shouted, brandishing 2 swords. Let these pirates see the true power of the Navy. Vice Admiral Steels drew his sword. Leave no one alive. The stern-faced Mozambican Lieutenant General stated succinctly. Those landing, keep up. Lieutenant General Doladan commanded the follow-up troops. A full 10 Vice Admirals from the Navy headquarters? The buster call boasts a formidable lineup, determined to end the battle swiftly. With the Vice Admirals leading the charge, the well-prepared elite Navy roared and charged. For justice, charge. Slay these pirate trash. Follow behind the Lieutenant General. Thousands of naval soldiers, like a white tide, leaped from transport ships, boarded landing craft, or swam across, braving possible retaliation from the shore, fearlessly surging towards the beachhead of Beehive Island. Jump into the sea, land, charge. In an instant, a beach landing operation unfolded along the long coastline of Beehive Island. The sounds of clashing swords, roaring muskets, and screams of agony instantly replaced the previous booming of artillery fire. The brutality of war unfolded in its most direct form. All-out boarding action begins. Facing the surging naval elites and several vice admirals who were heading straight for the heart of the enemy territory, a fierce figure who had been gathering strength for a long time roared and charged out first from the beast's pirates' side. Roar. It is the newly empowered, tyrannical Yimei, who has been ordered to guard the mine. His only order was to defend this place and annihilate the invading enemy. Enveloped in a white aura, bones cracked, muscles bulged, and fur grew wildly. Zoan-type cat fruit, mythical Zoan type, white tiger form, fully unleashed. A majestic white tiger, its size comparable to a small mountain, suddenly appeared in front of the landing area. The violent aura spread out like a tangible shockwave, making the naval soldiers at the forefront gasp for breath. What is that? A Navy officer exclaimed. McAvoy won't give them time to react. Divine fire burns, invincible defense, rush. With a sudden burst of speed from its massive limbs, it stumped out deep craters in the ground, and its enormous body transformed into a ferocious hurricane, charging directly towards the area where the naval landing force was most concentrated. Fierce, direct, no frills. Stop it, fire, the naval officer shouted hoarsely. Bang bang bang, the dense barrage of musket bullets and sporadic artillery fire struck the charging white tiger as if hitting the hardest armor, producing a clanging sound and scattering sparks, failing to slow him down even by the slightest. In divine fire defense mode, conventional attacks are ineffective. The next second, the white tiger charged into the crowd. The enormous tiger claw swept across, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, easily smashing several elite naval soldiers, shields and all, to pieces. He. With its ferocious jaws agape and fangs snapping shut, the steel breastplate was bitten through as easily as paper. Collision. Their crushing charge, relying purely on brute force and weight, left men and horses sprawling, and the sounds of bones breaking echoed everywhere they went. Blood instantly stained the beach red. The white tiger that Ichime transformed into unleashed a heavy-duty flesh and blood road roller with an invincible shield, rampaging through the navy and sweeping all before it. The defenses of the Lunaria race rendered him immune to attacks, while the power and ferocity of the mythical Zoan white tiger were perfectly transformed into a killing machine. Monster? This is a monster. Attack ineffective? Retreat? Scatter. Get out of the way. In a single encounter, the Navy's meticulously organized landing front was torn open by the suddenly appearing mythical beast, the white tiger, plunging it into chaos. A hole. Stop him, This monster has extremely strong defense, normal attacks are useless. Use your haki to attack its joints and eyes. Lieutenant General Gumir roared, his iron fist, enveloped in armament haki, forcefully blocking a tiger claw strike with a dull thud. Although the impact forced me back several steps and my arms went numb, I managed to withstand the shock. That's right. Don't fight head-on, use the 6 styles of solitary combat to find an opening. Lieutenant General Storoberry's longsword was covered in haki, and his figure was as fast as lightning. He circled around to the white tiger's side and thrust his sword at his rib joint. The other vice admirals also reacted quickly, suppressing their initial shock, and using the 6 styles of body technique and armament haki to begin a pincer attack on Kezumi. Although it couldn't easily break through the divine fire defense, it was enough to hinder Yime's charge and force him to constantly adjust his posture to cope. In a short time, the invincible tiger was actually held back by several lieutenant generals with great difficulty, and they were locked in a fierce battle. However, this is just one corner of the battlefield. While the vice admiral's attention was drawn to Kamen Rider Ichime, and they thought they had temporarily subdued the beast's pirates had already launched their full-scale attack. You think you can win by holding off a big guy who just gained power? Naive. Forceford's cold voice rang out. With a swift movement, he entered White Tiger form, transforming into a platinum afterimage of extreme speed, instantly cutting into the battle. His attacks are imbued with armament haki. Ha ha ha, little sailors, come and try my new toy. Quinn's yellow dragon swept low overhead, its tail swirling with domineering power, and slashed fiercely at the 2 vice admirals. Roar. Although Jack had not fully recovered, his momentum remained undiminished. He and Page 1 simultaneously deactivated their behemoth forms and reverted to their half-beast forms, charging directly into the vice admiral's battle group. More importantly, Ember moved. With wings spread, they went straight for Storoberry and Gumir. You two, please stay. The burning slash and the domineering aura of the longsword instantly engulfed the 2 lieutenant generals in death. All members of the Flying Six and other members of the Beasts joined the battle, each facing off against or cooperating with the officers to encircle and eliminate the remaining lieutenant generals. In an instant, the tide of battle has completely turned. Even the vice admirals might not be a match for the core officers of the Beast Pirates in a one-on-one fight, let alone now that they are being surrounded and their opponents generally possess mythical Zoan types and no haki. Ugh! A lieutenant general's iron block was forcibly torn apart by Forceford's tiger claws, and he flew backward, blood spurting from his chest. How is this possible? So fast. Another lieutenant general who relied on shave was cleaved away by Yin's sword. Their strength is on a completely different level. The lieutenant general, who attempted to withstand Jack's charge with armament haki, was smashed through his bones, along with his defenses, and coughed up blood. Navy Type 6. Faced with absolute power, speed, defense, and even greater domineering aura, they appear pale and powerless. The vice admiral was being steadily defeated by the beast's officers. Crush. A complete and utter crushing defeat. Retreat, retreat, reorganize. Lieutenant General Lakurova roared hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot, one of his arms already severed. But it was too late. The naval elites who landed had been holding on thanks to the valiant efforts of the vice admirals, but now, seeing their invincible commanders being severely wounded and routed in a single encounter, their morale collapsed instantly. The lieutenant generals have been defeated. Run. Back to the ship. Retreat to the ship. Defeat. A complete rout has begun. The white tide came surging in, but receded only in panic and despair. The naval soldiers desperately rushed towards the shore, hoping to board the small boats that had not yet been destroyed. The battle situation on Beehive Island was transmitted back to Marineford, the Navy headquarters, via an encrypted Den Mushy snail phone, through the most urgent route. When the communications soldier read out the summary of the frontline collapse in an almost trembling voice, the huge marshal's office fell into a deathly silence. Report. We've encountered a full-scale counterattack from the Beast's Pirates' main force. We've confirmed the appearance of a new mythical Zoan-type Devil Fruit user. Their defense is incredibly formidable, conventional artillery fire is ineffective and we can't break through. Several vice admirals, including Storoberry, Gumil, and Lakurova, are seriously wounded or dead. The Navy's elite forces have suffered heavy casualties, have lost their beachhead, and are urgently evacuating. Admiral Kizaru is currently being fully engaged by Kaido and is unable to effectively support the ground forces. Urgent recommendation. Immediately terminate the Demon Buster order, requesting support. The word support struck the heart of the Warring States Marshal like a heavy hammer. The pen in his hand snapped in two with a snap. The air in the office seemed to freeze. Everyone present turned pale. Even the usually tough Akainu stood frozen in place, veins bulging on his fists, and an uncontrollable aura of magma emanated from him, yet he had nowhere to vent it. Shock? Unprecedented shock? The Buster call failed? It wasn't a bitter battle, nor a stalemate, but rather, a complete rout in direct land combat? Would it even be necessary to call for backup? A new mythical beast species, with invincible defense. Sengoku repeated these keywords in a low voice, each word like an ice pick piercing his reason. He looked up at the crane, whose expression was equally solemn. Crane's voice, slightly hoarse, spoke for everyone. We miscalculated, terribly miscalculated. We anticipated Kaido's strength, the potential of the treasure hunt disaster, and even that Wang Ji wouldn't be able to provide assistance. However, we severely underestimated the speed at which the Beast's pirates' overall combat strength would change after acquiring the Lunar Fiend's physique, and the terrifying efficiency with which Ron could mass-produce top-tier combatants. There's also a new mythical beast species, the Zoan form. Black tortoise, white tiger, plus the previously known azure dragon, and their all-around enhanced physiques. Akaina's voice was forced out through clenched teeth, filled with suppressed rage and a hint of disbelief. Just how many more cards do they have up their sleeve? It's over. This operation has completely backfired. A senior staff officer couldn't help but mutter in disbelief. The Buster Call ended in a disastrous defeat, which not only meant huge losses of manpower, but also dealt a heavy blow to the Navy's prestige and the world government's deterrent power. Once the news spreads, the arrogance of pirates throughout the New World will be unprecedented. The Beast's pirates' fearsome reputation will rise to terrifying heights. Sengoku's face was ashen. He could almost see the sensational headline in the newspaper: "The Buster Call fails. The Beast's fangs tear the Navy apart. Immediately order Kizaru to cover the remaining troops and withdraw." Sengoku, unwilling to give up, order all available warships in the surrounding area to provide support. "We cannot allow the losses to escalate further." "What about Beehive Island and Kaido?" someone asked in a low voice. Sengoku closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, only a cold, resolute weariness remained. "Temporarily, abandon this plan. Intelligence is severely lacking. Continued investment will only result in greater casualties. We need to reassess, a complete reassessment of the Beast Pirates' threat." Sengoku looked out the window, as if he could see the defeat unfolding on that distant sea. A meticulously planned Buster Call not only failed to nip the seed in the bud, but instead became a stage for the enemy to flaunt their power, adding another glorious chapter to the Beast Pirates' history. A new mythical beast species has been added to the pantheon. Its defense is unmatched. These words, like a nightmare, are deeply etched into the hearts of every high-ranking officer in the Navy headquarters. Beehive Island. High in the sky, the fierce battle between light and dragons has reached its climax. Kizaru pushed his speed to the limit, unleashing slashes from the Ayame no Mirakumo sword, surprise attacks with light speed kicks, and harassing attacks with laser beams. But its effectiveness is limited. His attacks were not ineffective. The armament haki used in his internal attacks, including slashes and kicks, did indeed penetrate Kaido's terrifying scales, leaving bloody marks on his body. However, Kaido's fighting style made Kizaru feel unprecedentedly troubled and, "Didn't you eat, Kizaru? Give me a tickle." Kaido doesn't care about his wounds at all. The immense vitality and regenerative abilities of the Azure Dragon form rendered the effects of these penetrating damages negligible. He abandoned most of his dodging and parrying techniques, his dragon eyes burning with a ferocious fighting spirit, adopting the simplest and most unscrupulous fighting style. Trade blows? Endure to the bitter end. Kizaru slashed at his shoulder blade with his sword, leaving a bloody gash. Kaido completely ignored it. The Eighth Guardian, imbued with the power to shatter mountains and split seas and entangled in Conqueror's haki, slammed directly towards Kizaru. Kizaru delivered a lightning-fast kick to his abdomen, causing his scales to flutter and curl. Kaido twisted his body, his dragon tail like a steel whip, tearing through the air and sweeping across Kizaru's waist, forcing him to abandon his combo and hastily transform into his elemental form to dodge. "You do your thing, I'll do mine. Let's see who gives up first." This unreasonable fighting style relies entirely on its own unbeatable defense and recovery capabilities, forcibly dragging the battle into the most brutal war of attrition. "Kizaru, you're always running around, aren't you tired of that? Come and exchange a few blows with me." Kizaru is fast, his attacks are tricky, and he can inflict damage. However, he has a fatal weakness: his own physique is far too fragile compared to a monster like Kaido. Ugh, this is really troublesome. Kizaru frowned as he dodged the Dragon Claw attack by the narrowest of margins once again. He couldn't remember how many times he had hit Kaido, but the opponent remained full of energy, even becoming more ferocious as the battle progressed. And if he were to be struck squarely by that attack imbued with Conqueror's haki, the opportunity has arrived. Kaido seemed to have anticipated the location of Kizaru's photon reconstruction, so he abandoned dodging and slammed the 8 guardian spirits, covered in haki, down hard on Kizaru's about-to-form shape. Kizaru's pupils contracted. It was too late to completely disperse his elemental form. He could only hold the Ayame no Mirakumo sword horizontally in front of him, unleashing his armament haki to its maximum, and tough it out. Thump! A deep, resounding boom, like the thunder of a great bell. Pfft! Despite using her domineering aura to block most of the force, that immense power still slammed into her. Kizaru groaned, his face paled, and a mouthful of blood finally spilled from the corner of his mouth. His body flew backward hundreds of meters like a kite with a broken string before he could barely stabilize himself in the air. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling the churning blood and chi within his body and the faint pain in his muscles and bones. A solemn expression appeared on his usually lazy face. "My old body can't take a beating," he muttered to himself with a self-deprecating laugh, quickly making a calm assessment in his mind. If he were to clash head-on with Kaido again, given that monster's strength, he might really die here today. He is not Akainu, he lacks that insane will to fight to the death. He is Kizaru, a marine admiral who upholds ambiguous justice, knows how to weigh pros and cons, and prioritizes efficiency. Continuing the fight would be extremely risky and with little chance of victory. Meanwhile, the ground forces below had collapsed, and the buster call had effectively failed. It's time to leave. Almost the instant he made his decision, Kizaru's body blazed with golden light, transforming into countless tiny particles of light that shot out in different directions, indistinguishable from the real ones. At the same time, his voice echoed across the battlefield. Yay, looks like today isn't a good day. Kaido, let's fight again next time. Before the words were finished, his true form had already transformed into a streak of golden light, no longer lingering, and fled straight towards the direction of the retreating Navy fleet. His speed was so great that even Kaido had difficulty locking onto and pursuing him. With Kizaru's departure and the remaining marine forces fleeing in panic, Beehive Island finally entered a brief period of silence, leaving only burning wreckage and lingering smoke in the air. We won! We won! The Navy ran away. We drove off the buster call. Long live the Beasts Pirates! Long live Boss Kaido! At the port, on the beach, and even throughout the entire Beehive Island, the surviving pirates erupted in a thunderous celebration. The initial shock and fear have now transformed into excitement, pride, and fervor. They witnessed a miracle. They witnessed a legend. Destroy the buster call head-on? They repelled the naval admiral, killed several vice-admirals, and destroyed all invading warships. They're too strong. The Beasts Pirates are incredibly strong. I made the right choice. The best decision I've ever made in my life was staying on Beehive Island. Let's see who dares to mess with us now. Even the Navy will have to kneel before us. Especially those pirates who originally belonged to Beehive Island but were forced to submit, now had their last trace of resentment and doubt vanish, replaced by a wholehearted sense of belonging. Joining a pirate crew like this means an incredibly bright future. While the core members, including King, Queen, and Jack, didn't celebrate wildly like ordinary pirates, they did show satisfaction on their faces. This battle not only tested their newly acquired power, but also declared the Beasts Pirates' dominant position to the world. Kaido reverted to his human form, carrying the 8 precepts, and watched the retreating Navy fleet, laughing wildly. He. The Navy? The world government? Nothing special. This sea ultimately belongs to me. Ron stood a little further back, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. The gains from this battle far exceeded expectations. The next day, headquarters of World Economic News Agency. With bloodshot dark circles under his eyes, President Morgans, his feathers bristling with excitement, roared hoarsely amidst the deafening roar of the printing presses. Faster! Faster! Run all the printing presses at maximum power. Front page. Special edition. Extra edition. Use them all. The title should read, The Four Emperors' Dominance is Unshakable. The fangs of the beasts tear apart the buster call. The Navy suffers a crushing defeat, and a new mythical Zoan appears, shocking the world. Photos? Upload all the photos I took from a distance of the Azure Dragon, Yellow Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and the naval warship explosion. The largest and clearest ones. Let the whole world see. Times have truly changed. Under his frantic urging, the entire news agency was operating beyond its capacity. Countless news pigeons, laden with newspapers, poured out of the valley and flew to every corner of the world. The world was in an uproar. Wherever the newspaper went, it caused a tsunami of shock and uproar. What was supposed to be a foolproof buster call, triggered by Wang Ji's betrayal, ultimately turned into the coronation ceremony of the Beasts Pirates. After this battle, Kaido of the Beasts and his unfathomable treasure-hunting calamity, Ron, are now regarded by the entire world as the most dangerous and unpredictable ultimate force. The landscape of the ocean was rewritten because of the Battle of Beehive Island. New World. On the Redfords. The World Economic News newspaper, still smelling of fresh ink, was placed quietly on a wooden barrel on the main deck. The sea breeze rustled the newspapers, and the sensational headlines and blurry yet striking distant photographs on the front page stung the eyes of everyone on board. The deck was silent, the usual laughter and festive atmosphere had vanished. The officials gathered around, their faces unusually serious. Shanks sat alone at the bow of the ship, his back to the others, gazing at the distant horizon. His striking red hair seemed to have dimmed slightly, and the veins on the back of his hand, holding the newspaper, bulged slightly. Every word in the newspaper felt like a needle piercing his heart. The buster call suffered a crushing defeat. A new mythical beast species, Sunwoo. Invincible defense. The beasts have gained another top-tier fighting force. After a long while, he slowly turned around. His face, usually always beaming with smiles, was now filled with solemnity, his brows furrowed into a deep frown. That Kaido guy. Shank's voice was deep and heavy, carrying a weighty pressure. It's not just that he's gotten stronger, he's achieving full-scale mythical Zoan transformation at a speed we can't even imagine. He put down his newspaper and glanced at his companions. Beckman was smoking expressionlessly, his eyes sharp. Usopp was wiping his beloved gun, but his movements were somewhat absent-minded, and Rakuro had lost his appetite. The Lunaria race's constitution has made their core members impenetrable walls of steel. Now, they've added a phantom beast species specifically designed to enhance their defense. Shanks stood up and walked to the ship's side, feeling an invisible pressure. We experienced their difficulties in Elbaf before, but now, he turned to Beckman. The Navy mobilized the buster call, gathering such a massive force, even with Kizaru in command, yet they suffered a crushing defeat in a direct confrontation. What does this mean? Beckman exhaled a smoke ring, his voice calm yet chilling. This means the beast's pirate's weaknesses are being rapidly addressed, and may even have given rise to new advantages. And that treasure hunting scourge, Ron, is the heart of it all, Yesop added, his tone tinged with apprehension. His ability to create top-tier combat power, that's just too overpowered. Shanks nodded, his expression growing even more grim. His vision of maintaining the balance of the ocean is facing its most severe challenge yet. An uncontrolled and increasingly powerful beast pirate's crew is far more destructive than a simply powerful strongest creature. This is no longer just a battle for supremacy among the 4 emperors, it is an unstable factor that could overturn the entire existing order. The balance is being broken in the worst possible way, Shanks murmured, his gaze once again fixed on Beehive Island, as if he could see through the distance and witness the transformed pirate crew. We have to do something. New World. On the massive whale-headed bow deck of the Moby Dick, the sunlight shone warmly on the deck, but at this moment, the atmosphere in the center of the deck was somewhat stagnant. A newspaper was passed around among several captains before finally being handed to the enormous figure seated in a specially made chair. Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world. Seeing the newspaper was clearly a surprise, he slowly scanned the headlines and pictures. The distant silhouette of the Azure Dragon and the Kizaru locked in fierce combat, the giant tortoise and the ferocious tiger standing motionless amidst the gunfire, the thick smoke from the exploding naval warships. The deck was quiet, the captains were all waiting for their father's reaction. Marco stood with his hands in his pockets, Jaws draped his thick arm over his shoulder, and Vista gently stroked his beard. A long time. Whitebeard's deep voice broke the silence, echoing across the deck. Gururera? That brat Kaido, it seems he's not just gotten thicker-skinned. Whitebeard casually tossed the newspaper aside and gazed at the distant sea. Defense? Attack? A new mythical beast species. Those Navy guys went looking for trouble with a buster call, and they came back with a thud. Gurera, this is no small matter. Marco stepped forward and analyzed, Dad, this means the beast's pirates' overall strength, especially the depth and diversity of their top-tier fighters, has exceeded our previous estimates. That treasure-digging Calamity's ability is probably more troublesome than rumored. That's right, Jaws said in a deep voice, if they can keep producing this level of combat power, that would be terrifying. The white-bearded man nodded slowly, leaning back in his chair. This is more than just a rise. That brat who used to only know how to charge around with brute force, has now learned how to forge weapons. A madman who only knows how to destroy is not scary. What's scary is a madman who possesses terrifying power and then purposefully arms himself and expands his influence. Whitebeard's words made the atmosphere on the deck even more solemn. They all understood what their father meant. Kaido's personal strength has a long history, but the beast's pirates are now showing a terrifying and sustainable growth. This has transcended the realm of a simple pirate crew, it's more like a rapidly forming war empire. The sea is going to be restless again, the white-bearded man said with a final sigh. Subsequently, a soft exclamation also came from the crowd. Incredible! We found a devil fruit among the spoils. What? Sachi. Captain Sachi is really lucky, he even managed to find a devil fruit here. What kind of devil fruit is it? The Kingdom of Totaland, Cake Island Castle. Charlotte Linland's loud laughter echoed in the spacious, luxurious room. Mama, that brat Kaido really got incredibly lucky. She held the World Economic News in her hand, her eyes scanning the words treasure hunt disaster and new mythical beast species. She didn't seem too concerned about the Navy's disastrous buster call defeat. In fact, she was somewhat pleased, since it was the Navy that lost face anyway. Her focus was entirely on Ron, who could find the treasure. Treasure hunt disaster. Treasure hunt, Big Mom licked his lips. He can find all the good stuff buried underground? Mama, this ability is amazing. She slammed the newspaper down on the table beside her, making the dessert plates jump, and her eyes flashed with an astonishing light. My kingdom? So many islands in Totland. There must be countless treasures buried beneath them. She began to excitedly mutter to herself, as if she could already see countless treasures being unearthed. Perhaps there's something here that can make my children stronger. Then, as if she had just remembered something, the woman suddenly exclaimed with delight. An invitation? Yes, an invitation for Kaido to bring that treasure hunting scourge to my whole Cake Island as guests. She made her decision, a greedy smile spreading across her face. Mama, for our old friendship, help me dig a bit. When we find something good, we'll discuss how to divide it. In her view, this was a win-win deal. Kaido gained her friendship, and she may obtain unimaginable treasures, further strengthening whole Cake Island's power. Perospero, Katakuri, she called out loudly. The eldest son, Perospero, and the second son, Katakuri, quickly entered. Prepare the invitations immediately. Invite Kaido and his treasure hunting scourge to my tea party. Mama, I can't wait. Perospero licked his candy cane, his eyes gleaming. Yes, mother. However, Kaido just won a great victory and is riding high on his momentum, he probably won't agree so easily. That's why we're preparing a grand tea party and bringing out the finest refreshments. The middle-aged woman waved her hand impatiently. Besides, if he dares to disrespect me, Mama, I'll go find him myself. Katakuri stood silently to the side, his expression hidden beneath his scarf, but a hint of seriousness lingered in his eyes. He saw further ahead, inviting Kaido and that treasure hunting scourge into Whole Cake Island was itself a huge adventure. But a mother's orders are not to be questioned. Yes, Mom. We'll go right now. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. The atmosphere in Marshal Sengoku's office was so tense it was suffocating. The detailed battle report on the crushing defeat at Beehive Island has finally arrived. Like a red-hot branding iron, it seared the dignity of every high-ranking naval officer. Anger, humiliation, and a deep sense of unease about the future intertwined to form a dark cloud. Absurd? Disgraceful. Akainu slammed his fist against the wall. Defeat? What has become of the Navy's reputation? Now is not the time to vent, Sakazuki. Sengoku's eyes were icy. We must show the world our stance. The Navy will not back down because of one setback, nor will we stand idly by and watch the beast pirates continue to expand. Use the bounty. The usually silent Tsuru calmly spoke up. This is the most direct and widely known way. We must immediately update the bounties of the Beast's Pirates Corps members, especially Kaido and that treasure-hunting scourge. The amount must be commensurate with the threat they are currently posing, or even higher. This is a deterrent, and also a declaration they are the highest priority targets for elimination by the Navy and even the world government. The proposal was approved by everyone. Soon, the new bounty amount was quickly determined during the threat reassessment. This time, the Navy abandoned all conservative and gradual practices, and the numbers they provided were simply insane. The new bounty poster was produced and distributed at lightning speed, and, following the repercussions of the world economic news, once again swept the world. Kaido of the Beasts, 4.89 billion berries. King the Wildfire, 2.6 billion berries. Plague Queen, 2.5 billion berries. Drought Jack, 2 billion berries. Flying 6, Fortsford, 1.7 billion berry. Page 1, 1.5 billion pellets. For other individuals, the bounties have been significantly increased to varying degrees. The most eye-catching item was the brand new, though perhaps still blurry, wanted poster. Ron. Treasure hunt disaster. 3 billion pele? This number came as a complete shock. A person with a very short appearance time and almost no direct combat record has seen his bounty skyrocket to the terrifying 3 billion, even surpassing veterans like Jack and Who's Who, and approaching the level of the 4 emperors. This is undoubtedly the clearest signal the Navy has sent. We believe that you, Ron, are the root of the Beast's pirates, a more dangerous existence than mere brute force. When the latest bounty notice arrived on Beehive Island with the newsbirds and was circulated among the officers, the Beast's pirates' world has collapsed. Kaido, upon first seeing his bounty increase to 4.89 billion berries, widened his eyes in surprise. He. He stared at the string of numbers and scratched his chin. It seems a bit taller than before. But this murmur was quickly drowned out. 2.6 billion. I'm worth 2.6 billion now. Jin held his new bounty poster, his tone not one of joy, but of utter astonishment. 2.5 billion. I've got 2.5 billion too. Quinn's eyes widened, but then a look of pain crossed his face. Wait, this is not good news. 2 billion. Jack mumbled, looking at his new bounty. Then, suddenly remembering something, his face fell. Oh no, will Ron have to spend 2 billion berries to poach my abilities? These words were like a thunderclap, instantly waking everyone up. Yes. Fursworth stared at his $1.7 billion bounty, his lips twitching. The bounty's gone up, which means, the equivalent amount of berries needed to poach us has also gone up. 1.5 billion. Page 1 looked at his new bounty, then at his sister Runty, his face full of innocence. How am I supposed to repay this money? In an instant, the core members of the Beast's pirates were completely dumbfounded. In the past, an increase in bounty rewards represented recognition of strength. It was an honor, a deterrent, and something to celebrate with a banquet. But things are different now. The surge in bounties represents a real increase in the cost of transferring their skills to them. The sky has fallen. Holy crap. Quinn was the first to wail, clutching his head and yelling. Raising the bounty used to be a good thing, but now what the hell? This is just raising our own price. It costs 2.5 billion to dig one up now. Where are we going to get that much money? We were already short of money. We barely recovered some of our losses by raiding, digging up Beehive Island. Now look what's happened. Even filling it all back up won't be enough for a few more raids. Even the usually calm Yin couldn't help but facepalm, his tone filled with helplessness. This is outrageous. Sasaki cursed. Those bastards in the Navy? They're definitely doing it on purpose. They can't beat us, so they resort to this trick. How are we supposed to get Ron to upgrade us happily anymore? Who can afford this cost? Above the port, the air was thick with gloom and the cries of discontent echoed from the Beast's pirates officers. Looking at the wanted poster in their hands, which represented a terrifyingly high bounty, they felt for the first time that this piece of paper was burning hot. Ron also took his new bounty poster, and when his eyes fell on the striking number, he was also taken aback. 3 billion. Pele, he murmured the number, as if to confirm that he hadn't misread it. This amount not only far exceeds his initial bounty of 1.5 billion, but also surpasses veteran top members such as King, Queen, and Jack, second only to Kaido, firmly securing the second place in the Beast's Pirates bounty rankings. It's important to know that he has almost never publicly displayed his personal fighting abilities. The only explanation for the Navy's exorbitant price is that they assessed the threat posed by his treasure hunting ability as terrifying, comparable to, or even surpassing, that of top-tier combat forces. Ron's muttering drew everyone's attention. The wailing stopped. Everyone turned to look at the bounty poster in Ron's hand, then at the number. After a brief silence, 3 billion. Second only to Kaido. The treasure hunt disaster is now the second highest bounty in our guild. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell. Yes, they were so busy lamenting their price increase that they forgot who the root cause and core of all this is. Why shouldn't someone who can drastically change the entire beast's pirates' fighting strength have a high bounty? Even in many people's minds, this amount isn't high. In fact, it might be a bit low. After all, Ron's abilities, in a sense, define the future potential of their entire pirate crew. He. Kaido laughed heartily, patted Ron on the shoulder, and affirmed, Ron, kid, see that? This is the world government's recognition of you? 3 billion? I think that's not enough. Your abilities are worth this price. Even more valuable. Kaido's words essentially defined the nature of the matter. That's right. Brother Ron's bounty is well deserved. Jack said earnestly. Ha ha ha. Without you, where would we get so many new abilities and physiques? So what if the bounty is higher? It's only right. Quinn patted his chest in support. The Navy has a good eye this time. Even Jin nodded slightly in approval. The other cotters and members of the Flying Six team nodded in agreement. They might feel the pinch of raising their prices, but they consider it perfectly justified for Ron to command such a high price. Fortunately, there are now gemstone veins, otherwise they would definitely go after the Navy. After a burst of cheers, King, having also received the report, nodded slightly, stepped forward, regaining his usual composure, and reported to Kaido. Lord Kaido, just now, we received an invitation from the Kingdom of Tado Land. He paused briefly to make sure everyone's attention was on him. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, has sent an invitation. She invites you, and Mr. Ron, to attend a tea party she is hosting on Whole Cake Island. A tea party? Quinn curled his lip. What's that old lady up to now? She's definitely up to no good. The atmosphere on the deck froze. Having just repelled the Navy, he received an invitation from another of the 4 emperors. This was undoubtedly a signal. He. Upon hearing this, Kaido was not surprised at all. Instead, he burst into laughter, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. I knew it. That greedy, crazy woman, seeing that I've unearthed treasure and strengthened myself, how could she possibly sit still? Kaido said confidently, what bullshit tea party? She's just after Ron's abilities, trying to lure us there so she can get a share, and maybe even, leave Ron in her Whole Cake Island. He saw right through Charlotte Lingling's feelings. The lingering ties forged on the same ship as the rocks proved fragile and easily shattered in the face of immense interests and power. Dream on. Kaido sneered, making his decision. Tell her, a tea party? I'm too busy. Tell her to wait on Whole Cake Island. He grinned and added, once I've finished what I'm doing, dug up all the treasures I need, and become stronger, I'll personally visit her in her entire kingdom. But whether we have tea or something else then won't be up to her? He. The affairs of the beast's pirates are none of anyone else's business, let alone their right to benefit. Want to share the cake? Once we've eaten our fill and are in a better mood, maybe we'll come over to your place. Yes, Lord Kaido. King nodded slightly, immediately understanding Kaido's meaning. That's right. Why should we give her our best stuff for free? Quinn immediately chimed in. The others nodded in agreement. Having just fought a tough battle, we definitely need time to rest, mine the veins, consolidate Beehive Island, and plan the next big treasure hunt. Heading rashly to the stronghold of another Yonko is too risky. Ron stood to the side, listening calmly. He wasn't surprised that Big Mom coveted him. Kaido's approach, though domineering, aligns with his current interests. We definitely have to go. The world is so vast, there might be some unexpected treasures there. But this must be done when all the beasts are fully prepared and go forth in a powerful manner. Just as Kaido forcefully rejected Big Mom's invitation, a Den Mushi with a special marking rang urgently. Blub blub, blub blub. Jin answered quickly. The Den Mushi simulated a voice filled with pride and excitement. After a brief exchange, a look of surprise and delight appeared on Jin's usually indifferent face. He covered the microphone, turned to Kaido, and raised his voice slightly. Lord Kaido, it's an encrypted communication from Lord Yamato's side. Kaido's dragon eyes flickered. Jin took a deep breath and reported as calmly as possible. Young Master Yamato sends a message. As per your instructions, the first batch of high-purity seastone raw materials, secretly sold through channels, has been completely sold. Buyers came from multiple giants in the underworld, and, at least one major power not affiliated with the world government. Due to its extremely high purity and excellent processing properties, it sparked fierce competition, and the price far exceeded expectations. Currently, the first payment has been settled and the goods are being expedited to our location through absolutely reliable channels. The amount is 10 billion berries. The crowd fell into an even more complete silence than when they first saw the new bounty poster. 10 billion. Pele? The Beastmasters, who were just lamenting the cost of treasure hunting due to the billions in bounties, now felt their brains were a bit overwhelmed. The next second, the exclamations of ecstasy and disbelief nearly shook Beehive Island to its core. How much? 10 billion. Seastone, it sold for so much money. Young Master Yamato did this? That's amazing. We're rich. We're rich. Even Kaido, after his initial stunned reaction, burst into laughter more heartily than ever before. He. Good. Well done, I knew it. Those rats hiding in the shadows and those self-righteous people have absolutely no resistance to this kind of strategic resource. 10 billion? Ha ha ha. Now let's see who dares to say I'm poor. This is like sending charcoal in snowy weather. No, it's like rain falling on parched land. A mountain of gold fell from the sky. Quinn, ha ha ha. 10 billion? Enough to dig me up several times over. Jack grinned widely, as if he could already see himself being dug out, and for some reason, he felt happy. This is outrageous. Has he gone mad? Even Ron's eyes lit up. With this funding, the Beast's pirates were about to undergo a transformation. Immediately send the order to Yamato. Kaido's laughter subsided, but his eyes burned with intensity. Tell her to ensure the safe transport. This money is the cornerstone of our future domination of the beasts. At the same time, tell her to continue selling seastone according to plan, controlling the pace. We need to make enough pyrite, but we can't let the market become saturated. The funding problem was solved in the most unexpected way. With the gemstone veins of Beehive Island in hand, and the stable supply of high-purity seastone from Wano country as a continuous source of wealth, the Beast's pirates' financial situation was resolved. The cost anxiety caused by the surge in bounties has been mitigated. Time slipped away quietly amidst the efficient and orderly mining of the Beehive Island gemstone veins. The island was relatively calm in the afternoon, with only regular knocking sounds and the hum of machinery coming from the direction of the mine. Just then, a message came from the port watchtower. A flamboyant pirate ship bearing the Don Quixote family insignia was slowly approaching Beehive Island, requesting a meeting. Joker, Doflamingo. Upon receiving the report, King frowned slightly and looked at Kaido, who was drinking beside him. He. Kaido put down his wine bowl, his eyes filled with mockery. That flamingo, his nose is quite sharp. I just finished fighting the Marines and discovered a mineral vein. The news hadn't even fully spread yet, and he couldn't wait to fly over. He knew the other party's intentions almost without thinking. What else could it be? They're definitely here because they smelled the treasure hunt, and they're after you, Ron, and our newly acquired abilities. Kaido glanced at Ron beside him. This guy is a prime example of someone who won't do anything without a profit. Upon hearing this, Ron remained calm and, after a moment's thought, said, Mr. Kaido, Doflamingo is still our partner on the surface, providing us with the raw materials for artificial devil fruits. Although artificial devil fruits are no longer used, they still have their uses. His control over the underworld and his network of connections may still be valuable for our future sales of gems and seastone, and even for acquiring certain special intelligence or resources. Ron paused, then added, his ambition and greed are a double-edged sword, but as long as we offer him a price he can't refuse and maintain absolute deterrence, it's not impossible to achieve deeper cooperation and use him for our purposes, rather than simply alienating and antagonizing him. Ron's thinking was clear. Since the other party had offered themselves up and had value to be exploited, they might as well make contact and steer this cooperative relationship in a direction more beneficial to the beasts. He. Well said. Kaido laughed and agreed. Cooperation? Of course, but it must be under my rules. If you want to benefit from me, you'll have to offer 10 times the value in return. He turned to Ember and waved his hand. Let that collaborator in. I want to hear what surprises he has in store for me. The order was given, and the port released the cargo. Soon, accompanied by bursts of laughter, Don Quixote Doflamingo, clad in a pink feather coat and wearing sunglasses, set foot on the land of Beehive Island. He was followed by only a few high-ranking officials, which showed his sincerity. Soon, from the moment he stepped onto the port of Beehive Island, Doflamingo's smile vanished, replaced by a storm raging within him. Although I had already learned some information through newspapers and underground channels, the shock of seeing it with my own eyes far exceeded my imagination. The first thing that assaulted his senses was the lingering smell of gunpowder and blood in the air, and the horrifying traces of battle in the port area. Huge, charred craters, torn ground, and fragments of warship wreckage. He recounted how intense the battle that had recently defeated the Buster Call had been. Meanwhile, the members of the Beast's pirates were methodically cleaning up and resting. Then, as he was led toward the center of the island, the sights he saw along the way made his heart race even faster. In that emerald mine, radiating a rich, intense light, countless pirates, under the command of the Beastmen, were efficiently mining, hauling out baskets of crystal-clear raw stones. Just by looking at it, its value is enough to drive any underworld emperor crazy. However, what truly chilled him to the bone and fueled his boundless greed were the Beast's pirates' officers in the distance. The flames burning behind Ash are not surprising. The color seems to have changed. But, behind Quinn, behind Jack, behind Fossier, behind Runty, they were all burning with divine fire. Even the newly promoted Page 1, and that Brute 1 beauty, exude a chilling aura. Doflamingo astutely grasped these key pieces of information. Pfft! The laughter almost got stuck in his throat. Divine fire? More than one? Is it? Almost all of them? The Lunaria race's physique, they've almost universally adopted it. The shock of this realization was far more profound than seeing a gemstone vein. What does that mean? This means that almost all of the Beast's pirates' top combatants possess the legendary invincible defensive foundation. This is no longer an improvement in individual strength, but a forced bestowal of racial talent upon an entire race. The top officials following behind him, including Toripole and Diamante, couldn't help but gasp, their faces filled with horror and disbelief. They had initially been quite confident in their family's strength, but now, faced with this group of monsters, a tremendous sense of disparity arose within them. My heart is fluttering. An unprecedented longing spread wildly through Doflamingo's heart like a poisonous vine. If the Don Quixote family could also acquire this physique, no, even if only a few of their top executives did, to what extent would their power expand? How much more powerful will his authority become in the underworld? Doflamingo quickly suppressed his turbulent thoughts and put on a smile again. He became even more certain of his goal for this trip. He had to obtain at least one promise or opportunity from this collaboration. As they approached, Doflamingo received him very politely. Lord Kaido, how have you been? Your information network is quite impressive. Under Kaido's undisguised scrutiny, Doflamingo dropped all pretense of polite conversation. He knew that in the face of these monsters, any roundabout approach would be a waste of time and might even provoke their disgust. Taking a deep breath to suppress the shock in his heart, the smile on his face faded slightly, and he honestly longed to speak. Phew, Lord Kaido, since you've asked, I won't beat around the bush. Doflamingo's gaze swept over Kaido, Ron, and the astonishingly powerful subordinates behind them, his voice clear. That's why I came here. He looked at the divine fire burning behind Ember, then gestured vaguely towards Quinn and the others. The Lunaria race's physique, no, more accurately, their opportunity to become stronger. To be frank. He laid bare his greed and ambition. The moment the words left his mouth, the atmosphere froze. Kaido narrowed his eyes slightly, unleashing a terrifyingly fierce light. A palpable pressure, mixed with Conqueror's haki, enveloped Doflamingo. The air seemed to grow heavier, and the surrounding pirates, including Doflamingo's subordinates, felt a sense of suffocation. Doflamingo felt his breath catch in his throat, a cold sweat instantly beading on his back, and his eyes behind his sunglasses trembled violently. But he forced his back straight, not taking a single step back. Instead, he met Kaido's gaze and quickly added in an even more determined tone. Of course, I, Doflamingo, and the entire Don Quixote family, know the weight of this power. I hereby state my position. As long as we can gain the favor of this power, the Don Quixote family will forever follow the ship of the beasts. We will follow Governor Kaido's lead without question. Our underground networks, arms supply lines, intelligence systems, everything will become the tentacles and solid backing of the beasts' pirates. Governor Kaido, please rest assured. This is his biggest bargaining chip, his pledge of allegiance, relinquishing a portion of his independence in exchange for a ticket to a higher level of power. Kaido's oppressive aura lessened slightly, but his gaze remained sharp as he scrutinized Doflamingo. Just then, Ron, standing to the side, calmly spoke up, breaking the stalemate of power. Mr. Doflamingo, we have received your wishes. But one thing must be clear, here, the acquisition of any ability follows the ironclad rule of equivalent exchange. His gaze was indifferent. If you want the Lunaria race's constitution, or other treasures, you must pay an equal price. Then tell me, besides loyalty needing time to prove itself, what else, and your Don Quixote family, are willing to pay a specific price? The question was thrown back to Doflamingo. Simply making statements and promises for the future is not enough, we must present tangible, substantial, and meaningful current value. Doflamingo's heart tightened, but at the same time he saw a glimmer of hope. Ron's words implied that this matter was open to discussion. The key is the price, he responded without hesitation, taking a desperate gamble. Any cost. Anything I, Doflamingo, possess, whether it's accumulated wealth, control over devil fruit trading networks, power in the underworld, or even my own abilities, whatever you need, just say the word. I'm willing to give it all. He was willing to risk everything to obtain this power that would allow him and his family to achieve a true leap in social class. He. Kaido laughed with satisfaction, and the terrifying pressure completely dissipated. Doflamingo's decisiveness and pragmatism clearly pleased him. Very good, Flamingo, you're even more astute than I expected. This deal, I approve it. As for the specifics of the exchange, you discuss it with Ron. Kaido's final blow sealed the deal, but the price he quoted next made Doflamingo's heart clench again, even though he had just breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll just name my price. Kaido's eyes gleamed with shrewdness, he was never confused when it came to huge profits. His voice boomed like thunder. Listen up, Flamingo. Lunalia physique, 5 billion berries per serving. A mythical Zoan type devil fruit ability if I find a suitable one, and I'm willing to give it to you, even one of those is worth 5 billion berries. This is a special internal price offered by our partners. Fair and honest pricing. 5 billion, per share? This number struck Doflamingo like a hammer blow to his heart. He had thought that his control over Dressrosa and the wealth he had accumulated over the years in the underworld were already astonishing, but he still felt suffocating pressure in the face of this friendship price. This is just the price tag for physical condition or ability? If he wanted to acquire such items for himself and key family members, such as Toripole and Diamantite, it would be an astronomical figure. More importantly, this only represents the monetary portion of the price. Kaido's next words further cemented his place on the chariot of the beasts. In addition, Kaido pointed to the mine not far away. Use all your connections and resources in the underworld to sell the rough stones and finished products mined from these gem veins on Beehive Island at the highest possible price. Of the sales revenue, I'll take 90%, and the remaining 10% is your commission for your hard work and channel maintenance. This is both a way to maximize the profits from the gems by utilizing Doflamingo's connections, and a deeper form of entanglement, making him one of the actual handlers of the beast's vast wealth, with vested interests that make it difficult for him to break free. Doflamingo's sunglasses slipped slightly, his smile froze, and his lips twitched uncontrollably. It hurts so much. The astronomical price of 5 billion almost emptied his cash flow accumulated over many years. Selling gems for the beasts, while earning 10% of the profits, may not seem like much, but with so many gems involved, 10% isn't a small amount. Moreover, it's only if the other party is willing to give it. If Kaido isn't willing, you won't get even a tenth of it and you still have to do the job perfectly. Risks and opportunities coexist. Doflamingo was once again tempted by power, and by the long-term benefits of completely aligning himself with one of the 4 emperors' crews. Fortune favors the bold. To enter the top circles, you must pay the top price. He gritted his teeth fiercely. Fu, fu, fu. All right, Lord Kaido, this deal is done. 50 billion per share? I'll take it. Leave the sales of the gems to me, I guarantee they'll fetch the highest price. So, regarding the first transaction, Kaido nodded in satisfaction. Very good, but the deal will have to wait. King is recovering, I'll let you know when it's ready. Doflamingo understood that his opponent would definitely need time to prepare, especially since King was not yet fully recovered. He adjusted his mindset, and a smile returned to his face. I understand, I completely understand. He nodded slightly. Such an important surgery naturally requires optimal condition and preparation. I will patiently wait for Mr. Jin's recovery and await your notification at any time. Having already paid a huge price, he naturally hoped that everything would achieve the best possible outcome. So, while we wait, Doflamingo glanced towards the mine. I'll go and examine these beautiful gemstone veins more closely first. He turned to Kaido and Ron, his tone becoming more professional. I will immediately begin arranging top-tier gemologists and sales channels to assess the quality of the mine and develop the best sales strategy. Our goal is to get the first batch of gems into the market at the most ideal price in the shortest possible time, generating the initial cash flow for our partnership. He didn't mention your mineral veins, but rather our cooperation, clearly positioning himself as part of a deeply intertwined community of interests. Go on. Let me see what you've got. Kaido waved his hand dismissively. He prefers partners who directly discuss interests and can immediately demonstrate their capabilities. Rest assured, Governor Kaido, Mr. Ron. Doflamingo gave a slightly exaggerated chest-touching bow, then turned and left with his still-shocked subordinates. Once outside the suffocatingly oppressive area, Doflamingo's smile faded slightly, replaced by excitement. As he hurried toward the mine, he whispered instructions to Toripole and Diamante beside him. Immediately contact our top jewelers, collectors, and secret CP agents among the celestial dragons who love sparkly things in the North Blue, West Blue, and the Grand Line. Tell them that the largest and highest quality emerald mine in history is about to be released. Get them ready with plenty of Baileys. Furthermore, all the liquid funds the family can currently access should be pooled together. Also, secretly assess our several properties in Dressrosa, if necessary. Some can be mortgaged or sold. Just send the money as soon as possible. He wants to use a two-pronged approach. On the one hand, they focused on selling gems for all the beasts, proving their worth and earning that 10% commission. On the other hand, they need to frantically raise the 5 billion pesos needed for the tickets. The gemstone veins on Beehive Island were no longer just wealth in his eyes, but also the first stepping stone and source of funds on his path to power. Watching Doflamingo's swift and decisive departure, the Beasts group displayed a variety of expressions. This guy, he's pretty good at getting things done. Quinn snorted. Using his connections can indeed save us a lot of trouble, Jin said calmly, continuing to meditate with his eyes closed. Ron nodded slightly. Doflamingo's efficiency and ambition were more beneficial than harmful to the beasts at the moment. Kaido, looks like with this local tyrant running around doing all the work, I don't need to go through the trouble of carrying these stones onto the ship myself and then searching everywhere for buyers. He looked at Ron beside him and said approvingly, Ron, your suggestion for cooperation is excellent. Not only will we sell the gems for the highest price, saving us effort, but we'll also gain a top-tier sales channel and a henchman for free. Kaido was in a good mood. What's even better is that every time this guy buys a physique or a devil fruit, the 5 billion berries he pulls out is enough for one of our own to strengthen 2 or 3 times. This deal is a steal no matter how you look at it. Using money from external partners to strengthen oneself, while simultaneously binding them firmly to one's own cause, is indeed a brilliant move. Brother Luo, you're really something. Quinn immediately leaned over, gave Ron an exaggerated thumbs up, and grinned from ear to ear, his chubby face beaming. To get something for nothing, no, to fatten ourselves up with their money? This idea is brilliant. We need to find more big clients like this in the future. The other Cotters also showed expressions of deep agreement. Having experienced Wang Ji's treachery and the Navy's buster call, they understood even more clearly the importance of keeping power in their own hands and controlling core resources. Under everyone's gaze, Ron nodded slightly, his tone calm and clear. Mr. Kaido, gentlemen. Cooperating with Doflamingo is about utilizing his value. But we must always remember the core principle. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze steady. The final distribution of what we unearth, whether physical attributes, abilities, or other treasures, must be firmly in our own hands. They can only be given to those who are truly loyal to the beasts and share our glory and shame. From the outside world's perspective, especially in the eyes of other royal groups or the world government, our ability to create top-tier combat power must maintain a high degree of mystery and scarcity. Before we are strong enough to disregard all challenges, we must not easily reveal our strengths, nor allow key technologies or their sources to proliferate. His words clarified the bottom line behind the cooperation. That's right. Jin was the first to agree in a deep voice. Power must be in our own hands. We can use Doflamingo, but we must be able to truly bind ourselves to him. That's how it should be. The best stuff should go to our own people first. Jack agreed. Phosphor and the others nodded in agreement. After continuous enhancement, they had deeply felt the transformation brought about by this power and were even more convinced of Ron's principle of prioritizing internal needs. External. After leaving the core area of the beasts, Doflamingo, accompanied by Treble, Diamante, and other top executives, arrived at the gem mine site under the guidance of a low-ranking member of the beasts. The closer you get, the stronger the aura of wealth becomes. But when their gaze passed over the mountain of raw stones and landed on several figures at the entrance of the mine, their steps faltered slightly, and their hearts trembled once again. Guarding the entrance to the mine, besides some ordinary members of the beastmen, were two non-human beings. A massive, majestic white tiger, its body shrouded in a faint aura of menace, was none other than the savage and domineering Yimei, who rampaged across the battlefield, and Page 1, who has regained his human form. The mere presence of the two of them exuded a chilling sense of oppression. What made Doflamingo and the others' pupils shrink even more was the white divine fire burning behind Cayman Rider. This is undoubtedly a hallmark of the Lunaria race's physique. Whoosh. Doflamingo's breath hitched slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Even someone like James McAvoy, who was originally just a weapon of war relying on brute force and modifications, actually acquired this legendary physique? What does that mean? This means that within the Beast's pirates, the granting of such top-tier abilities may have become somewhat widespread, or at least standard practice. This was far more exaggerated than he had imagined. Toripol, standing nearby, gasped in a low voice, his tone tinged with fear. Ha ha ha. Dover, it seems what they said in the newspapers was probably true. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, they are ridiculously strong. Even Shanks suffered a loss at their hands, and now even the Navy's Buster Call can't do anything about them? Seeing this living evidence with your own eyes is 1,000 times more shocking than reading written reports. You might read about invincible defense and new mythical beasts in the newspapers, but only when a colossal white tiger burning with divine fire and a clearly enhanced flying 6 stand before you. Only then can you truly appreciate the shock of that mind-blowing experience. They actually did it. And they did it even more thoroughly than the rumors suggested. Diamante clenched his fists, his Adam's apple bobbing, and whispered to Doflamingo, Doflamingo, this investment, though costly, is likely crucial to our future standing at the top of the new world. If we miss this opportunity. He didn't finish speaking, but his meaning was already clear. The sight before them convinced them that the Beast's pirates' ship had sailed into a sea area they could never have imagined before. If you can't keep up, you'll be left behind completely, and you might even be swallowed up by the giant wave. Doflamingo did not respond immediately. He just stared intently at the white tiger form of Cayman Rider and Page 1's composed figure in front of the mine. The last trace of hesitation in his heart was completely replaced by his burning determination. It seems we really made the right choice. This world is about to enter a new order, and we, the Don Quixote family, must stand at the pinnacle of this new order. Toripol, Diamante, get to work immediately. Using all your connections and resources, I will turn these gems into the most dazzling Pele in the shortest amount of time. What we want to earn is not just commissions, but also a ticket to the future. The awe I witnessed firsthand transformed into the strongest resolve to act. Doflamingo knew that he had embarked on a path of no return, but ahead of this path lay the pinnacle of power. Inside the hall, as the Beast's pirates gathered around the upcoming 10 billion berries, debating how to use them, whether to prioritize strengthening their existing crew or save them for future major projects. Report. A crew member responsible for receiving intelligence rushed into the hall, panting, clutching a newly received news report, his face filled with disbelief and shock. Lord Kaido, ladies and gentlemen, the newsbird just dropped down a newspaper with breaking news. The Whitebeard pirates, something terrible has happened. The discussion abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned to that direction. The man took a deep breath and read in an almost trembling voice. Marshal D. Teach, a member of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, murdered his fellow pirate Thatch a few days ago on an island in the Grand Line in order to steal a devil fruit, and then defected with the fruit. The Whitebeard Pirates have issued a maximum kill order against him. This matter has shaken the entire world. Blackbeard Teach murdered his comrade and betrayed Whitebeard. This news exploded like a bombshell over Beehive Island, which had just experienced the Buster Call battle. A brief silence fell over the hall, followed by a flurry of reactions. Ha ha ha. Queen burst into exaggerated laughter. Just for a devil fruit? Has Blackbeard gone mad with greed? Doing something so stupid on Whitebeard's ship? The other cotters also showed expressions of surprise, disdain, or amusement. Killing one's own crewmate is one of the most despicable acts in the world of pirates, especially in a Yonko crew. Kaido picked up the briefing, glanced at the text, paused slightly, then burst into laughter. He, you little rascal, Newgate, you've finally met your match. Just because of a mere devil fruit, your brat dared to kill his comrade and defect? You've truly failed as a father. This kind of embarrassing situation, being unable to control one's own brat, is absolutely laughable. He. Kaido's laughter was filled with schadenfreude and disdain. In his view, the so-called family warmth that Whitebeard possessed was incredibly fragile in the face of such naked interests and ambitions. This further confirms his belief that power and terror are the foundation of his rule. After laughing, Kaido casually tossed the briefing aside and pondered, however, that brat Blackbeard is really something. He's been lying low for so many years, and suddenly he's willing to betray us for a devil fruit. That devil fruit is probably no ordinary fruit. He looked at Ron. Ron, what do you think? Ron looked away from the briefing and said calmly, a reward that would make someone risk their life to betray the 4 emperors must have extraordinary value. Blackbeard is a man of immense ambition and profound patience, and should not be underestimated. The Whitebeard pirates are likely to experience some turmoil internally. Ron said it subconsciously, then recalled Kaido calling Whitebeard brother earlier, and was quite surprised. Although he knew some rumors about the Rocks pirates from the old era, this was the first time he had heard Kaido call Whitebeard brother. Noticing Ron's expression, Kaido took another large gulp of wine, a hint of reminiscence flashing across his face, and his laughter deepened slightly. Does he think it's weird that I call him brother? Kaido wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gazing into the distance, as if piercing through time and space. Whitebeard Newgate, that crazy Charlotte Linlin, and me. He paused, his voice deep and resonant. Many years ago, we were all on the same ship, making a living together, the Rocks pirates. Rocks. Ron repeated softly. Rocks was indeed a ruthless and powerful figure. Back then, Newgate was already a formidable guy, strong and loyal, though I always thought his ways were a bit silly. Lingling is still a troublesome woman who thinks about desserts all the time, but her talent is terrifying. As for me, Kaido grinned, seemingly recalling some past events. He's not bad at fighting. His tone was unusually devoid of hostility, instead carrying a calmness recounting past glories. On that wrecked ship, Rocks and his crew fought and killed each other for treasure and territory. We risked our lives and plundered together. We wouldn't say we were best friends, but at least, we were all right. We could drink together. He shook the wine jug. There was hardly any liquid left inside. However, Rocks was too crazy, too ambitious, and in the end he crashed and burned at God Valley. The ship shattered. Kaido's eyes sharpened again, the reminiscence fading away. After that, everyone went their separate ways. Newgate started playing his family game, Lingling was busy building her dessert empire, and Laozi. He gripped the 8 precepts tightly, a domineering aura subtly rising within him. I will become the strongest, and then overturn this boring world. Different pursuits naturally lead to diverging paths. Kaido concluded, his tone regaining its domineering edge. Now, he's Whitebeard, and I'm Kaido of the Beasts. We're rivals, enemies. Seeing him humiliated, of course I'll laugh. But, he glanced at the briefing on Blackbeard's defection, scoffed, and said, to allow such a scoundrel to cause trouble in your own home, Newgate, you're definitely getting senile. Hearing Kaido's mockery of Whitebeard's current situation and his brief recounting of the past, the atmosphere in the hall became somewhat subtle. Boss Kaido is right. That old man Whitebeard is probably all bark and no bite now. Quinn spoke first, if the opportunity arises, should we make a move? Maybe we can seize a lot of territory from him and then dig up some treasure. Other cotters also showed signs of interest. The balance of power among the 4 emperors is delicate and fragile. The weakening of any one side could trigger a new round of reshuffling and division. Kaido did not answer immediately upon hearing this. He slowly sat back in the huge chair, his fingers tapping the handle of the 8 precepts, and fell into a brief moment of contemplation. A moment later, he spoke slowly, his voice carrying a sense of careful consideration. We'll see when the time comes. There are probably quite a few people eyeing this piece of meat. That crazy woman, Lingling, she's probably been listening in for a while now. Mentioning Charlotte Linlin seemed to remind Kaido of something extremely amusing. His previously serious face suddenly broke into a wicked, mischievous grin. Ugh, speaking of which, I just remembered an old story. He glanced around, noticing the curious looks on his men's faces, especially Ron's. He lowered his voice, but it was enough for everyone to hear. You know, back on the ship at Rocks, that crazy woman Lingling actually had a bit of a thing for that Newgate guy. Pfft. Jack, who was drinking, almost spat it out. The other officers, including the usually aloof Jin, all wore expressions of astonishment. This is absolutely a shocking secret. Kaido seemed pleased with everyone's reaction and continued to reveal more, his tone sarcastic. However, Newgate already had someone else in his heart. Although I never understood what he saw in that woman, she later even started her own family. So, of course, he rejected Lingling's straightforward invitation. Ugh, you guys didn't see Lingling's face back then? She was so angry she almost tore the ship apart. I bet she's held a grudge about this. If Whitebeard really comes down to it, she'll be the first one to pounce on him, settling all her scores, old and new. There's such a secret. Ron's expression was also strange. This long-standing feud involving 3 of the 4 emperors is quite dramatic. So, Kaido concluded, his smile fading and his tone returning to reality, even if we want to gnaw on Whitebeard, we have to choose the right time and watch out for that vengeful, crazy old woman next to us. Now, he stood up, his massive shadow looming over the group. Mind your own business first. Protect Beehive Island for me, and dig up every last gem. Everyone nodded. Ron, however, kept staring at the newspaper, his brow slightly furrowed, as if deep in thought. Then he looked up at Kaido and the surrounding officers. Mr. Kaido, gentlemen. Now that we have concrete information about Blackbeard Teach's movements, I believe we must not let go of any leads on him, and perhaps, we should even make him a high-priority target. Kaido looked at Ron, puzzled, and said, Ron, you're just a rogue brat who stole a devil fruit. Even the most powerful devil fruit can't compare to the mythical Zoan types we have. Is it really worth your concern? In Kaido's view, the beasts now possess multiple top-tier mythical Zoan abilities, and with Lunaria's physique as a foundation, they have already reached the pinnacle in terms of devil fruit abilities alone. A devil fruit that could make Blackbeard defect might be rare, but it might not shake their fundamental advantage. However, Ron slowly shook his head, acknowledging Kaido's disdain. His gaze swept over the crowd, and his tone became serious. No, Mr. Kaido, Blackbeard Teach is more than just a powerful devil fruit user. He represents a key factor powerful enough to influence, even overturn, the future of our beasts' pirates. What? These words caused an uproar in the entire hall. The future of all beasts. Brother Luo, what do you mean by that? Can a single fruit really affect our future? Is it really that cruel? What is going on? Even Yin suddenly opened his eyes, Quinn's mouth gaped open, and Jack and the others were completely shocked and couldn't understand it at all. How can a devil fruit whose fate is still uncertain and far off be linked to the future of the beast pirates, who are currently at the height of their power and have just defeated the Buster Call? This sounds absolutely unbelievable. What kind of devil fruit could be so powerful? Who crossed his arms, his brow furrowed, his tone grave and puzzled. As a former genius of CP9, he knew the diversity and potential of devil fruit abilities, but he could hardly imagine that a single fruit could be linked to the future of the entire beast kingdom. That's right. Brother Ron, stop keeping me in suspense. Explain it clearly. Runty also looked very curious. Ha ha ha, who cares what kind of fruit it is? Quinn's face was full of greed. Since you're making it sound so incredible, Brother Luo, it must be something amazing. So what are we waiting for? He looked at Kaido. Boss Kaido, let's be decisive and hunt down that BD Blackbeard all over the world. Let's steal that fruit too. Let it become ours. Wouldn't that solve everything? He, that's right. Jack grinned, his eyes flashing with ferocity, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Dare to steal what the beasts have their eyes on? Who does Blackbeard think he is? I'll personally lead the chase. We'll drag him out, take the spoils, and chop him up to feed the fish. Let's see who dares to covet it then. His idea was simple and direct. Any potential threat to the beasts must be nipped in the bud, and the good stuff should be seized for oneself. That's one way. Even Jin nodded slightly, his voice icy. The best way to deal with potential threats is to eliminate them beforehand. If that fruit truly has special value, taking it is fine too. A global manhunt? Sounds exciting. Perfect timing to test my newfound power. Many officials echoed his sentiments, and the hall was instantly filled with a fierce and eager atmosphere. Faced with the murderous aura of the crowd, they couldn't wait to snatch the fruit. Ron shook his head again, his voice steady, suppressing all agitation. No, gentlemen, please calm down. The key to the problem doesn't lie entirely in the fruit itself. He met the puzzled looks of the crowd and emphasized the name Marshall D. Teach on the briefing. More importantly, it's Blackbeard Teach himself. A man. Quinn scratched his head. What's so special about that guy? Isn't he just a cunning little man who's been hiding on Whitebeard's ship for decades? The others also looked puzzled. Can a single person pose a greater threat than a potentially miraculous fruit? Ron didn't answer directly, but instead said something surprising. Based on my highly confidential intelligence and analysis, Marshall D. Teach possesses an extremely special, perhaps even unique, physical constitution. He paused, making sure every word was clearly imprinted in everyone's ears. He is able to master the abilities of 3 devil fruits simultaneously. Dead silence. More complete than ever before, a deathly silence as if even the air itself had frozen. Everyone's expressions froze, their eyes filled with bewilderment, astonishment, and intense doubt. 3. Jack's mouth gaped open wide enough to fit a watermelon, his face filled with disbelief. Are you kidding me? Who exclaimed. A person can only eat 1 devil fruit, that's an ironclad rule. Eating 2 will cause your body to explode. That's common sense. Brother Ron, is this information accurate? Even Runty couldn't help but question it, as it completely overturned their understanding. I'm skeptical. Unbelievable. This is even more outrageous than hearing rumors about Whitebeard and Big Mom having an affair. Despite the stunned silence and skepticism of the audience, Ron remained unmoved. Meeting everyone's gaze, he stated firmly, the intelligence is conclusive. Although the exact mechanism is unknown, Blackbeard Teach's physique allows him to break the absolute rule of 1 person, 1 devil fruit. He endured for decades, willingly lying low within the Whitebeard pirates. What he was plotting was far from ordinary. His willingness to betray his country for a single fruit proves that he may only be one final step away from completing his 3-fruit plan. The entire hall was enveloped in a subversive shock. It felt as if an invisible hand was gripping everyone's heart. Ron the kid. Kaido's voice boomed like thunder, trembling with disbelief. You value Blackbeard so much, even elevating his threat to this level, you wouldn't be thinking of dig out that kid's special physique. This question struck like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone hard on the nerves. Ron nodded calmly. That's right. The voice wasn't loud, but it exploded in everyone's mind like thunder. If my deduction is correct, Blackbeard Teach's physique is indeed a treasure trove that can accommodate multiple devil fruits, existing independently of the current rules. Then, as long as we can find him, I can successfully extract his physique. He surveyed the stunned crowd, and word by word, described the scene, a scene so vivid it sent chills down one's spine. Our beasts pirates may be able to massively produce multi-powered users capable of wielding 2, or even 3, devil fruit abilities simultaneously. Theoretically, at that time, every core member of our beasts clan will have the opportunity to become a user of 3 devil fruits. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. There were no gasps, no questions, and even the sound of breathing almost disappeared. After the initial shock, there is a brief period of blankness and bewilderment in the brain due to information overload. Everyone's face was filled with confusion and blankness. Everyone, a user of 3 devil fruits? Those few words echoed repeatedly in my mind, each time bringing a second wave of shock like a tsunami. 3 fruits, everyone. Quinn's mouth opened and closed a few times, but he couldn't make any meaningful sound. His body froze on the spot. Jack's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind completely blank. Jin was also breathing rapidly, clearly finding it hard to accept this fact. Even the usually composed Phosfolk and Pagevane completely lost control of their expressions, their faces showing only pure horror and blankness. This is no longer about a single fruit or a contest over a particular constitution. It's not even about simply eliminating a potential threat. This is, to create a new, mythical era that will crush all old rules. If successful, the beasts pirates will no longer be the rulers of the seas, but will become a divine army that transcends all common sense and imagination. Boom. Several seconds passed before my emotions were ignited, erupting like a long-suppressed volcano. OMG. This is insane. If it could really be done. All beasts? No, the entire world will change. Blackbeard? We must find him. We must capture him. An unprecedented excitement, fervor, and even a hint of fear swept over everyone. This is absolutely a momentous event that will shake everyone and even change the fate of the world. Kaido stared intently at Ron, his massive chest heaving with excitement. He. Ron, you little brat. Good. Blackbeard Teach, he will be the final stepping stone for my beasts pirates. Catch him? We must catch him. Immediately. Right now. Quinn was trembling with excitement. Ha. Once the money from young Master Yamato arrives, it'll be perfect operating funds. We'll set off and hunt down Blackbeard all over the world. The thought of those billions of berries soon becoming fuel for the hunt for the foundation of godhood filled him with uncontrollable excitement. However, Kaido's reaction was 10 times more intense. He abruptly stood up, his 8th precept slamming heavily to the ground, his roar almost lifting the roof off. Wait for the money, my foot, he roared. Now? Immediately? Get out of here right now? Go and drag that BD Teach out. I can't wait a second longer. He could almost see the glorious future where all the beasts would transform into monsters with 3 devil fruits. The sight made his blood boil, and he wished he could appear before Blackbeard immediately. Mr. Kaido, please calm down. Ron had to speak up again. Blackbeard Teach has been patient and cunning for many years. His defection must be based on a meticulously planned hiding place. Searching blindly is like looking for a needle in a haystack. He looked at the equally excited but somewhat more rational group. Besides, as Mr. Quinn said, we're about to have a huge sum of money coming in. The hunt for Blackbeard, the potential battles, and the subsequent excavations all require massive financial support. Right now, we're short of money. Brother Ron is right. Although everyone was also itching to get started, Ron's calm analysis and the reality of their lack of money quickly brought them back to their senses. Blackbeard can't escape. This score will be settled sooner or later. Once the money arrives and we're fully prepared, we'll go and wipe him out, along with all his abilities. Those things will belong to us beasts sooner or later. The crowd echoed their sentiments, trying to dissuade the impatient Kaido. But Kaido wasn't listening to any of that at that moment. His mind was consumed by the thought of capturing Blackbeard, extracting his physique, and discovering that he was a human 3 devil fruit user. He paced back and forth restlessly, causing the ground to tremble slightly. No way, I want it right now. Just as Kaido was about to recklessly issue the order for a forced attack. Blu-ray. A bell rang from Ron's arms. Ron pulled out the Den Mushi, which opened its sleepy eyes and broadcast a report in a hushed tone. Beep, it's exactly 5 p.m. now. Governor Kaido, colleagues, I'm off work today. We can talk about it during work hours tomorrow. Have a pleasant evening, everyone. After finishing its broadcast, the Den Mushi blinked and retreated back into its shell. Inside the hall, you could hear a pin drop. The excitement, the fervor, and the burning desire to immediately embark on an expedition were abruptly frozen in midair by Ron's call to leave work. Kaido froze, his expression hardening, somewhat taken aback. The next second. Ha ha ha. Master treasure hunting disaster, you should rest now. Your health is the most important thing. That's right. Brother Ron has been busy all day, it's time for him to go home. Chasing Blackbeard. Tomorrow? We'll talk about it tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Quinn, Jack, and the other cotters laughed so hard they were doubled over, tears almost streaming down their faces. The almost explosive urgency from before instantly dissipated. Even the usually aloof Jin couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Only Kaido remained frozen in place, his expression shifting from rage to astonishment, and then to a deep, unvented frustration. He glanced at his laughing men, then at Ron, who had straightened his clothes and was about to leave, and finally at his own restless precepts and his burning desire to go to war. The person was completely numb. You. Kaido opened his mouth. Ron, kid, can't you work overtime? Lord Kaido, Brother Law needs to rest, otherwise he won't be able to dig anymore. Yes, Lord Kaido, let Law rest. In the Beast's Pirates, you can provoke the Marines, even mess with the 4 Emperors, but you can't stop Lord Ron, the Treasure Scourge, from leaving get off work on time. This is a rule even more invincible than Conqueror's Haki. As Ron's figure disappeared through the door on time, the laughter in the hall gradually subsided, leaving only the emptiness after the passion had faded, and Kaido's almost overflowing irritation. 2 plumes of white breath escaped from his heavy nostrils. The grand plan to become a god was so close, yet it was forced to be postponed. This feeling was worse than being stabbed several times. The wine dripped down the dragon's whiskers, but instead of extinguishing the fire in his heart, it made the restlessness even more pronounced. He needs to fight. Immediately, right now. His gaze swept across the hall. Jin had already closed his eyes to rest, clearly not intending to continue. Fursford and his companions wisely began packing their things, preparing to slip away. Peggy silently stood behind her older sister, Runty. At last, his gaze settled on Quinn, who was still laughing so loudly that he hadn't had time to stop, and on Jack, who had been quite lively in getting Ron off work. You, and you. Kaido pointed at Queen and Jack. Come drink with me? Sparring? Stretching your muscles? Huh. Quinn's smile froze instantly. Why me again? He just chuckled a few times? Yes, Boss Kaido. Jack perked up, even showing a hint of eagerness. He had just acquired the Sunwoo form and wanted to test the limits of this new shell. Besides, he was used to enduring hardship and wasn't afraid of pain. The next few hours were a nightmare for Quinn. Kaido poured all his frustration and pent-up energy into this drunken sparring match. He carried a barrel of liquor in one hand and waved the 8 precepts in the other, chasing after Quinn and Jack as they exercised. Jack, relying on the abnormal defense of his Sunwoo form, managed to withstand most of Kaido's blows. The spiked club pounded against the tortoise shell with a loud thud, sparks flying everywhere. Jack was knocked off balance, but he gritted his teeth and refused to fall. He even managed to roar occasionally, showing his high fighting spirit. Quinn, on the other hand, fared much worse. Although he also possesses Lunaria's physique, greatly enhancing his defense, Lord Kaido forbids him from using it. Kaido's emotionally charged sparring was nothing short of one-sided brutality to him. Bang! With a gentle tail flick, Quinn was sent flying like a ball against the wall, shaking off a cloud of dust. Thump! A friendly collision, and he plowed a deep trench in the ground. Mama? Boss Kaido? Go easy? My Poringa. Finally, after being slammed into the ground countless times, Quinn, bruised and swollen, and steaming from head to toe, struggled to crawl out, wailing in a tearful voice. I was wrong, Boss Kaido. I won't talk back next time. I won't laugh so loudly again. Go find Jack. He can take a beating. He's really gone numb. This unexpected calamity is even worse than suffering from 10 bouts of fever. Kaido seemed to have vented his anger enough. Looking at the pitiful Queen and the disheveled but still holding on Jack, his pent-up frustration finally eased. He casually tossed the empty barrel aside. All right, that's enough for today. Tomorrow, after Ron gets to work, I'll have a proper discussion about how to catch Blackbeard. Having said that, he shouldered the 8 precepts and strode away, satisfied, leaving behind Quinn sprawled on the ground, smoking, and Jack, who was still somewhat unsatisfied. The next morning, as mining and restoration work on Beehive Island proceeded in full swing, the port welcomed several unusual vessels that were unassuming in appearance but extremely fast, without any flags. A group of people, exuding a sharp aura and dressed in ordinary but swift manner, arrived silently in the Beast's Pirates' main hall, guided by members of the Beast's Pirates. They carried several unusually heavy, tightly sealed boxes. The box was carefully placed on the ground. After the leader bowed respectfully to Kaido, who was seated on the throne, he gestured to his subordinates to open the box. Whoosh dash! The lid of the box was lifted, and in an instant, a dazzling light illuminated almost the entire hall. Piled up like mountains, neatly bundled, the brand new Pele reflected the glitter of money. The rich scent of new banknote ink filled the air. Several large boxes were filled with banknotes of enormous denominations. A preliminary estimate puts it at exactly the 10 billion pigorais mentioned in the previous communications. Good, very good. Kaido's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, but he immediately asked, where's Yamato? Why didn't he come by himself? The leader in charge of the escort immediately bowed and replied cautiously, Reporting to Governor Kaido, Lord Yamato specifically instructed that this mission is of great importance and must be carried out with absolute secrecy and speed. Young Master Yamato was worried that if he came in person, the energy emanating from the shackles on his hands might explode. To ensure the safe delivery of the funds, young Master Yamato chose to remain behind to oversee the rest of the operation. Upon hearing the words shackles and explosion, Kaido laughed gleefully. He, at least she has some sense. She knows what's important. He stroked his chin, his beard twitching slightly, and made a decision. Tell her, this time you handled it beautifully? If she can satisfy me just as well as she has this time with the sea stone business and internal affairs of Wano country, when I return to Onigashima, I'll personally remove those damn handcuffs from her. Upon hearing this, the head of the escort team's face lit up with ecstatic joy, and he bowed deeply. Yes, I will certainly convey the governor's words. Young Master Yamato will be overjoyed when he finds out. On the other side, Quinn, Jack, and the others had already gathered around the box, their eyes wide with astonishment at the mountain of brand new Baileys, practically gleaming with excitement. Ha ha ha, we're rich. We're really rich now. Quinn's hands trembled slightly with excitement. 10 billion, that'll last us a while. Jack exclaimed. Ron, who also started work at 9, frowned slightly. After the escort team received their rewards and left, he turned to Kaido and calmly asked, Mr. Kaido, if I may be so bold, will the handcuffs you put on Yamato really explode? Even if they do, given the strength of your ONI race's physique, I doubt they'll cause fatal damage, will they? This is not a question, but a rational analysis based on his understanding of Kaido's physique. He. Kaido glanced at Ron, a hint of helplessness in his laughter. The explosion was real. As for its power, more than enough to deal with ordinary people, but for Yamato, it's just a powerful firecracker. It'll definitely hurt for a while, but fatal? Far from it. He took a large gulp of wine, his tone becoming somewhat somber. But only with this can I somewhat restrain her? Let her know that my words aren't empty promises. Otherwise, with her stubbornness and superhuman strength inherited from her father, she would have smashed the handcuffs long ago and, like that fool Kojiki Odin, been yelling about wanting to go to sea, wanting freedom, and wanting to become a samurai. His words revealed both a subtle pride in his son's strength and dissatisfaction with his son's rebelliousness and disapproval of his path. After hearing Kaido's explanation, Ron remained silent for a moment. He didn't like meddling in other people's private affairs, especially complex issues involving parent-child relationships. However, considering Yamato's identity, abilities, and potential future impact on the beast's pirates, he still made a rational analysis. Mr. Kaido, it's not my place to comment on your family matters. He paused slightly, organizing his thoughts. But based on your previous description, Yamato's admiration for Kojiki Odin seems to be more based on his demonstrated pursuit of freedom. Ron's eyes were clear. If only someone could present the real Odin, the man who was foolish and obsessive in his decision-making, rather than the idealized figure portrayed in his diary, to Yamato in its entirety. Perhaps this will allow Lord Yamato to re-examine his own stance. His suggestion was tactful, but its core lies in information demystification, using the complete truth to counteract the romanticized heroic narrative. However, Kaido's reaction was completely unexpected by Ron. This strongest being, who remained unfazed even in the face of the Navy's buster call, showed extreme headache upon hearing the words educating children, and even shook his head vigorously. Ugh, don't even mention it. Education? Preaching? I hate that the most. Kaido took a large gulp of sake, his voice filled with impatience. Reasoning with her? That BD won't listen to a word? Fighting? I've fought her before. Even if I beat her into submission, it's useless, she'll just turn around and start nagging about Odin again. He looked at Ron with a start, as if he had found a savior. Ron, you're smart, and you talk a good game? This kind of trouble, I just can't handle it. He waved his hand and made his decision. It's up to you. After this voyage, when we get back to Onigashima, you'd better teach that idiot Yamato a lesson. Tell her what reality is, what true power is, and what kind of person Odin really is. I'll allow you to use any means necessary, as long as she changes her mind. Ron was speechless. He never expected that his suggestion, made solely based on the interests of the pirate crew, would directly lead to such a significant request. Seeing Kaido's relieved expression, as if he had finally gotten rid of a hot potato, and then looking at the gloating looks from Queen and the others around him, Ron sighed inwardly. What a blunder. If I had known, I wouldn't have said that. Have to. In addition to his roles as a treasure hunter and strategic advisor, he seems to be adding another label to his head, an educator of troubled children. This job seems even more troublesome than treasure hunting. I will do my best, Mr. Kaido. That was all Ron could say in the end, his tone helpless. Kaido, however, laughed heartily with satisfaction, as if a major worry had been resolved. He. Good, I'm rooting for you. The next day, early morning, when the rhythmic sounds of mining from the Beehive Island gem veins rang out again. After a day of rest, Jin's aura had returned to its peak. As the donor, he was ready. Meanwhile, the impatient Doflamingo was already waiting at the agreed location. He unusually did not bring all his cotters, leaving only Toripole and Diamante to wait at a distance. At this moment, the carefree smile on his face had faded considerably, and his eyes were filled with burning desire. He kept a close eye on Yin and Ron as they approached. Phew. It seems the time has come. Doflamingo's voice was tense. Ron nodded calmly. Mr. Jin is ready. Doflamingo, as agreed, we need to handle the equivalent exchange procedure first. Because Doflamingo was a Shishibukai, he had no bounty, so he made a killing. Ha ha ha. Quinn, who was standing to the side, also realized what was happening. All the Beastmaster executives present remained silent, only exchanging knowing smiles. Doflamingo used his own channels and connections to sell gems and make money, then used that money to pay for other costs, while giving him the transplanted physique was free. This deal is a guaranteed huge profit for all the beasts. Doflamingo sensed something was amiss, but didn't know what had happened. He just felt that the way the beasts were looking at him was, well, a bit strange. Then his lips twitched, but he quickly suppressed the unease. In any case, the opportunity to become stronger was an unexpected bonus for him. He was more focused on the power he was about to gain. Doflamingo stared intently at Kaido, his eyes burning with desire. Fufufa. Lord Kaido, now that the transaction has begun, I might as well ask. Regarding mythical Zoan species, what options are currently available among the beasts? He knew that the 100 beasts possessed more than one type of mythical beast, but the specific species and whether they were willing to give it up were still unknown. Upon hearing this, Kaido's eyes flashed with amusement, and he took a swig of sake. He. Options? I'll just tell you directly. Currently, besides Laozi's fish fruit, which is a mythical Zoan type and forms the Azure Dragon, there are also the White Tiger and Black Tortoise forms available. He grinned at Doflamingo. White Tiger and Black Tortoise, at the previously agreed upon friendly price, 5 billion berries each. As for my Azure Dragon form, his body leaned slightly forward, creating an unparalleled sense of oppression. I'm afraid you can't afford it. Flamingo, cluck cluck cluck. This blatant provocation is also a display of strength. Doflamingo's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart pounded wildly. Azure Dragon form? That's Kaido's core ability. He suppressed his excitement, his voice slightly hoarse from nervousness. Lord Kaido, please tell me frankly, what is the price of the Azure Dragon form? Kaido stared at him, then slowly raised a finger. 100 billion berries. Moreover, this isn't just the price of the devil fruit's power, it also includes all my experience and insights into using the Azure Dragon's power. Considering your loyalty, I'll give you a friendly price. 10 billion? This number exploded in Doflamingo's mind like a thunderbolt. Even with the wealth he accumulated over many years controlling Dressrosa and the underworld, this is still enough to shake most of the family's financial foundation. If all the Don Quixote family executives become stronger, it could even require selling off astronomical amounts of core assets. That's double his previous estimate of 5 billion. He instinctively gasped, as if the air around him had frozen. Silence. A deathly silence. Doflamingo's mind was racing, calculating his family's assets, assessing the value of this power, and weighing the future gains against the risks. 10 billion is almost equivalent to the annual output of a small country, but, in return, I gained the core power of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, and potentially a qualitative leap in my strength and status. It's not that I can't accept it. A crazy thought began to grow in his mind. If he possessed both the Azure Dragon form and the Lunaria race's physique, what terrifying power would he have? At that time, the 7 warlords of the sea? The underworld? Perhaps they will all be trampled under his feet? This is not only a leap in power, but also a ticket to the top of the world? Enormous risks and temptations collided fiercely. Finally, a resolute, murderous glint flashed in Doflamingo's eyes. He abruptly raised his head, without any further hesitation. Kaido, Lord. I, Don Quixote Doflamingo, hereby formally request. I want your Azure Dragon form, and the physique of the Lunaria race. 15 billion berries? My Don Quixote family will raise that much. A desperate gamble? All or nothing. He was willing to stake the future of his entire family for this ultimate power to reach the pinnacle. What? Kaido's playful expression froze instantly, and the corner of his mouth twitched violently. I was just saying, and you actually bought it. The original intention was simply to use the astronomical price of 10 billion to intimidate him, to make him back down, or at least to make him realize the gap between them. To everyone's surprise, this guy not only accepted the offer, but also included his physical constitution as a bonus, and he seemed determined to sell everything he owned to buy it. You? Kaido was somewhat annoyed, and his conqueror's haki was almost uncontrollably erupting. This kid, he actually dares to climb the social ladder and covet my abilities. They are utterly ignorant and arrogant. It was about to erupt. Let's teach this reckless flamingo a lesson and show him the inviolable majesty of the 4 emperors. Just then, cough cough. 2 dry coughs calmed Kaido down. It's Ron. He had somehow appeared beside Kaido and, in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, quickly said, Mr. Kaido, calm down. This might be an opportunity. He spoke slowly and deliberately, yet every word was crucial. Removing your Azure Dragon form will certainly leave you temporarily weakened. However, at the same time, my abilities can also extract your Ghost Clan physique, which saves you money. This opportunity also conveniently allowed us to strengthen our side. Furthermore, the cash flow of 15 billion berries will be a huge boost to all our subsequent plans, including the hunt for Blackbeard. Ron's words instantly suppressed Kaido's anger. The violence in his eyes disappeared, and he fell into deep thought. He knew, of course, that stripping away the Azure Dragon form would weaken him. But what Ron mentioned, researching the demon race's physique, that was an opportunity he had never considered. His own demonic physique was the foundation of his power. If he could use this opportunity to let Ron see it more clearly, perhaps he could truly uncover a deeper level of power, and even pave the way for all the beasts to acquire stronger physiques in the future. As for weakness, he glanced at his own body and his menacing subordinates around him. It's just being weak for a couple of days. What's the big deal? Kaido snorted dismissively. My injuries back then were much worse. A couple of days of rest and I'd be as good as new. These words were spoken not only to himself, but also to Doflamingo and everyone else. Kaido is fearless in the face of any weakening. His anger subsided, and he looked at Doflamingo, whose forehead was covered in cold sweat. Flamingo, you're lucky. For Ron's sake and those 15 billion berries. This deal. I approve. Upon hearing this, Jack and Quinn, standing nearby, couldn't help but exchange a knowing glance and chuckle to themselves. Even Kaido, the boss, has met his match. Ha ha ha, it's been dug up again. With the deal already agreed upon, Doflamingo made no delays. He gestured to Torbor behind him, and Torbor immediately took out a special encrypted Den Mushi from his pocket and quickly began to operate it. Within moments, several high-speed transport ships appeared in the waters outside the port. Their ability to arrive silently during this sensitive period, right after the threat of the Navy's buster call had just been lifted, demonstrates Doflamingo's profound influence in the underworld and his transportation networks. The heavy crates were carried into the hall again, this time in greater numbers, and the guards were even more stringent. The lid was opened, revealing brand new pellies stacked even more tightly inside, almost overflowing. A full 15 billion. This was all the liquid cash that the Doflamingo family had mobilized overnight and rushed to transport, possibly even mortgaging some of their assets to raise such a huge sum. I just happened to arrive at this fateful moment. Looking at the mountain of banknotes, even Kaido nodded slightly, acknowledging Doflamingo's sincerity. With the funds in place, Ron said no more. He walked to the center of the arena and gestured for Kaido to come forward. First, it is an equivalent exchange. Ron placed his hand on the bailee that had just been delivered. Golden light flowed, and the vast amount of currency transformed into a torrent of rules, completing the sacrifice. Then, the most crucial step arrived. Ron's hands glowed as he slowly reached out towards Kaido's body. This time, the target of the excavation is Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, and the goal is to obtain the 2 most core power orbs of light from him. All the onlookers held their breath, especially Doflamingo and his men, their eyes wide open, afraid of missing a single detail. Having learned from his previous experience, Ron proceeded with ease this time, and soon a huge, azure blue ball of light was slowly drawn out from Kaido's chest. Within that ball of light, the shadow of a dragon could be faintly seen swirling. It was the power of the Zoan type fish fruit, mythical Zoan type, azure dragon form. Ron reached deeper with his left hand, and a dark red, blazing ball of light appeared. This ball of light is not as overtly domineering as the azure dragon's ball of light, but it is much more solid. This is Kaido's Oni clan's ball of light. A two-pronged approach, digging simultaneously. This scene sent chills down the spines of all who witnessed it. Ron moved steadily, first gently pressing the azure dragon light orb into a pre-prepared apple. The fruit trembled violently, its shape rapidly changing, with dragon scale-like patterns and cloud and thunder designs appearing on its skin, ultimately transforming into the fish fruit, mythical Zoan type, azure dragon form devil fruit. Immediately afterwards, he did not stop, but temporarily placed the fresh azure dragon fruit in a container to the side and focused on the ghost-type physique light orb in his left hand. The ball of light hovered carefully above his palm. Witnessing firsthand this miraculous process of materializing and stripping the legendary power from the human body, Doflamingo's sunglasses slipped down to the tip of his nose, his expression filled with shock and disbelief. It really can be dug out. A living, breathing, azure dragon fruit. And those luminous spheres of energy. The top officials behind him, including Toripol and Diamante, were so shocked that they gasped, their bodies stiffened, and their minds went blank. All doubts were utterly shattered at that moment. The power of the treasure-hunting disaster is far more direct, more terrifying, and more irresistible than the rumors suggest. He can not only give, but also take away. It can extract a devil fruit that has already been eaten from a powerful person's body as easily as picking the fruit. In a state of extreme shock, Doflamingo became even more determined to follow the beasts, and at the same time, he developed an unprecedented desire for the power he was about to gain. Kaido felt a temporary emptiness within him, a sense of weakness, but he laughed loudly. He. See that, Flamingo? My power is right there. Whether you can withstand it or not depends on your skill. Ron also looked at Kaido. Mr. Kaido, what would you like to do with this demon physique? Should it be temporarily sealed away for research, or... Before he could finish speaking, Kaido waved his hand, interrupting Ron's question. Without the slightest hesitation, the voice was resolute. Deal with what? Kaido glared at Ron, his tone almost domineering. Ron, you can use this yourself. You should know how strong my demonic physique is. It's not just about defense and strength, it's the foundation of our vitality. You are now the root of all beasts, the future. Your safety is more important than anything else. With this physical condition as a foundation, coupled with your existing Lunaria race defenses, I can feel more at ease letting you dig this and research that. He paused, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Moreover, by personally experiencing this constitution, wouldn't it be much easier for you to study it later, or even find a way to optimize it? This is a million times better than giving it to anyone else first. Kaido's logic is clear, the best protection should be given to the core, which can also promote technological development, a win-win situation. As soon as Kaido finished speaking, Queen next to him nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, echoing, "Ha ha ha, Boss Kaido is absolutely right. Brother Ron, what's there to hesitate about now? Your safety is our top priority. You are our precious darling right now, so what if I'm a little bit stronger? So what? Absolutely not. You deserve the best." Jack nodded vigorously, "That's right. Brother Ron, the stronger you are, the stronger we can be. You're the most suitable." Even Jin, who was meditating, slightly opened his eyes and uttered 2 words succinctly, "Agreed." The other Cotters, from Phosphor to Runty, Pagevan, and others, also nodded, their faces showing no jealousy or resentment, only unanimous approval and support. In the Beast's Pirates, a pirate crew where strength reigns supreme, Ron has already earned everyone's heartfelt respect thanks to his irreplaceable treasure hunting abilities and intellect. To everyone else, bestowing this physique from the captain upon him was the most natural choice. Feeling the unwavering trust of everyone, even the composed Ron couldn't help but feel a slight ripple in his heart. He no longer declined, his gaze sweeping over Kaido and each of his subordinates, and he nodded solemnly. "I understand. Thank you, Mr. Kaido, and thank you everyone. Then, I will accept this power." Under the unwavering trust of everyone, Ron no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath and pressed the dark red orb of demonic energy directly into his chest. Buzz dash. A domineering, fiery, and boundless power, far more powerful than when he first acquired the Lunaria physique, surged into his limbs and bones like an ancient beast awakening. First of all, it's hot. A terrifying heat, seemingly originating from magma at the Earth's core and threatening to burn everything away, swept through the entire body instantly, originating from the heart. Every bone, every muscle, every cell seemed to be thrown into the furnace for forging divine weapons, trembling and hissing in the extreme heat. Ron's skin instantly turned bright red, even faintly glowing with a dark red light, and the sweat evaporated into white vapor before it could even seep out. The ultimate and domineering tempering? Next came the cold. As the heat wave reached its peak, seemingly melting even the soul, a chilling reverse current, originating from the deepest recesses of life and freezing all things, erupted without warning from the very marrow. It collided fiercely with that scorching torrent. Ice and fire, 2 extreme forces, intertwined, tore apart, and merged wildly within him. The extreme alternation of heat and cold tempers every fiber of flesh and every bone. This feeling. It was far more intense and dangerous than when I first acquired the Lunaria or Fishman physiques. The domineering and tenacious nature of the demon race's physique is forcibly transforming and enhancing his life essence in the most primal way. Ron gritted his teeth and, relying on his strong willpower and the adaptability granted by his Lunaria physique, endured this inhuman body tempering process. He could clearly feel that his body was undergoing tremendous changes. After an unknown amount of time, the terrifying tempering of ice and fire finally subsided. Ron slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a hot breath carrying a faint white mist. He looked down at himself. His originally slender physique now features incredibly defined and sharp muscle lines. They are not excessively bulging, but rather exude an explosive sense of power and resilience. His skin had a healthy, understated bronze hue, as if there were undercurrents flowing beneath. Every gesture he makes carries a natural sense of weight, as if he is rooted to the earth. The most important changes are internal. The Lunaria race's exceptional environmental adaptability and defensive potential. The Murloc race benefits from increased underwater survival skills and a higher base physique. The ONI race possesses terrifying vitality, regenerative abilities, pure power, and an unyielding foundation. These 3 top-tier physiques, under the domineering yet inclusive light of the Ghost Clan's physique, did not simply overlap, but rather began a wondrous process of complementarity and fusion. Lunaria's adaptability is tempering the ferocity of the ONI, the resilience of the merfolk and the ONI is mutually reinforcing. The 3 complement each other, producing an amazing effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Ron could feel that his vitality, defense, recovery, and tolerance to the environment, including extreme environments, had reached an unprecedented level. He even had a kind of illusion. Perhaps I could jump right into the ocean and swim without any major problems. A bold idea popped into my head. If other ability users knew about this idea, they would be absolutely astonished. For Devil Fruit users, aversion to water is an ironclad rule. But Ron's situation is too special. He now possesses the physique of the Lunaria race, whose strength lies in their ability to adapt to any extreme environment. Whether it's high temperature, low temperature, vacuum, or the repulsion of the ocean. Perhaps, with the superposition and harmonization of multiple top-tier physiques, especially after the adaptability of the Lunaria race was stimulated to a new level by the ONI race's physique, he could indeed offset, or rather greatly weaken, the curse effect of the sea on the ability user to a certain extent. Certainly, this is just a conjecture and has not yet been verified. No one had ever imagined it before. After all, what devil fruit user would be crazy enough to want to challenge the ocean? Who else could possess so many legendary physical attributes at the same time? Ron clenched his fist, feeling the surging power and vitality within him, his eyes sharp. His safety and survivability have reached a level that even the 4 emperors might envy. Just as Ron was pondering the various possibilities brought about by the fusion of physical constitutions, Doflamingo, who had been unable to contain himself any longer, tentatively asked with a slight tremor, "Fufu. Mr. Ron, Governor Kaido, may I now begin accepting new forces?" His gaze was fixed on the devil fruit in the form of a blue dragon. That was more than just a fruit, it was a ladder to heaven that he had staked his entire fortune and the future of his family on. Ron was pulled back to reality by his voice, and his gaze cleared. He glanced at the anxious Doflamingo, then at the azure dragon fruit, and calmly shook his head, etc. Before Doflamingo could even ask a question, Queen beside him began to mock. "Ha ha ha, Flamingo, have you been blinded by power?" He reprimanded me without any politeness. "Forgot the ironclad rule of devil fruits? One person can only eat one, and you're still stuck with the string fruit inside you? Are you going to just gnaw on a blue dragon fruit too? Do you want to put on a human fireworks show for us right here and now?" The string fruit. Doflamingo froze, his pupils contracted, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. His immense desire made him almost forget this most fundamental rule. If Quinn hadn't reminded him, he probably would have swallowed the azure dragon fruit without hesitation, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Doflamingo suppressed his lingering fear, forced himself to calm down, and put on a smile again, only his tone was more respectful. "I was too hasty, Mr. Ron. So, what should we do next?" "First, you need to strip away your existing abilities," Ron said succinctly. Ron walked up to Doflamingo. Since Doflamingo was a Shishibukai and had no bounty, the sacrifice step was omitted. Ron's hands glowed again, and the peeling began once more. A ball of pinkish-white light, woven from threads, was slowly drawn out of Doflamingo's body. As the ball of light disappeared, Doflamingo instantly weakened. Doflamingo groaned, his face visibly turning pale, his body swaying, and his legs going weak. Losing the power of the string fruit, the feeling of being instantly drained and insecure was far more intense than I had imagined. Dover, Toripole and Diamante, who had been watching intently, immediately rushed forward and supported their young master on either side. Worry was written all over their faces, and they also felt a deeper chill at Ron's ability to strip others of their core power so easily. Without pausing, Ron picked up another prepared apple and pressed the orb of light from the thread fruit into it. Soon, a thread-like fruit with spiral patterns appearing on its surface was born and carefully stored away. This fruit may have other uses in the future. At this point, the preliminary steps are complete. Doflamingo has become a devil fruit user, and although he is weak, his body is ready to accept new powers. Ron said no more and handed the fruit, worth billions, to Doflamingo. Doflamingo took a deep breath, suppressed all his excitement, and reached out to take the fruit. Without the slightest hesitation, he opened his mouth and took a big bite of the legendary fruit. Ugh! The indescribable taste assaulted his taste buds, almost making him vomit. But he forced himself to swallow it and gulped down the piece of fruit. Just as the fruit entered my stomach, boom! A boundless power, far stronger and more violent than the string fruit, erupted within him like a sleeping ancient dragon. A torrent of azure energy instantly washed over his weakened limbs and bones, dispelling all discomfort and bringing him an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Ugh! Doflamingo couldn't help but let out a low growl, not from pain, but from the feeling of his body being forcibly transformed and bloated as power rapidly filled him up. His muscles were bulging slightly, his bones were making a soft popping sound, and the patterns that seemed to resemble dragon scales flashed across his skin. His aura was rising at an astonishing speed. In just a few breaths, his previous weakness vanished, replaced by a physique several times stronger than when he possessed the string fruit. The enhancements to the body by mythical beasts are beginning to emerge. His power surged back, and Doflamingo's eyes gleamed. He suppressed the urge to try it immediately, turned to Kaido, and excitedly asked for permission. "Governor General Kaido, the power. I can feel it now. Please allow me to go out and test this newfound ability." Kaido was leaning back in his chair, looking somewhat weak, but seeing Doflamingo's anxious expression. Go ahead, just don't tear my island down." He. Having received permission, Doflamingo could no longer contain himself. He flashed out of the hall and arrived at the open port area outside. Treble, Diamante, and other family executives hurriedly followed, their emotions even more tense and excited than Doflamingo's. At the port, the members of the Beasts Pirates and the native pirates of Beehive Island were all alarmed and cast curious glances their way. Doflamingo stood in the center of the open space, feeling the power within him. He spread his arms, let out a long roar, and no longer suppressed it, fully activating the form engraved deep within his bloodline. Azure Dragon form. With his roar, a blinding azure light, mixed with a dark red hue belonging to his own aura, erupted with a deafening roar. Its body rapidly expanded and deformed. Its skin was covered with hard dragon scales, its limbs transformed into sharp claws, its head stretched and changed shape, and its rugged dragon horns pierced through the light. The light faded the next moment. A majestic dragon, though not as overwhelmingly large as Kaido's transformed form, was still hundreds of feet long. Its body was covered in dark red and azure scales, its eyes were scarlet, and its body was entwined with wind and thunder. It appeared in the sky above the port of Beehive Island. Roar dash. The dragon swung its tail and soared into the sky, flying high above countless awestruck gazes. With wind and thunder, the clouds dispersed. It's a success. It really turned into a dragon. Treble was so excited that his whole body was trembling with slime, and his voice was shrill. Dover. Diamante gripped his long sword, gazing up at the majestic figure in the air, his eyes burning with fervor. All the Don Quixote family members who rushed to the scene were caught between shock and ecstasy. Their king has gained divine power. Soaring through the sky, feeling the immense power of the wind and clouds rushing past the dragon scales, Doflamingo felt an unprecedented sense of control and ecstasy. But then, a strange feeling welled up in my mind. It's so itchy, I feel like I'm starting to get a brain. This is the memory inherent in mythical Zoan devil fruits. The combat moves are remembered extremely clearly. This feeling, heat breath. Doflamingo's mind raced, and following that instinctive guidance, his massive dragon mouth suddenly opened wide. Deep within the throat, destructive energy converged and compressed wildly. It wasn't the string-based ability he was familiar with, but rather a more violent force of flames and impact. The energy displayed a chaotic mix of dark red and azure, exuding astonishing power. Roar dash. With a deafening dragon roar, a terrifying, scorching red breath erupted from the dragon's mouth, slamming fiercely towards the distant, empty sea. Rumble 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 dash. The earth-shattering explosion shook the sea and sky. The sea surface, directly hit by the heat breath, was instantly evaporated, creating a huge crater. The surrounding seawater was whipped up by the terrifying heat and impact, turning into towering waves tens of meters high, which spread wildly in all directions. The entire Beehive Island trembled from the explosion. An earthquake. A tsunami. Run. The pirates on the island were startled by the sudden loud noise. However, when they looked up in terror towards the direction from which the giant wave was coming, everyone froze, stunned and speechless. In midair, a divine dragon, its body a tapestry of dark red and azure, was slowly closing its mouth, its body still shimmering with lingering energy. That devastating breath came from its mouth. It's Lord Kaido, someone exclaimed instinctively. No, the color is wrong. Lord Kaido's dragon is blue, this one is red and blue. It's new, a new mythical Zoan type ability user. My god. Besides Lord Kaido and Lord Queen, is there anyone else on the island who can transform into a dragon? And breathe that kind of power? Shock spread like wildfire. They had just witnessed the beast's officers gain various powerful abilities, defeating the Navy's Buster Call. Now, I've actually witnessed someone turn into a dragon. After a brief silence, countless burning gazes were cast in unison towards the direction of the beast's pirates, especially towards the calmly standing figure of Ron. It's Lord Treasure Hunting Disaster. It must be him. He dug up another mythical beast and gave it to that person. This is terrifying. Such ability, such power. If only we could, even just a little bit. Envy, longing, and admiration grew wildly in the hearts of the pirates. Ron's ability to turn lead into gold and transform mortals into gods became incredibly alluring. The fact that his first attempt at using the heat breath caused such horrific destruction completely ignited Doflamingo's thrill of controlling his new power. The fighting instinct remains active. This feeling, is it a bad omen? His crimson dragon eyes narrowed slightly, and his thoughts stirred again. He opened his massive maw once more, unleashing countless azure vacuum slashes. These strikes created a dense storm of death, sweeping towards another open sea area. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The dense cutting sounds were teeth-grinding. The sea surface seemed to be frantically sliced apart by countless sharp blades, instantly becoming fragmented and churning up countless waves, as if a reverse torrential rain had begun. Roar. Doflamingo felt the terrifying cutting power of the evil wind, as well as the innate smoothness when using it, and his heart was filled with ecstasy. They even have specific moves. No need to develop them yourself, you can just use them right away, and the power is so amazing. He simply couldn't believe it. The value of the mythical Zoan devil fruit far exceeded his previous expectations. This is not merely a matter of giving it a form, it also comes with techniques and skills honed through countless trials. This feeling of being able to use it right out of the box and experiencing the full potential was incredibly impactful for him, who was used to constantly developing the abilities of the string fruit. It saved us countless years of exploration and practical experience, and directly gave us mature combat capabilities. He enjoyed it immensely and even wanted to try more moves, but reason told him he needed time to digest them. Just as he was circling excitedly, Quinn's booming voice came from below. Ha ha ha, how about it, Flamingo? Now, do you feel, is 15 billion berries still too expensive? Quinn stood with his hands on his hips, watching the excited dragon in the sky. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo lowered his massive dragon head, his dragon eyes looking down at Queen, Ron, and the numerous beasts executives, and he laughed heartily. Expensive? Phew 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 phew. Not expensive? Not expensive at all. It's absolutely amazing value for money. He now genuinely believes that this transaction, which drained the family's cash flow, was the best investment he ever made in his life. Having obtained the power of a top-tier mythical beast like the Azure Dragon form, which combines offense and defense and has a complete set of moves, its strategic value and the enhancement to personal strength far exceed what 15 billion berries can measure. Moreover, there's the Lunaria physique that I haven't even obtained yet. Don Quixote Doflamingo made a killing on this deal. Both parties were extremely satisfied with the transaction. Looking at the dark red dragon in the sky, Ron seemed lost in thought. A red dragon, in the form of a blue dragon. His mind raced. If I remember correctly, in the lab of that fake scientist Caesar Clown in Punk Hazard, there should also be a devil fruit, the dragon fruit, mythical Zoan type, dragon form, pink, dot. That was one of Vegapunk's early failed attempts. Although it was considered a failure, it was only different in color. That fruit was originally meant to be accidentally eaten by that brat, Momonosuke Koshiki. Ron's eyes were cold. However, now that I've remembered, I can't let that happen. A fruit imbued with dragon power, even if it's only pink, possesses extremely high value. His thinking became increasingly clear. Even if it were eaten, it wouldn't matter. As long as we find the person who ate it. Ron's lips curled into a smile, we can just dig it out. Faced with his abilities, being eaten by someone wouldn't matter. While Ron was quietly planning his treasure hunt route, Doflamingo in the sky was also having a great time. The enormous dragon coiled down, its light receding as it approached the ground, rapidly shrinking and transforming back into a humanoid figure draped in a pink feathered coat. After landing, Doflamingo was completely different from the weak man he was after losing the string fruit. His complexion was rosy, his breathing was long and steady, and he looked refreshed. The gloom between his brows was softened by his confidence. The Azure Dragon form's enhancement effect on his body was immediate. He straightened his coat, a genuine smile appearing on his face like never before, and strode quickly to Ron and Jin, bowing deeply with a respectful touch to his chest. Ron the Scourge, Ember the Scourge, this deal has shown me what true power is. Well then, regarding the transplantation of the Lunaria physique, I'll leave it to you two once more. I can't wait to experience that feeling of absolute defense. Fa. He knew that only by acquiring the physique of the Lunaria race could he make up for his defensive weaknesses, maximize the power of his Azure Dragon form, and become a truly invincible powerhouse. Ron nodded slightly at Doflamingo's request, saying nothing more. His actions spoke for themselves. He first turned to Yin, who had already recovered. Because King's bounty is a staggering 2.6 billion berries, Ron must be sacrificed. Golden light shimmered, and the rules took effect. Immediately afterwards, Ron's hands glowed again as he reached out towards Ember. Two orbs of light were extracted one after the other. One was a dark golden orb of light with a faint phantom of divine fire burning within it. The other was the power of a white tiger, a mythical beast species, radiating a platinum sharpness and containing the sound of a tiger's roar. The Lunaria physique orb will remain temporarily, awaiting its bestowal upon Doflamingo. Ron's gaze swept over the flying 6 members present, finally settling on Sasaki, as the white tiger-shaped ball of light appeared. Say Sajai, Ron said calmly. Yes, Lord Ron. Sasaki stepped forward excitedly. This white tiger form will be inherited by you. Ah, me? Thank you, Lord Ron. Thank you, Governor Kaido. Sasaki was overjoyed and immediately knelt on one knee, his voice trembling with excitement. The transformation from the ancient Triceratops to the more aggressive mythical Zoan-type white tiger is undoubtedly a qualitative leap. But before that, it is necessary to remove Sasaki's existing Zoan-type dragon fruit ancient-type Triceratops form ability. Following the same principle of equivalent exchange, after sacrificing Sasaki's bounty, Ron extracted the Triceratops-shaped orb of light from Sasaki's body, attached it to an apple, and transformed it into a brand new ancient Triceratops fruit, which he then kept for future use. At this point, Sasaki's powers were completely depleted. Ron didn't delay any longer and slammed the ball of platinum gold energy in the shape of a white tiger directly into Sasaki's chest. Roar dash. A roar even more ferocious than when Kazumi obtained the white tiger form erupted from Sasaki's body. His already massive body swelled violently, his skin was covered in black and gold fur, his fangs and claws snapped out instantly, and a ferocious aura belonging to a top predator soared into the sky. A magnificent white tiger suddenly appeared before them. Say Sajai has successfully inherited the unparalleled power of the mythical Zoan. Doflamingo witnessed Ron skillfully separating King's physique from his devil fruit powers, and then efficiently replacing Sasaki's abilities. The entire process resembled a precise surgical procedure. He was incredibly astute. Combining the scene of Ron digging out Kaido's Azure Dragon fruit and Oenai clan physique, he had already vaguely pieced together a certain operating mode of Ron's ability. He seemed to understand why the Beast's pirates were so generous in giving away their mythical Zoan abilities. But, Furf. Some things are better left unsaid, even if you see through them, you can still be friends. Doflamingo sneered inwardly, but maintained a perfectly measured smile on his face. Sometimes, being too calculating can be annoying and even lead to a loss of trust. Playing dumb and showing absolute satisfaction with the outcome is the best way to maintain this dangerous yet alluring partnership. He was well versed in the survival strategies for dealing with more powerful forces. As long as he can obtain tangible power, he doesn't care about the process or whether it's recycled. In fact, he'd be happy to see it succeed. This means that the inventory of beasts may be more abundant than he imagined, and there may be opportunities in the future. Just then, Ron had finished enhancing Sasaki, and then picked up the floating dark golden ball of light, heading towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo, get ready. Yes. Doflamingo immediately regained his composure and focused intently. This time, there was no sacrifice involved. Ron directly pressed the ball of light into Doflamingo's chest. Buzz dash. Unlike the surge of violent power that occurred when he obtained the Azure Dragon form before, This time, the feeling is more restrained, yet equally domineering. A scorching power instantly flowed into the depths of his blood. A dramatic change is taking place inside Doflamingo's body. His cell activity, defense mechanisms, and environmental adaptability are all rapidly increasing. He could clearly feel that his foundation had been solidified and strengthened once again, reaching an unprecedented height. The most noticeable external change appeared behind him. A blazing, pure white divine fire erupted behind him. The flames burned quietly, enveloping him in a soft halo. This white divine fire, combined with his pink feather coat. At this moment, Doflamingo truly resembled a flamingo. This feeling, fufu. Lunaria race constitution plus fish fruit mythical Zoan type azure dragon form. Doflamingo looked down at his hands, a completely different power surging from the depths of his bones, washing over every inch of his flesh. It's a success. Toripol's exclamation broke the silence. The young master's aura is surging. Diamante gripped his longsword tightly. He could clearly feel the suffocating pressure emanating from those standing beside him, which filled them with both horror and fervor. When will they be fortunate enough to access that level of power? Doflamingo slowly clenched his fist, divine flames flickering behind him. 15 billion Pele? His grin widened. Fufu. It was worth it. He turned his head, his gaze fixed intently on Ron, who remained calm throughout, his eyes filled with apprehension beneath his scarlet sunglasses. Very worth it. The value of this man who can casually unearth treasures is immeasurable. Doflamingo suppressed his turbulent emotions, concealed his aura, and the divine fire behind him continued to burn quietly. He turned to Ron respectfully and said, Mr. Ron, the Don Quixote family is grateful this time. Doflamingo's gratitude is genuine. Ron nodded slightly. It's a pleasure doing business with you. At this time, Kaido slowly emerged, already able to walk easily thanks to his abnormal regenerative abilities. Flamingo, it seems your 15 billion was definitely well spent. Lunaria's divine fire, and my azure dragon power. Phug, you little brat, you're quite a monster now. Doflamingo adopted a more cautious approach when facing Kaido. Fufu. I have to thank Governor Kaido for his generosity, and Mr. Ron for his amazing abilities. He deliberately emphasized the word severance, being cautious in his flattery. Kaido waved his hand dismissively, clearly not wanting to waste any more words on pleasantries. Kid, you've got the power, but don't forget the main thing. The emerald vein on Beehive Island is the real prize this time. You must handle its mining and sales perfectly for me. Facing Kaido's direct pressure, Doflamingo remained completely calm, instead smiling even more broadly. Rest assured, Governor Kaido, the shipping routes have been established through special channels. From the New World to the Underworld, and even to the secret procurement lists of certain world government member states, everything is arranged. Next comes efficient and covert mining and sales. He paused, with the confidence that the Don Quixote family held sway over the underworld. As agreed, the profit sharing will proceed, with the first batch of high-quality rough stones and refined gems prioritized to meet the Beast's pirates' funding needs. Leave this to me, Doflamingo. Fa. Kaido listened, his satisfaction undisguised. Good. Remember your words? I'm waiting to see the first batch of goods. He liked this kind of straightforward, mutually beneficial cooperation. Power is given, money is spent, then corresponding resources and returns must follow immediately. That's the rule of pirates. With the main matters settled, Doflamingo said, then, I won't bother you any longer. Governor Kaido, Mr. Ron, and everyone from the Beasts, I look forward to our next collaboration. With everyone's approval, they boarded the ship and left. Watching them leave, Kaido withdrew his gaze and looked at Ron. Well done, Ron. Go back and throw a party? The biggest party ever. Yin, Quinn, and the others gathered around. Quinn leaned close to Ron, his small eyes gleaming. Ron, our current funds combined are estimated to be around 23 billion. And that mine? Shouldn't we consider equipping all the Flying Six with mythical Zoan types for real battles? Yeah, just thinking about it is exciting. Jack exclaimed in admiration, Brother Ron, you're amazing. Ron was also surprised to have so much money in such a short time. A smile crept onto his face. That's right, next up is an overall upgrade. Upon hearing the word overall enhancement, the atmosphere instantly ignited. Runty and Black Maria exchanged a glance. Runty pouted and was the first to speak up. Mythical beasts? No way. What white tiger, black tortoise, they don't sound cute at all. Maria, you agree, right? Black Maria covered her mouth and chuckled softly. I think so too. Let's wait and see. Perhaps in the future, Mr. Ron will be able to dig up a fruit that suits our tastes even better, a more special one. Her eyes flickered, a knowing glint in them. However, physical enhancement is certainly an option. Getting stronger can't hurt, right? After they said that, the other cotters who were initially eager to fight calmed down a bit and all agreed that they made a good point. First Ford crossed his arms and scoffed, indeed, abilities must match. Sasaki touched the power of the newly acquired white tiger, feeling very lucky, but also understanding his companion's choices. Kaido watched his subordinates' enthusiastic discussion, yawned, and a wave of alcohol and exhaustion washed over him. Ugh, you guys decide, I'm going to sleep. He shouldered the spiked club, staggered towards the cabin, and said, Ron, you're in charge. Once Kaido's figure disappeared, Queen's small eyes darted around, and suddenly he flashed forward, locking onto Jack beside him, a fawning smile plastered on his face. Ron, look, Jack's under control. He's tough and recovers quickly, perfect for being the first one to dig him up. Don't be shy, let's dig. Startled by the sudden restraint, Jack's face turned green. Quinn, you BD? No wonder you were so eager. Turns out you didn't have to dig yourself out. Quinn ignored him, only grinning at Ron, the meaning of which couldn't be clearer. He's a pro at sabotaging his teammates. Ron smiled. Don't rush, everyone has a chance. Without another word, he acted swiftly and decisively, signaling Quinn to release Jack, then placing his hand on the mountain of Baileys piled up beside him. Equivalent exchange, sacrifice first. As soon as he finished speaking, the massive amount of cash corresponding to Jack's 2 billion berry bounty vanished instantly. Then, Ron placed his hand lightly on Jack's broad back. Moment. 2 orbs of light were dug out. A ball of light, shrouded in a pale blue glow, seemed to contain flowing water and a strong life force. This was the merfolk's physical constitution. The other was a dark green orb of light resembling a black tortoise-shaped devil fruit. Ron turned to Runty, who was standing to the side. Runty, get ready. Okay. Light group not included in the body of water. Her body trembled slightly, and she immediately felt a new, continuous power surging through her limbs and bones, especially in her arms, as if waves were surging through her blood. Wow, my strength has really increased a lot. Runty couldn't help but swing her fist, creating a slight whooshing sound. Page 1 stood beside her, arms crossed, looking like he'd known all along. Of course, sis. Fishmen are naturally 10 times stronger than humans. You now possess both the defense and talent of the Lunaria, and the strength and affinity for water of the Fishman. After strengthening the physique, Ron picked up an ordinary apple and quickly pressed the Sonmu-shaped light orb into it. The light subsided, and the apple's shape twisted and changed, eventually transforming into a Sonmu fruit covered with spiral patterns. Ron calmly put away the newly formed devil fruit. Jack shook his head, feeling utterly exhausted, but he would recover in time. Meanwhile, Runty excitedly adapted to her newly acquired dual physical strengths, completing the first round of enhancement efficiently. The next few days will also be spent waiting for the embers to recover before starting to dig. Jack recovered and continued digging. The two of them took turns digging. Black Maria, Sasaki, and Page 1 all possess both Fishman and Lunaria physiques. In the past few days, under Ron's methodical operation, Yin and Jack, the two high-quality mineral resources, underwent multiple cycles of mining and regeneration. Yin was excavated 3 times. Each time, after sacrificing a corresponding amount of berries, Ron would extract the power of the white tiger from his body, inject it into a prepared apple, and also infuse it with the physique of the lunar race. Through 3 operations, 3 mythical Zoan-type white tiger devil fruits were created and safely stored away. Jack, on the other hand, underwent 4 more excavations. Each time, the target is the Sonmu form ability that regenerates within its body. 4 sacrifices and extract ions yielded 4 mythical beast-type Sonmu devil fruits. This high-intensity, high-frequency treasure hunting regeneration cycle is certainly fruitful, but the cost is also extremely high. The excavation of just the 2 individuals, Yin and Jack, consumed a staggering 15.8 billion berries. This doesn't even include the daily expenses for maintaining the massive fleet, supplying and maintaining it, as well as the executives' food and drink expenses. As Quinn tallied the accounts, the flesh on his fat face twitched. Eek, this money is being spent like water. Brother Ron, the assets we can currently utilize are roughly, around 6.7 billion berries left. The exact figures will fluctuate a bit, as daily expenses are not insignificant and cannot be calculated to the exact millimeter. Ron understood this. Pirate crews are never about precise accounting, especially for a crew as large as the beasts, whose daily expenses are enormous. It's already difficult to have a rough idea of the numbers. At this point, this phase of intensive reinforcement has come to a temporary end. Ron possessed mythical Zoan fruits, white tiger form X3, black tortoise form X4. Next step. This is naturally to fulfill the promise of strengthening another important fighting force of the beast's pirates, the numbers. The order was given, and the barbarians scattered throughout the fleet were quickly summoned to the plaza. Their massive bodies almost filled the open space in front of them, exuding a rugged and fierce aura. Yimei had already undergone enhancements and was now watching her brothers with great interest. The remaining 9 tyrants, 2 Fang, 3 Demon, 4 Demon, 5 Demon, 6 Demon, 7 Demon, 8 T, 9 Ninja, and 10 Demon stood in a row, their eyes gleaming with anticipation and longing for these giants who rely on pure physical strength. A powerful devil fruit would undoubtedly be a qualitative leap. On the long table in front of Ron, 7 devil fruits were neatly arranged. 3 of them had markings like white tigers, exuding a sharp and murderous aura. The other 4 were heavy and ancient, with tortoise shell and snake patterns intertwined, conveying a sense of calm and defense. There are 7 fruits. Ron's voice was calm, yet it clearly reached the ears of every barbarian. There are 9 of you. You will be assigned according to the previous order. The 9 ninja and the 10 demons will have to wait for the next batch. Although the 9 ninjas and 10 demons who were called out were somewhat disappointed, they did not make a fuss. They simply took a half step back silently, indicating that they would obey the arrangement. The tyrants have their own recognized order of strength and merit rules. The remaining 7 tyrants Arya, Sangui, Sigi, Wagui, Liugui, Kigi, and Hakicha eagerly stepped forward. They didn't hesitate much and made their choice based on their intuition and preferences. The aggressive, wild-tempered Arya, Sangui, and Wugui chose the white tiger fruit. Their sharp aura matched their fighting style. The 4 largest demons, the 4 demons, the 6 demons, the 7 demons, and the 8th demon who focused more on defense and strength, chose the black tortoise fruit. The weighty feeling made them feel at ease. After making their selections, under the watchful eyes of everyone, including other onlookers, the 7 tyrants did not hesitate at all, each picking up their chosen fruit and taking a big bite. In an instant, the 7 enormous faces contorted simultaneously, revealing indescribable expressions of extreme pain and disgust. The taste of the devil fruit was a nightmare for anyone. As the nauseating taste of the devil fruit melted in their mouths, the massive bodies of the 7 barbarians trembled violently almost simultaneously. It's not pain, but a sign that power is erupting from the deepest part of the body like a volcanic eruption. Roar! The first to complete the transformation were Arya, Sangui, and Wugui. A deafening roar tore through the air, and its already imposing body swelled even more, its muscles bulging, covered in magnificent and majestic white fur with black stripes like burning flames. The wings that sprout from its ribs are not bird wings, but translucent wings of light composed of pure wind pressure and killing energy. A 3-headed, radiant white tiger with bared fangs and surrounded by sharp air currents suddenly appeared on the plaza. His tiger-like eyes flashed like lightning, a mere glance seemed to slice through the surrounding air, and the chilling pressure made the nearby pirate henchman's legs go weak. Immediately afterwards, the 4 demons, 6 demons, 7 demons, and 8 Ts who chose the Genbu fruit also completed their transformations. A deep, muffled thud emanated from their bodies. Its size grew even more exaggeratedly, and its skin turned a dark brown, like a combination of ancient rock and heavy tortoise shell, covered with patterns. The back of the tortoise shell is not smooth, but rugged like mountains, and its limbs are like pillars of heaven, exuding an unshakable sense of stability and power. 4 colossal basalt rock formations, resembling moving mountains, stood tall on the spot. 7 terrifying mythical beasts, existing only in legends and myths, were now standing alive before everyone's eyes. Their imposing presence swept across the entire venue like a tsunami. A monster, a monster. This is the power of mythical Zoan species. You must be kidding. They were already terrifying enough before, and now this. The pirate henchmen who were watching were all terrified, their faces pale, and even their screams were trembling. Some of the more timid ones even collapsed onto the deck, their teeth chattering. They had no doubt that any one of these 7 behemoths, if it went berserk, could easily tear them all to shreds. That absolute crushing on a life level made any thought of resistance seem ridiculous. Wow, that's spectacular. Quinn wiggled his fat body, excitedly recording the data. This power boost? No wonder we beasts are amazing. Jin crossed his arms and looked at the 3 flying white tigers with great satisfaction. Runty and Black Maria stood gracefully to the side, divine fire flickering behind them, feeling the power of their new colleagues. Jack muttered, "Not bad, not bad." Kaido reappeared at the doorway, carrying a sake jug. Looking at the 7 terrifying beasts, he laughed wildly. Whoa whoa whoa, good, excellent, this is more like it. This is my beasts pirates. Ron stood at the back, tilting his head slightly, calmly examining his work. The 7 mythical Zoan devil fruits instantly created 7 fighters powerful enough to roam freely in the amusement park. The beast's pirates' fighting strength has become so formidable that any force, including the marine headquarters, must take it very seriously. He's ridiculously strong, he muttered to himself, listening to the unconscious gasps of the pirates around him. No, this is simply a qualitative change that will inevitably occur due to the reasonable development of the treasure hunting rules. When the rules themselves are on your side, even the so-called principles of nature can be shaped. With the 7 savages successfully transforming into colossal, earth-shattering mythical beasts, the intimidating presence on the ruins of Beehive Island came to an end. The giant beasts gradually reverted to human form, but the chilling aura of power still lingered, casting an invisible pressure over the entire island. The group returned to the relatively intact hall. Although the building is mostly damaged, it is large enough to accommodate the core quarters for meetings. The atmosphere was completely different from before, it was filled with excitement. Ron surveyed the group, his gaze calmly assessing the overall changes resulting from this collective enhancement. He summarized briefly, currently, the overall strength of the beasts has significantly improved. The first batch of high-purity emerald rough from the emerald vein beneath Beehive Island has also been secretly transported out through Doflamingo's channels, awaiting only the realization of profits to recoup the investment. Roar, row. He finished laughing, then looked at Ron with a hint of curiosity. Ron, how's your research on the demon physique you took from me coming along? This issue also attracted the attention of other officials. Yin, Quinn, Jack, and even the newly empowered Ultai and Black Maria, all looked at Ron. Ron nodded slightly, a look of understanding on his face. As soon as he spoke, everyone perked up their ears. These past few days, I've been feeling and testing. The physique of the demon race is indeed very special. Its most prominent characteristic is not simply strength or defense, but rather its extremely tenacious, almost wild vitality, and its powerful tolerance and ability to promote fusion with different physical types.